The battle was fierce. The entire battlefield was strewn with the lifeless bodies of monsters and humans, and the ravens are eating their remains. One of them was sitting on a stick. He looks at Princess Teresa, who sits with her head down. Every cell in her body is screaming in unbearable pain. Finally, Princess Teresa Hussey coughs and lifts her head, realizing that it was impossible to believe from the start. Amidst the lifeless bodies, the goddess Gula appears in a white mist. Gula goes to warrior Gui Chang. She says she didn't have high hopes, so she didn't think he'd survive the bloody battle. Teresa Hussey also notices him and assumes he's an earthling. Looking at Teresa's face, Hussey remembers that his name was Ghost Spear Gui Chang. His grimace shows the terrible suffering this battle has brought. Gui Chang finally lifts his head to Gulu. Goddess Gula says, since he kept his promise, she'll keep hers, and asks what Gui Chang wants, but he doesn't say anything. Then he starts coughing with such force that one eye bulges out very much. And Gula asks if Gui Chan wants to be resurrected. Gui spits blood, but his thoughts have already been read by Gula, and then she asks what he wants. She looks around and says he should have accomplished a feat several times greater than today's. So now Gui Chang could forget that his soul, or a piece of his flesh, could be returned. And Gui Chang lifts his head and thinks about what he really wants. Thoughts were read, and Goddess Gula asks if he wants his memories back and what he felt here. Then he says that at the moment, the feelings are just a projection of his emotions. And in any case, even that is difficult, for which he apologizes. He lowers his head, and a stream of tears flows from his only eye. He has nothing to say. Then Gui Chan's head falls, and his body seems to be dead. A bright light appears above him, and Gula approaches and asks why Gui made that particular wish. After all, he should have chosen resurrection. Meanwhile, Teresa Hussey says she understands Guai's decision. The goddess Gula turns in her direction, realizing it is Princess Teresa Hussey. Teresa's bowing confirms this, and assumes the honorable Gula is before her, and informs her that the kingdom has fallen, and the gates have most likely been captured. And Teresa thinks it's easier to leave this world. Even though Gui Chang will lose his memory because of his vow, there will be a fresh start and a place to return to. And Gula says that the child Gui Chan didn't want to come back. He said there was no room for him, even if he came back. Then Teresa Hussey asks, why not just grant his wish? And suggests that Gula felt a little sorry for him. And Gula asks why she shouldn't feel sorry for him, since this child was born to lead others. But Teresa Hussey didn't know this, and her expression immediately changed. And Gula says that Gui is like the brightest star, but now it's his own fault. Gula asks why people only start regretting when it's over. And Teresa Hussey casts a glance at Gui Chan. She wants Gui's child's wish to be granted. So he snatches the royal ruby off his neck and places his hand on the floor, showing it to Gula, and asks if Gula has forgotten her royal oath. But Gula says she can fulfill her own wish. Smirking, Teresa Hussey asks what Gula can do for her then. Looking at the ruby, Hussey says the world is over, and she wants nothing more, and the Earthman Gui has kept his honor and should be rewarded. But Gula repeats that he can't go back in time, and will vaguely remember it as a fleeting dream. Gula asks if Teresa still agrees. Princess Teresa Hussey realizes that he has already received a gift, and at least there was already one earthling like it. Gula explains that Teresa and Gui will definitely stay here to die, so he asks again if Teresa wants this wish to be fulfilled. Putting her hand on her heart, Teresa Hussey confirms her decision, with confidence. Then Gula spreads her wings that were hiding behind her cloak, and a circle forms around her. She raises her hand and tells Guy to wait. Her ability allows her to create a bright flash in the sky that emits streams of energy. Princess Teresa Hussey herself is immediately lifted up. Her clothes are torn and her back is exposed. Meanwhile, Gui Chang is hovering in the air, and a hole is formed in his torso, with the royal ruby pointing towards it. And Gula says he'll look forward to their next meeting. Meanwhile, a lot of people have gathered in the casino. Some were playing and some were watching the roulette game. Among the players was Seol Jihu. He's very nervous before he makes a bet, so he's nervously biting his nails. After which, Seol Jihu gains confidence and puts everything on the green. Meanwhile, outside, Sam and Taeyeon were outside having a smoke. They were looking away in bewilderment. Turns out there was a nearby Seol Jihu who was furiously kicking trash cans, and Sam assumes that he lost the house. But Taeyong is pretty sure he lost the house a long time ago, because the first time Seol Jihu showed up here was 3 years ago. He thinks Seol Jiho is about 25 years old, and he used to be quite famous. This surprises Sam, because he's sure that Seol Jiho wasn't very famous. Taeyang confirms that he was good for about a year, and he clarifies that Seol Jihu wasn't particularly good at all, but just knew when it was time to pull out the dough. This surprised Sam so much that he decides to ask what happened next. No one seems to know what happened, because at one point, Seol Jihu just started saying he couldn't see. But a lot of people think it's just nonsense. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu is leaning his arms on the trash can and wondering why it doesn't work anymore. He closes his eyes and hopes it works out just once. And if it does, he can start over. Biting her lip, Seol decides she needs to find some money. In the morning, a confident Ha-yoon walks into the cafe. He fixes his hair and heads straight for the bar. Hee-yoon stops at the counter and reaches for the inside pocket of his jacket with his hand. Putting the phone on the table, Hee-yoon winks and tells Yuseon Hwa to write down her number. Apparently Yu Seon-hwa doesn't intend to do that, so she apologizes. Then Ha-yoon loses all his fervor and lowers his head with a loud sigh of chagrin. And waitress Hai turns around and corrects her glasses, then says that Ha-yoon can be given 5 points for her figure. And Jin Song, who wipes the tables, says he gets a high five for his face. Lee Gan-hae claims that Ha-yoon deserved 5 points for his clothes. And Hai says it's been a long time since they've had a guy here who's rated a 15. And Yu Seon-hwa comes out from behind the counter and says that girls shouldn't do that. At that moment, the door to the cafe opens and Yu Sung-hwa turns around to greet a customer with a smile on her face. But in the blink of an eye, her face changes. She looks warily at this visitor. With a heavy gait and disdain in his eyes, Seol Ji-hoo walks into the room. Walking past manager Yu Sung-hwa, Seol Ji-hoo says he needs 1 Americano. Then, with a downcast face, he falls on the nearest chair. The waitresses look at the disgruntled customer with interest. Finally, Hai puts on a false air of benevolence and says that at their cafe, you pay first. But Yu Sung-hwa clarifies that it's no big deal and goes to make coffee with an equally downcast face. When the coffee was ready, Hai presented it to Seol Ji-hoo's table, but before she left, she cast a regretful glance at him, just as she was about to leave, as Seol Ji-hoo asks if he can talk to the manager. Turning in his direction, Hai replies that you can and asks what's wrong, and Seol holds out his hand with a wet bug and says it was in his coffee. Yi-hee cries out in surprise. She pulls away and claims it just couldn't happen, but Seol only gets annoyed and asks if Hai wants to say he's a liar. Not knowing what to do in such a situation, Hai spreads her hands and tries to string together some sort of response. But at that moment, she feels a hand on her shoulder and turns around. It was Yu Seon-hwa who says she's going to do it herself. She immediately sits down at Seol Ji's table, and he starts smiling because that's what he wanted. Not wanting to face him, Yu Sung-hwa asks what he's doing. Smirking, Seol Ji-hoo asks maybe he's asking for compensation for moral damages, but Yu Sung-hwa realizes that he planted the bug himself, so he asks what he's saying. Then Seol shows the bug and claims he has a heart condition and was pretty shocked to see the bug in his coffee. Yu Seon-hwa doesn't say anything, but only looks at Seol Ji-hoo with a sidelong glance. Throwing the bug back into Americano, Seol Ji-hoo says that just declaring a breakup to him isn't even a conversation. With a disdainful glance at Yu Sung-hoo, Seol Ji-hoo asks what she can say in response to that. With a heavy sigh, Yu Seon-hwa slipped her hand into her pocket to pull out something. It was a cell phone. Yu Sung-hwa says he sent her some money while she was studying abroad. Seol Ji-hoo was happy because he thought she'd forgotten. Then he asks if that's it. After all, he still sent the money worrying if Soon-hwa would starve in a foreign country. Meanwhile, Yu Sung-hwa is already making a transfer of funds to his card. Hearing the notification, Seol immediately pulls out her phone, nervously checking her account. He looks up, and with the trembling hands of an addict, asks if 2 million won is all she can give. And Sun-hwa replies that that's it, and she has nothing to do with him anymore. Slamming her fists on the table, Seol Ji-hoo asks if she's kidding, and Seon-hwa didn't expect such a reaction. He says he was sucking up before. He asks if Seon-hwa thinks he's a bum. Seon-hwa looks worriedly at the annoyed Seol Ji-hoo, but doesn't say anything. And Seol Ji-hoo says that Seon-hwa can't behave like this, because when she was going through a hard time, she would stick to him and annoy him. He asks if a handful of money has changed her so much. Meanwhile, Yu Seon-hwa clutches his apron and starts crying, asking what happened to him. But Seol didn't expect to see her cry, and so is at a loss to ask what that means. And Sun-hwa says he was the only person who helped. She recalls the hard times, and says that even though she wanted to give up, the only reason she held on was because of him. Memories of romantic encounters when they both enjoyed each other flashed through her mind. And Seol Ji-hoo lowered his eyes, and Yu Sung-hwa asks how he can break up with her like this. Then his face changes. Seol Ji-hoo is sure that everything has changed because he lost something very important. Turns out he had a special ability that he'd had since birth. One day he and his mom went to the zoo. Looking at the world around him, Sul could focus his eyes so that organisms and objects would light up green. In fact, nothing happened at all if he saw green. All animals in nature were illuminated with a bright light. But he always paid attention to things that for some reason didn't shine, like the lion standing on top. This really surprised Seol Ji-hoo. He even tried to focus on it so that the color would show up, but there was no color, and his overfocusing caused something bad to happen more than half the time. At the zoo, a lion suddenly pounced on the glass. So, to test this ability, he chose a casino. During the first year, the goddess of fortune was on his side. Back then, Seol Ji-hoo started with 100,000 won, and after 2 days, he already had 5 million won. As the days went by, he had an endless amount of money that allowed him to buy whatever he wanted. But then as he started using it more often, migraines and insomnia appeared. He still made sure to activate his ability every day. And the green light he had seen effortlessly now required several minutes of concentration to faintly manifest. And then one day after a serious illness, it all came to an abrupt end. At that moment, he couldn't believe it. and came to the casino again to test his ability. But after losing all the money there, Seol Ji-hoo had already realized that he had become an addict. He lost everything he had, and even his much-loved girlfriend Yoo-seon-hoo. Now that he's managed to get some money from Sung-hwa, Seol decides to forget himself and comes to the waterfront with a bottle of alcohol. He looks at the money he has left and decides he can handle it. Seol is sure that one more time, and everything will go back to the way it was before he figured out how. He lay down on the steps with the realization that he had no idea how to get it all back, and so he fell asleep. A sound sleep prevented him from seeing the glowing ruby approaching his forehead. He slowly enters Seol Ji-hoo's head and dissolves into consciousness. After that, images of the battle Gui-chan was run through my mind. Gui-chan's voice says he wants to start over. This phrase and the horrible picture of the battle made Seol Ji-hoo's eyes widen. Streams of sweat dripped down his face, his heart beating so hard that Seol Ji-hoo had to take frequent breaths and exhale. He clenches his jaw and touches his face, not realizing what bad dream he had. To calm down, Seol Ji-hoo immediately lights a cigarette. Then he feels a heavy feeling in his heart. As Seon-hwa Seol's tears come to his eyes, he realizes that he's an idiot who did something stupid. But he quickly picks himself up on his feet and decides that he needs to put things back the way they were. After all, he's got to at least clean up his act. Deciding to check for money, Seol Ji-hoo reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket. Not finding them there, Seol takes up the rest of the pockets with a horrified look in each one. After emptying the rest of his pockets, Seol realizes they're nowhere to be found. It made him very angry because it seems that someone stole from him while he was asleep. After a moment, Seol remembers about the security cameras that definitely recorded everything. Then he turns around and sees only a lamppost with a lantern. With his head down, Seol calls himself an idiot because it's not easy to find security cameras. Then she starts giggling nervously. His mind reminds him of the nature of what is happening, and his hands immediately begin to tremble. Furious, Seol spreads his hands and turns to the thieves, who don't seem to realize how much money was there. Feeling powerless, Seol Ji-hoo lowers his head limbs and torso. Then he heads straight for the water. He slowly puts his foot down, deciding that it's time to just leave this world, because it's much better than living like this. In his mind, Seol apologizes to Sung-hwa and his mom and dad. Tears drip from her eyes. But as soon as the tear merges with the water, a bright green stain immediately appears. Salt notices this and looks at the stain in surprise. Tears continue to drip from his face, and the stain grows brighter, illuminating everything around with a green light. Finally, everything around Seol Ji-hoo turned green again. He assumes that the ability has returned. He wonders how this is possible, so he looks again at the stain that came from his tears. At that moment, manager Hannah Kim appears on the bridge and puts her hand on the railing. Looking at Seol Ji-hoo, Hannah Kim says the water is very cold these days, and she's here to counsel him. But Seol didn't expect to see anyone here, so he looked up perplexedly at Hannah, then slaps his palm on his forehead because it feels like deja vu. He looks at his hands and realizes he saw this earlier in his dream. His eyes grow ever wider, for after a little thought, Seol Ji-hoo assumes it was a vision. Meanwhile, Hannah Kim asks if he can get out of the water, even though she prefers to look down from above. Smiling, Hannah states that today is somewhat special. After listening to Hannah, Seol Ji-hoo immediately gets out of the water and walks up the steps to get closer. And Hannah Kim introduces herself as the manager at Shin Young. She immediately hands over her business card. Taking Seol Ji-hoo's business card suggests that they just need cannon fodder. Glancing at her watch, Hannah Kim suggests they get right down to business since they don't have time. Then Hannah takes off the bag and opens it right in front of Seol Ji-hoo. It turns out that there is a lot of money inside. She's sure she'll bribe Seol Ji-hoo and asks if he wants to play with her. Seol looks at the money with complete indifference. With his arms crossed over his chest, Seol Ji-hoo replies that he's done playing games. Then he asks how Hannah even knows him. Taking out a wad of money, Hannah asks what difference it makes, since he can win that money in one round, and reminds him that he has a pretty big debt. But Seol claims it's none of her business, and he's just asking for an answer to his question. After fixing her glasses, Hannah winks and says she's only done a little research on him before the case. She also apologizes for not warning him. Then Seol Ji-hoo decides to inquire about the case in question. In his mind, he assumes there must be at least 1,000,000 in the bag, and Hannah reminds him that she's the manager and wants to hire him. While Hannah asks her to listen to Seol himself, he wonders why Shin Young is interested in him and what the game is. Then he decides it's not even that, and he convinces himself that there's something more important. Finally, Seol Ji-hoo decides that they definitely need cannon fodder. While Seol ponders, Hannah Kim looks at him with such confidence as if he can't refuse her. Finally, Seol refuses her offer despite the payment, and there's no way Hannah Kim could have foreseen his rejection, so her expression immediately changes. She asks why he shouldn't just listen to her. But Seol has already made up his mind and replies that there's no need to say anything. Closing the bag, Hannah slings it on her shoulder and says that Seol is pretty determined. Then he pulls out his phone and mumbles for a while. Then he says there's already one seat between them. After putting the phone away, Hannah states that it's unfortunate and apologizes for the inconvenience. She also wishes Seol Ji-hoo all the best. Just as she turns around and walks away, Seol decides to stop her. Hannah stops and snorts, thinking that Seol will agree to her terms. She turns around and responds to his request with a flirtatious look, and Sol Ji-hoo says he's only willing to listen to her if it's not a contract. But Hana pretends she doesn't know what he's talking about and interjects his condition. And Seol Ji-hoo tells me with full confidence that he wants an invitation instead of a contract. Memories from Gui-chan's life resurfaced in my mind. The battle began with a huge monster trying to destroy the warrior. Once he swung as Gui-chang swiftly pierced his torso. The monster falls lifeless, and Gui-chang shakes off his weapon and moves on. Seol Ji-hoo sees himself in this battle. In the dream, he kept fighting and fighting, desperately, and to the very end, until finally, he fell. In the last moments of his life, he made a plea to God Gullah that he wanted to start over. However, in that dream, it all started with a confrontation with this Hana Kim, who is now looking at him with contempt. She comes closer and looks at Seol Ji-hoo with a frown, and mentally, she doesn't understand how he dared to ask for an invitation instead of a contract. Puzzled as to how this is possible, Hana asks if Seol has been to the other side before. With a smirk, Seol Ji-hoo replies that Hana of all people should know better than anyone, that this isn't true. Then Hana says that if he's already been to the other side, he'd still have the aura of the mark on him. But Seol Ji-hoo is definitely clean. She adjusts her glasses, realizing there's only one option left. She decides to find out who approached him first. But Seol has no intention of explaining anything and claims it doesn't matter. And Hana doesn't see how it can be irrelevant if he can tell the difference between a contract and an invitation. And Seol confirms this by saying that the most important thing here is that he wants an invitation instead of a contract. Crossing her arms, Hana looks at Seol Ji-hoo suspiciously and asks him to explain why he wants an invitation. And Seol asks, isn't it obvious that if there is a choice, the preference would be for an invitation over a contract? And Hana asks for an explanation as to why she should waste her precious invitation on a useless card player like him. And Seol Ji-hoo claims that otherwise she'll be in trouble if she doesn't use the invitation. Salt reports that Shin Young's drugs have been in the news quite a bit since the revolutionary drug was invented, and it's connected to another world. Outraged, Hana assures him that no one will listen to a crazy gambler, but Seol clarifies that she has superiors who will be interested. After all, Hana can't even make a contract or keep her mouth shut. Hana reacts aggressively to his words because Seol is right. With a wave of his hand, Seol says he won't go that far and asks him to just give him an invitation. But Hana explains that a contract and an invitation are completely different things. She can make a contract, but invitations are beyond her capabilities. And Sol reminds me that there was a phrase earlier about her precious invitation. Clenching her lip, Hana falls into helplessness and aggression because Seol Ji-hoo's good memory isn't good for her at all. Covering her face with her hand, Hana replies that she didn't lie, and she will need to get permission to issue the invitation. She has to agree to Ji-hoo's condition, and so, with a heavy sigh, Hana pulls out her phone from her bag. A memory pops into my head. The goddess Gula tells Hana to keep this item because she will need it soon. But Hana wonders if it will be soon, and Gula assures me she'll be in a situation where she'll come in handy. Turns out Hana got a gold seal to keep. After realizing that this was the situation Hana was referring to, she is outraged and scolds the goddess Gula. Hana herself realizes that Seol is a talent, not a slave. He's really like a veteran who spent several years on the other side, not to mention the prophecy. Finally, Hana clarifies that there will be a few conditions, and Seol is ready to hear them. First of all, Seol must swear that he's never been in that world before, and it has to be done here and now. Without hesitation, Seol Ji-hoo swears he's never been to that world before. Secondly, if Hana gives the invitation, Seol has to reveal all his secrets about who he's met and what he's heard from them. But Seol waves it off, saying he can't do that. He has nothing more to say on the matter. Making an even more important appearance, Hana asks if she can't do it, even if she gets a special offer. No doubt Sol Ji-hoo was very interested in this special offer. He looks at Hana with disdain, and she hopes Seol will agree for the sake of the special offer. Finally, Seol says that maybe in the future, he can tell us something. In his mind, he realizes that the dreams must be kept secret. They're his only bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Hana pulls out a handkerchief and says that if he passes, he'll have to make a deal with her. And Sol realizes that she mentioned a deal, and that must mean that what is being said is not a slave contract. Wiping her glasses, Hana clarifies that Seol isn't the last idiot, so there should be no problem passing. She'll make it happen no matter what. Then Seol Ji-hoo has to agree to all her terms. Finally, Hana pulls out a gold seal and promptly heads over to Ji-hoo, who asks fearfully what the seal is. Meanwhile, Hana has already grabbed his hand, and before she puts her stamp on it, she replies that it's her whole life. The seal on Ji-hoo's palm shines brightly, leading him to bewilderment and interest. And Seol Ji-hoo can't take his eyes off it, because the seal is glowing very brightly. But in a moment, it penetrates deep into the skin and can no longer be seen with the normal eye. Seol can't believe her eyes, so she keeps stroking her hand. And Hana is already jabbing at him with the invitation she was so reluctant to give. She says it's his choice to read, but the gates open at 10:30. We have to be done by then. And whatever Seol does, he has to stay alive. Because if he's going to die, Hana's going to come out of the ground and take it all back. Unhappy that Seol got what he wanted, Hana leaves without even saying goodbye. And Seol Ji-hoo stares after him, not sure why Hana's so mad. In the moment, Hannah remembers something else and stops to clarify that she has to return it after all. She immediately throws a wad of money, and Seol Ji-hoo has to take the invitation in his mouth to catch it in time. And Hannah makes it clear that next time you shouldn't sleep outside. You could freeze to death. She walks away and Seol pulls out her phone to see how much time she has left to get things done before the gates open. It was closing time at the cafe. The waitresses asked Sung-hwa to sit down and rest while they cleaned up. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo decided to return Sung-hwa's money, so he came to the cafe again. When Seol Seon-hwa sees him, he stands up and says that he's unbearable because it hasn't even been a day since he took the money. But Seol clarifies that he didn't come for that. Sung-hwa is heading toward him, demanding that he leave. The waitresses look on with surprise and interest. Pushing Jae-hoo Sung-hwa demands to get out before she calls the police and tells them he's disturbing the peace. But Seol is perplexed by what she's saying. Finally, Seol takes her hand, so she doesn't push and asks her to calm down and listen to him. A pissed-off Seon-hwa sharply removes her hand, so she can't feel Seol Ji-hoo's touch. He also claims that they have nothing to talk about. Going to the staff room, Sunhwa says he'd better leave before she comes out. Seol asks her to stop. But Seon-hwa doesn't listen, and Seol drops his hand, realizing that this reaction was expected, and the waitresses have already blocked his way into the room. Then Seol looks at her watch and realizes there's no time, so she asks the waitresses to give Sung-hwa the money when she leaves. When he got outside, Seol lit a cigarette and looked around. He thought the gates would open at 10:30. Hearing some sounds behind the house, Seol assumes that he is expected there, and immediately heads in that direction. And Sunhwa slowly opens the door, asking the waitresses if Seol has left. The waitresses confirm this and hand over the money that Seol Ji-hoo brought. Meanwhile, Seol stopped around the corner and peered at his phone, assuming he needed to write a message. And Sung-hwa had already run outside looking for her ex-boyfriend Seol Ji-hoo. Finally, she sees smoke coming from just around the corner of the house. As the clock struck 10:30 above Seol Ji-hoo's head, a portal began to open. It instantly lights up Ji-hoo's entire body, who doesn't realize what's happening. A moment later, he was teleported to another world. Sung-hwa had also come over and noticed his phone. She picks up her phone and sees a chat room where he's been texting Sung-hwa questions about how she could leave him. And just a minute ago, he wanted to apologize. Seon-hwa looks up, wondering where Seol Ji-hoo has gone. Meanwhile, morning came and Seol Ji-hoo woke up in bed. He looks around and sees lots of dirty dishes, trash, and cigarette butts. He was shocked to find himself in his room, and not somewhere else in the world. And the phone notifies of a message received from the guide. Seol comes closer and stares at the screen in bewilderment. Reaching out to take and read the message, Seol realizes it's not even his phone. The message included a requirement to come to the Paradise High School auditorium within 10 minutes. So, Seol immediately went to school. He realizes that in the dream, the school was more like an imaginary school. Looking around, Seol Ji-hoo tenses up, because there isn't a soul on the streets and it's very strange. After walking through the schoolyard, Seol Ji-hoo heads inside and up the steps. They are waiting for him at the top of the stairs. Turns out that it was Instructor Maria Ariel who will be escorting onward. Assuming that Instructor Maria is a foreigner, since she doesn't say anything, Seol Ji-hoo walks into the school. But Instructor Maria immediately frowns and doesn't let him pass, but holds out both hands. A glance at Seol Ji-hoo's palms suggests that Maria wants to check his invitation. Nearby, a hall was opened, and a lot of people were gathered in it. Miss Shang-san was standing on the aisle, clarifying that Maria needed his contract. A group of guys sitting in the distance also noticed Seol. The main one, Kong Suk, says that scum are here for their tactlessness. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo hands his invitation to Instructor Maria. She reads the invitation with a raised eyebrow. In the blink of an eye, Maria's face changes. She is dumbfounded that this is not a contract, but an invitation. His hands are shaking, and Seol Ji-hoo immediately notices it, but doesn't realize what's wrong. Meanwhile, red-faced Maria bows to Seol Ji himself. He's very surprised. Seol Ji-hoo is amazed at this reaction and doesn't know what to do. The people gathered in the hall immediately notice a gesture of respect from Instructor Maria taking place in the hallway. And Maria walks to the door and points with both hands for Seol Ji-hoo to come in. Walking into the room, Maria stops next to a chair and gestures for Ji-hoo to sit down on it. Unsure of what's going on, Seol Ji-hoo takes a seat and looks at the polite Maria. She bowed again and went away. The people present look at her with astonished eyes. Neither Kang-suk nor Min-woo understands why Instructor Maria is being polite, since they were never treated that way. Some of them look at each other, and some cast a disdainful glance at Seol Ji-hoo. At that time, Seol Ji-hoo realizes that there are a lot of people here, and who they are is still unknown. In a moment, Seol Ji-hoo feels a strong pain in his head. He clenches his teeth and grunts, then looks away and sees his silhouette standing in the distance. Trying not to face his own image, Seol realizes that in the dream, he was standing there instead of sitting on the chair. So, the situation has changed. In a moment, someone enters the room and asks in a commanding voice if everyone is here. People get excited. Turns out it was a guide named Han. He stands at the counter and greets everyone present. Guide Han says he knows people have a lot of questions, but clarifies that they will go in order. Also, Han asks to think about the status window, or say it out loud, and specifies that no one will see it without the user's permission. And Sol Ji-hoo doesn't understand which status window we're talking about, so he looks at the guide with a questioning expression on his face. Since he had already thought of the status window, it immediately appears right in front of Seol Ji-hoo's face. Just like the others present, the status window lit up right in front of their faces. After reading about the innate ability, Ga-ram asks what it does. His wife Hwa Yang and daughter Hee-ji, who can't see the window at all, stand nearby. Looking at Ga-ram, Gid-khan asks if he has an innate ability. Scratching the back of his head, Gam-ram denies it because the status window says nothing about his ability. Then with a smile on his face, Guide-han clarifies that people usually don't have them. So, there is no need to worry about it. This answer surprises Seol Ji-hoo because he has two innate abilities. One is a vision of the future, and the other is unknown. When he sees Seol Ji-hoo's ability, he assumes it is related to his dreams. He is surprised that the second ability is marked with question marks. With a look at Han, Seol decides there's no need to reveal his cards. In the meantime, Han informs her that they don't have much time, and it's time to continue. This time it asks you to activate the label level. As with the status window, you should think or speak aloud. People are looking at each other because no one understood what the tag level is and how to activate it. Only Miss Laesora speaks about activation, and a bright icon appears above her head. Seeing this, her younger brother Lee Sung-jin immediately thought of a level mark that immediately activated. The tag was activated by Miss Lee Sora, Mr. Lee Sung-jin, Mr. Lee Hyuk-sik, Mr. Jung, Min Woo, and Mr. Hyun Sang-min. After listing their names, Guide-han immediately gathers the necessary documentation and tosses it aside. Before they fall, the paper is transformed into huge bags with the necessary filling, and Instructor Maria stands by. She picks up the bags, and Han clarifies that as a regular bonus, those with the bronze tag will be given a random box. There could also be an invitation bonus, but no one seems to have that tag. While Maria carries the bags to those guys, Guide-han clarifies that it would be wise to use the bonuses as soon as they get them. After all, training is about to begin, and it seems a shame to die without using the bonuses. Upon finishing speaking, Guide-han notices two men with silver marking. He got excited and says he'll look forward to teaching them this time. It turned out that the silver mark appeared above Mr. Kang-suk's head, and also such a tag above the head of the not particularly friendly Ms. Yoon Seo-ra. Then Guide-han recreates two silver-colored bags personally for these guys, and specifies that those with the silver tag will be provided with two random boxes as a regular bonus. He specifies that there may also be an invitation bonus. Meanwhile, Mr. Kang-suk anticipates the bonuses inside. It turns out that one invitation bonus was given to Miss Yoon Seo-ra, and that seems to be a relief for Gid-han. As Seol Ji-hoo looks back at the two chosen ones with silver tags, Gid-han notices the lack of tags on him as well. He points to Seol Ji-hoo and asks to activate his tag level. Clamping his lip, Guide-han reiterates the rule of what to say or think about the tag level, and it activates. Seeing Seol Ji-hoo's mark, Gid-han's eyes immediately increase in size. And Seol Ji-hoo raises his hand and gives a surprised alert that the marker level has indeed shown. When Han sees the golden mark, he opens his mouth in delight. He has only heard of it, and is seeing it with his own eyes for the first time. Guide-han knows that in all of Russia, there was only one person with a gold mark. The instructor Maria pokes him with her elbow to make him come to his senses. She giggles, and Guide-han realizes his silence has been too long. His hands are trembling with the importance of this man, and informs him that there is an important person among those present. Ji-hoo is already being stared at. Seol himself lowers his head, as there are only cries for the golden mark, and some of the others don't even hide the fact that they're jealous of him. Guide-han recreates the gold bag and says it's time to continue, and Instructor Maria immediately presents the bag to Seol Ji-hoo with honor. Before she leaves, she shows a thumbs up as a sign of his awesomeness. Humming the song, Maria walks away, and Guide-han asks to open his bonuses right away. Upon opening the bag, Seol immediately receives 5,000 survivor points, as well as a survivor badge. The diary of a certain student has been updated. Looking inside the bag, Seol Ji-hoo notices 3 glowing boxes and wonders what's inside. And Guide-han specifies that there should be 3 boxes in the bags, and they should be easy to open. And he specifies that it should be easy. Once Seol Ji opened the box, a display appeared in front of him, notifying him to find the items he needed. The innate ability awakens and immediately develops to 9 eyes. Green is a general observation. Now, it has to be confirmed through the status window. But before doing so, Seol Ji-hoo decides to look at the others. Miss Yoon Seo-ra sits in front of him, and Seol sees everything it says. Glancing at the others, Seol Ji-hoo notices the status window of everyone present. He lowers his head and wonders why he sees other people's windows. After all, it's private to everyone. Meanwhile, the development of the 9 eyes ability is taking place. The awakening of the left marker. The eyes change color from yellow to red. After that, the box begins to shine brightly, and Seol Ji-hoo has to cover himself with his hand to avoid being blinded. A memory from childhood pops into my head where my mom claims he has very beautiful eyes. They're beautiful. 7 colors of the rainbow. Meanwhile, Guide-han asks if everyone has opened the boxes. Trying to ignore the bright light, Seol Ji-hoo looks up at the guide. He gives a positive answer, and Instructor Maria and Guide Han smiles looking at him. Guide Han knows that the boxes they need will give them incredible benefits. No concern for balance. And Seol Jihu specifies that there is a message saying to open the status window. After hearing about the status window, Guide Han assumes that Seol Jihu's abilities have improved, and if that's all it is, then we can continue. Finally, Guide Han says that since the bonuses are open, we can start. But he's stopped by Miss Shang San, and the guide is ready to listen to her. He wonders what's wrong and asks what's wrong because they're about to start. Pointing at everyone else, Miss Shang San asks if he won't give her and them anything. And Guide Han confirms it. They won't get anything because these bonuses are invitation only. But Miss Shang San asks if they weren't invited. She doesn't understand the difference between them. Guide Han points towards those who are sitting on chairs and have received bonuses, and clarifies that these guests were invited after a strict evaluation. Then he points to all the others and specifies that they were brought here under contract, and asks if Ms. Shang San has not been abundantly compensated in reality. After realizing the essence of the compensation offered, Ms. Shang San gathers her hands into fists and her whole body trembles with indignation. Gid Khan's phone vibrates to notify him of the message. He reaches for the phone and says that that's enough explanation and it's time to start. But the contractors are not happy. They wave their fists and exclaim that they should explain everything more precisely. Ga Ram asks why they are even here. With a smile on his face, Han looks at the phone and replies that the contractors will soon find out for themselves. And now, it's too late. But no one realizes where he's going with it. Meanwhile, everyone's cell phones vibrate, and Seol immediately opens the notification. The message said that the first training mission had begun. It was to escape from the auditorium. Putting away his phone, Guide Khan wishes everyone present an entertaining school year and good luck. Then both Han and Maria teleport away. The guys wonder what's going on. Han's guide wrote that it takes 4 hours to escape from the auditorium and get to the second floor waiting area of the main school building. When the boys hear the glass door bang, they turn around and ask what it is. Behind the glass door, they see something pink and disgusting. Before setting off, Seol Jihu decides to activate his innate ability. His eyes illuminate the creature that is behind the door in red, signifying a signal not to approach. Gradually, the door begins to tear open from the intense pressure from the other side. The guys standing nearby wonder what it is and cover themselves from the splinters with their hands. Then Ms. Lee Sora yells that they have to block the door. She grabs a chair and runs to the door, which is about to be broken down by the monster. Mr. Hyun Sang-min and a few contract workers immediately rush to her aid. Mr. Hyun Sang-min asks for help from the others, and a few more people run to help. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu stands and continues to read the messages without a trace of fear. Behind him are players who are afraid to come over to help. The message included an excerpt from an unknown student's diary. There was only one door in the hall, and they were able to barricade. The door they so desperately blocked became useless, and during the turmoil, the student who writes this diary somehow found a hole. Those who tried to keep the monster on the backside feel that the confrontation is over. Sangmin assumes the monster is gone. Looking at them, Kang-suk says the tension has been building since the beginning, giving him goosebumps. After which, he encourages Jungmin Woo and Yuk Sik to go on a search. But then Ga Ram of the contractors approaches him and asks him what his plan is. Kang-suk looks at him and replies that he wants to look around, but Ga Ram doesn't immediately understand what this means. And Kang-suk points his hand at Ms. Yoon Seo-ra, who is really checking every corner of the room. But Ga Ram asks what Kang-suk is looking for, and he replies that he doesn't know, but the door is blocked, so he has to find anything. And Ga Ram agrees and asks if that means they should help too. But Kang smirks and asks why he even came to him, but then replies that he can do whatever he wants, since no one gives orders. And a flustered Ga Ram says he knows it too, and asks if it would be better if they helped. Deciding it's time to move on, Kang-suk clarifies that maybe it's not. He waves him off and says that the contractor can do what he wants, and they will mind their own business. Ga Ram is furious. He is supported by Ms. Shang Sang, who resents Kang-suk for being so selfish. She asks if they are only thinking about themselves in this situation. Hearing the profanity in his direction, Kang-suk stops and interjects her question. And Shang Tsung asks if he can't see all these people. After all, there are women and even children here. Kang-suk looks at the people gathered and says there are plenty of them, and asks what she wants him to do. And Shang San claims that's why they offered their help. Then Kang-suk exhales and asks why on earth she's dumping all the ballast on it. He claims they're all useless ballast. He also sees that they want to sit on his neck, so it's time they all got out of his sight. Shang San is furious at this statement. Then Lee Sora shows up and asks him to stop, clarifying that any help is needed, and we need to work together. Then Kang-suk points his finger at her and suggests we team up. And he says he'll take her brother, Lee Sung-jin, as well. But Lee Sora perplexedly asks why Kang-suk is taking them specifically. And Kang-suk says that unlike the others, the two of them will definitely be useful. But Shang San continues to be angry and asks how he can know who is useful and who is not. With a smile on his face, Kang-suk says it's simple and points to Lee Sora with Lee Sung-jin, clarifying that those two were invited. And then turns his attention to a group of contract workers and claims they were dragged here by contracts. With her head down, Shang Sang frowns, and her whole body shakes with indignation. Behind her stands Hyun Sang-min. With a glance to the side, Kang-suk asks for an opinion on gathering the group. It turned out he was talking to Seol Ji, who was walking in a completely different direction from everyone else. He stops and turns toward Kang. With a smile on his face, Kang-suk asks if he doesn't want to graduate. He says it would be easy if they teamed up. After such a suggestion, everyone present immediately turned their attention to Seol Ji-hoo. Putting his hands together, Lee Sora hopes for Seol Ji-hoo's help and hopes that he won't leave these people here. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo activates his innate ability to check who poses a threat. The door and all the contractors are lit green, but Kang-suk's light is orange, signaling not to approach. Then Seol Ji-hoo turns his attention to Lee Sora and notices that she has no color at all. After letting go of his head, Seol Ji-hoo notices that he is standing on a spot that is lit up in red. It is recommended to retreat immediately. At the same moment, chunks of concrete start falling from the ceiling. The whole floor shakes. No one realizes what's happening. Frozen in place, Hyun Sang-min assumes that an earthquake has started. Realizing that another ordeal is beginning here, Seol Ji-hoo orders everyone to run away, and everyone in the room rushes in different directions, trying to escape the unknown danger. At that moment, Lee Sung-jin twisted his leg and fell down. Lee Sora immediately stops when he sees his brother. She rushes to his aid and tries to lift him to his feet, notifying him to hurry. But at that moment, a hole forms in the floor next to them, from which a monster with multiple hooks emerges. And Garam wondered what it was and stopped to take a closer look. And Lee Sora turns around and tells Lee Sung-jin that they need to leave. At that moment, the monster's hook is approaching at an incredible speed, and the guys notice it. To protect her brother, Lee Sora pushes him to the side, and Sung-jin falls to the floor. Lee Sora herself wants to fall on top of him to protect him from being attacked, but not in time, because at the same moment she receives a strong blow to the head. It turned out that the hook had grabbed her head, and the monster below had dragged her into the hole. With tears in her eyes, Lee Sung-jin cries out to her sister. Hyun Sang-min runs behind her, and orders the others to grab Lee Sung-jin. Ga Ram tells Hopa Young's wife to hold Heeji's daughter, and not to move while he goes to help. Shang Sang also responds to Lee Sora's distress. Half of her torso was already stuffed inside the hole, but the other guys are trying hard to get it out. The rest of us stand around and do nothing. They just look on in horror at what is happening. When Hyun Sang-min pays attention to them, he asks them not to stand there, but to help. But the guys get a shiver when they see the horrible thing happening to Lee Sora. Finally, Nabi, the girl in the pink dress, despite her fear, sets out to help, and Seol Ji-hoo suggests it's too late to do anything about it. Lee Sung-jin looks at him and begs for help in saving his sister. Then Seol Ji-hoo is once again the center of attention. People remember that he has the golden mark and think he should do something about it. Correcting his bag, Seol Ji-hoo discs and decides he'll have to help. He rushes to the rescue the moment he hears a horrible sound below. Turns out the monster twists Lee Sora's body, and she starts twisting her legs around, pushing away anyone who tried to help her. The guys are immediately thrown aside, and they all fall to the side. They notice that everything around them is already covered in blood, and so they look over there in horror. Only Lee Sung-jin doesn't want to leave her behind, so he runs to her feet with tears in his eyes. He pulls her leg, but she slips from his grasp. Lee Sung-jin doesn't give up hope and doesn't leave her body. Everyone present, and also Seol Ji-hoo, who is not going to help Lee Sora's lifeless body, is looking at it. While the guys who were trying to help turned away to avoid seeing the remains of her body, no one notices a hairy head emerging from the hole. A terrifying and very tall monster climbs out of the hole, causing the body of everyone present to shake with fear. In fear, the boys flee in hopes of staying alive. Only Miss Yoon Seo-ra hid behind the podium, in the hope that she wouldn't be noticed. She covered her mouth with her hands so that she wouldn't accidentally make a sound out of fear. The monster opens its mouth and heads towards the people who are running towards the only door. And Nabi tries to pull the chair out of the doorknob, but fails. That's when John Minwoo runs up and pushes him away, demanding he stand aside. He instantly snatches the chair and clears the door, and Nabi falls to the floor. Mr. John Minwoo decides to attack the monster and throws a chair at it, hoping to do some damage. But the chair fails to reach the monster, as the hook coming out of his hands immediately breaks it into pieces. Meanwhile, two guys are trying to open the door, while the others are waiting to be released. Kang-suk demands that this door be opened as soon as possible. But the monster does not hesitate, and immediately makes a powerful leap, rapidly approaching the crowd. He swings his hooks, and deftly dispatches those who were closest. Finally, the door opens, and the rest of the guys try to leave the room with the monster as soon as possible. Among those trying to escape was Seol Ji-hoo. At one point, he thinks about it, and slows his step, wondering why he's so calm. He assumes he's only calm because he realizes that none of this is real. He stops and notices a chair leg that was broken by the monster. Tossing the chair leg with his foot, Seol Ji-hoo catches it with his hand and begins to twist it. He realizes that the answer is already here. A picture from a dream comes to mind, where he's the real hero, Go Spear Gui Chang. Seol Ji-hoo immediately gets into a stance and stares at the approaching monster. Setting up for battle, Seol Ji-hoo realizes that this is an unusual beast. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys have already run outside. Nabi is the first to run, and the rest of the boys decide to follow her. But Kang-suk stops, and pointing to the side, he tells his group that they are going that way. Everyone but Kanna's team rushed to the right, and the three of them decided to run to the left side. But Hyun Sang-min doesn't know where to go, so he's thinking. Meanwhile, Monster wastes no time and throws his hooks in the direction of Seol Jihu. A fiery aura appears around Seol Jihu, illuminating his entire body. Jihu himself looks very confident. His fiery aura is noticed by the monster as well. He stops and keeps his distance. After which, he squats down on one leg and looks at Jihu with a longing for destruction that makes his mouth drool. In the moment, his pupil shrinks and it seems that the monster is afraid to attack. He says something in his own language and heads off towards the rest of the humans. A chair leg falls out of Seol Jihu's hand. He comes to his senses and wonders what he has just done. Meanwhile, the company of invited guests has found a room and Young Min Woo struggles to open it. And Kang Suk says the door can't be opened by brute force. Meanwhile, Hyun Sang Min is walking away. He found a large flower pot and is going to break the glass to open the door from the inside. Kang Suk notices this and says it's what you'd expect from a man with an invitation. The head is in the right place. The window successfully breaks and Hyun Sang Min reaches out to open the lock. But it turns out there's already a monster in the room, heading for the door. Then Sang Min turns around and says that the monster is already out. Kang Suk and his comrade turn around and notice the monster, who stopped because he saw them. Looking at the monster in fear, Kang Suk asks to open that door quickly. Meanwhile, Hyun Sang Min is running away, and when he notices this, Kang Suk calls him a coward. And Seol Jihu, left alone, stops by the hole realizing that it was described in a student's diary. Looking at Lee Sora's lifeless body, Seol Jihu concludes that she might have survived if he hadn't been so indecisive. Meanwhile, Ms. Yoon Seo Ra, who is sitting behind the podium, talks herself into opening her eyes because she came here knowing what was going to happen. Finally getting over her fear, Ms. Yoon Seo Ra decides to look out from behind the bleachers to see what's going on with the others. Sweat drips from her face as many lifeless human bodies lie on the floor. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu walks down the hallway and lights his way with his phone's flashlight. Also on his phone is a map of the school and where he needs to go. There's the following notification on the phone. It appears that Mr. Kang Suk and Mr. Jin Woo have arrived at the second floor of the waiting area. In the moment, one area on the map starts flashing and Seol Jihu excitedly wonders what it is. Realizing that the signal was coming from the direction he had just come from, Seol turned around to see what was there. Turns out that just around the corner in the hallway, someone is walking and shining a flashlight. And Seol Jihu immediately turns off his flashlight and looks at the lantern in fear, not knowing who it could be. This is an image of Hyun Sang Min walking down the corridors looking for the right exit. Seol Jihu peeks out from behind the wall. He lowers his head and tries to figure out how to realize this man isn't dangerous. Finally, Seol Jihu activates his innate ability and looks at Sangmin. But it turned out that his color hadn't changed, which surprised Seol Jihu. The color didn't change, and it seems Sul decided to go out, but stopped wondering if he was doing the right thing. He decides to open the status window of the guy with the flashlight, and it becomes obvious that it's Hyun Sang Min. Finally, Seol turns on the flashlight and heads straight for Sang Min, who tries to take cover from the bright light and asks who's coming. Looking through the bright light of the flashlight, Sang Min notices Seol Jihu's image and clarifies if it's true that he's the one with the gold mark. Continuing to shine the flashlight, Seol Jihu comes closer, but doesn't say anything. Then Sangmin made sure that it was indeed Seol Jihu with the golden mark. He says it took him quite a while to find it, but Seol doesn't understand why he had to look for him, and asks Sangmin that. And Sangmin suggests moving together, and clarifies that Seol Jihu must have already noticed that it's hard to move alone, even if you have a gold mark. But Seol asks why him, because it seems that with Kang Suk's silver tag team, he'll have a better chance. Sangmin then asks if Seol Jihu is testing him with such questions, but Seol Jihu looks at him with a serious face and without any trust. Then Sangmin decides to be honest and says that he is the kind of person who tolerates justice better than an unfavorable offer. And Kana's team has already said it moves on its own, so they won't care if he's with them or not. Seol activates the skill and looks at Min's status window. The character traits say that Sangmin is self-centered, and Seol isn't sure about that, so he decides to ask a question. When Lee Soru was dragged away by the monster, Sangmin was the first to rush to her rescue. Seol asks why he did that. After all, Sangmin seemed to be the kind of person who could tolerate injustice better than disadvantage. Seol asks what benefit he's gotten. Seol specifies that if things didn't go according to plan, he'd just die. Then Sangmin says it's simple. He wanted to gain the trust of Lee Seora and the other members too. But Seol doesn't get the point, and Sangmin says that if he had saved her, they would have owed him for saving her, and would have done anything to repay him. With a confident look, Sangmin claims that the same is true for the others. If he were in trouble, he would definitely be helped. But everything failed. Seol Jihu thinks that Sangmin has thought of everything carefully, and is now speaking so openly to gain his trust. And Sangmin claims that if Seol takes him, he'll follow his orders. And he's certainly willing to risk it for Seol Jihu. Then Seol Jihu asks if he's ready to move up the hierarchy instead of on equal footing, and asks what Sangmin gets out of it. And Sangmin replies that he will pass the training alive. He sees it as if he has a better chance of surviving with Seol Jihu than with the other team. And Seol Jihu realizes that Sangmin is showing all his cards. He sees right through Sangmin, but he's not afraid to show it. Finally, Seol Ji-hoo comes to the conclusion that Sang-min is much easier to deal with than Kang-suk, who has the silver mark. He holds out his hand and says his name, and Hyun Sung-min says his name and says he'll make sure to repay him. Setting off, Seol Ji-hoo asks what he's going to pay for, since they haven't done anything yet. With a glance at Seol Ji-hoo, Sang-min says he would listen to the plan for further action. Continuing to light the way with the flashlight, Seol Ji-hoo replies that they have to find her, but Sang-min asks what exactly they need to find. Looking at Sang-min, Seol Ji-hoo replies that they need to find a reason why they were given 4 hours. Meanwhile, the contractors are sitting in the bushes somewhere, looking at the school in fear. Lee Seong-jin, who lost his sister, turns his back and cries in grief. An agitated Ga-ram says the main entrance is blocked by the main invisible wall, and there's a monster in the auditorium. He's sure the only way out is up to the 2nd floor. Judging by the way the others have done it, they just need to go up the stairs. Clenching his fist, Ga-ram exclaimed that if he had known this would happen, he would have gone after the others. He throws a scornful look in Hua Yang's direction and claims he didn't go because she turned the other way. Hua just wanted to get out. Nabi then asks what they are going to do, and if they have any ideas. After a little thought, Ga-ram looks at the windows of the school, and with a smile on his face, states that he has an idea. And Seol and Sang-min are walking through the parking lot. Seol says the auditorium is close to the main building, and even with Monster as an anomaly, 4 hours is a lot. Then Sang-min realizes that Seol Ji-hoo is right, because Kang-suk has long since finished his mission. And Seol Ji-hoo assumes there will be multiple missions. And Sang-min asks why they have so much time. And Seol replies that it takes time for them to find what they need. Then Sang-min asks if they will find a weapon to end the monster. But Seol can't say the weapon doesn't exist, but it's not the one he's looking for, and opens the door to the main building, specifying that this is where they'll find out. Meanwhile, Ga-ram tells the plan to the surviving contractors and asks if they know what he's talking about, but apparently no one likes his plan. Finally, Ms. Shang-san decides to ask if they really have to do this. And Ga-ram gives her a scornful look and asks if she has a better plan, and if she does, she'd like to hear it. And Nabi asks, who here wants to say they're going to die right there? Meanwhile, Ga-ram is ready to get down to business and says it's time to find something that works for them. Then everyone starts searching, and only Hua Young is standing with Heiji, who is very scared. And Nabi, chewing gum, stops in front of Sung-jin and asks him how long he's gonna sit like. But Lee Sung-jin, with his face in his lap, doesn't answer anything. Shang-san comes over and puts a hand on his shoulder and assures him that he understands his feelings, but he can't give up now. There are still reasons to be here. A shiver runs through Lee Sung-jin's body. He continues to remain silent, and Shang-san asks if he wants his sister, Lee Sora, to die in vain. Finally, Lee Sung-jin lifts his head and opens his eyes. And one of the contractors puts his hand up and yells that he found it. With a confident expression on his face, Ga-ram replies that everyone needs to get ready. Meanwhile, Ms. Yoon Seo-ra snuck into one of the school's offices and started rummaging through the document. After a while, Ms. Yoon Seo-ra found some document and says it happily. Then she hears footsteps and notices the monster walking down the empty hallway. She hides behind the table in fear, hoping the monster won't find her. The monster stops right in front of the office where Ms. Yoon Seo-ra is hiding. She holds her hands over her mouth to keep from uttering a sound, and her whole body trembles with incredible fear. Finding no one, the monster turns away and walks on. But at that moment, the window shatters and a stone falls right at Yoon Seo-ra's feet. Hearing the sounds, monster stops and turns toward that office again. It turned out that Holangi had found a rock and, at Ga-ram's instruction, threw it through the window of the school. He shows off his muscles and reminds him that he was a pitcher on the baseball team. Seo Yoon admires him, and Nabi just smirks at his nonsense. Then he asks Garama if it's time for them to go. He stops her by saying that he needs to make sure that the monster has entered the office. Looking through the windows of the school, Minjun reports that he still doesn't see that monster. Meanwhile, Monster had already entered the office from which the sound was heard. Ms. Yoon Seo-ra is horrified at what's happening and hopes that the monster won't see her. The monster stopped not far from the broken window because he heard sounds. It turned out that contractors try to sneak to the entrance of the school and fulfill the task by going up to the 2nd floor. At this point, the monster is already jumping out of the office right into the path where people are walking. Seeing the monster, Ga-ram holding Heiji screams for everyone to run. The crowd is dispersing. Holangi, who threw the rock, says they should go back. And the monster is standing there watching all the people run away like ants. At that moment, Minjun trips over a rock and falls to the ground, and Monster immediately runs to him. The monster approaches, and Minjun tries to get to his feet in fear while keeping his eyes on him. At that moment, a rock flies into the monster's head, and he stops. It turned out that Holangi came to the rescue and threw a rock at the monster, thus drawing his attention. And the monster turns around to look at the daredevil who threw the rock at him. Meanwhile, Ga-ram and a few others continue their journey to the school. Running up to the school, Ga-ram notices a white closed door and assumes they need to go there. It turns out that the door was unlocked, and Ga-ram immediately runs inside with his wife Hua Yang and Ms. Shang-san. But Ms. Shang-san stops at the entrance. She glances at the monster that was left behind. Meanwhile, Monster turned toward Holangi, who was standing nearby, with his lover, Seo Yoon. Seeing Shang-san standing in the open door, Ga-ram asks what she is doing and demands to go inside as soon as possible. Then Shan-san has to obey with the realization that those guys are doomed. Ga-ram closes the door irritably and twists the lock so it can't be opened from the other side. Seeing this, a frightened Shang-san asks what he is doing. Then Ga-ram points to the window and says that there is no saving them. But Shang-san still doesn't understand why he closed the door in the first place. With his head down, Ga-ram walks away and clarifies that they need to buy time. But Shang-sang tries to explain that it was possible to save. And Ga-ram interrupts with a question about whether she really thought it was possible to survive without getting her hands dirty. He turns around and says, "That's very selfish. And little Miss Shang-san shouldn't let her sense of justice ruin them all." The girls look at each other. Hua Young doesn't say anything, but Shang-sang hopes to see her support. Without thinking, Hua Yang turns to Hee-jin's daughter and says it's time for them to go. And Shang-sang turns to Lee Sung-jin and asks if he really thinks so too. And Lee Sung-jin claims they couldn't have saved them on their own. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo and Hyun Sang-min have found something. Sang-min shines his flashlight and looks in the distance in surprise. There was a store in front of them. Seol says that Guide Han didn't mention it, but no one asked, and this is the time frame and training conditions. After looking at Seol Ji-hoo, Sang-min realizes that he has a gold mark for a reason, and he comes to the conclusion that he should stay with him, and Kong-suk is no comparison. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo decides to open the door and puts his hand on the handle to push it open. But Sang-min stops him, saying that it should be left to him because they don't know what's in there. He pats himself on the chest, claiming that for this situation, you should use it. And Sang-min walks into the store, lighting the way in front of him, and Seol Ji-hoo stands outside the door waiting for his signal. He decides to check for danger with his innate ability. The whole room lights up green. The door opens and Hyun Sang-min says it's clear. Nodding, Seol suggests looking for food and something for emergencies first. They packed everything they needed. Hyun Sang-min is sure they would have beaten the monster to death with that bag. It's really heavy now. Seeing that Seol Ji-hoo's bag hasn't changed in any way, Sang-min is surprised that they are different, even though the items were divided almost equal. And Seol Ji-hoo agrees with him. In his mind, he realizes that this is the power of the Golden Mark. Setting off, Sang-min asks what they should do now, and assumes they need to look for weapons. But Seol Ji-hoo suggests going upstairs because he needs to check something out. He points to the stairs and says if they go upstairs, they'll be on the second floor of the waiting room. And Sang-min asks how he knows. Then Seol Ji-hoo shows the map, and Sang-min asks why he doesn't have one. And Seol clarifies that it's a privilege. Looking at the map, Sang-min asks if they don't have to go up now. And Seol is showing red dots that were blue, but when Kang-suk came in, one of them turned red. Sang-min asks if it bothers him, and Seol specifies that 3 guys and 3 dots turn red when they enter. He doesn't think it's a coincidence. Sang-min asks after a moment's thought, does that mean that whoever has time to eat is the one who eats? But Seol denies it, because if they were, they would have been warned. Then Sang-min decides that the only way is to check it out for themselves. So they decide to go up to the second floor. While Seol Ji-hoo goes as usual, Sang-min goes up slowly and along the edge holding onto the railing. They notice a door, and Sang-min assumes it leads to the first floor corridor. He asks if this is where they come in too. And Seol says they have everything they need, so there's no need to take any chances. The boys go up further and see in front of them what puts them in a stupor. It turns out there's a grate on the stairwell. Sang-min is sure it's the end, but Seol suggests they try the first floor. He specifies that it would be the end if the monster came now. Remembering the monster, Sang-min immediately had goosebumps running through his body. The guys lean against the door that leads to the first floor and listen. Sang-min says it's quiet and offers to open the door. They slowly open the door and have to cover their noses because a horrible odor is wafting from the hallway. They see a long corridor filled with blood, and something viscous drips from the ceiling. Turning back to Seol Ji-hoo, Sang-min says that this all looks unfriendly. Then Seol Ji-hoo activates the 9th eye ability, and the entire room lights up orange, which means the signal to stay away. And Sang-min asks what to do now. Sang-min thinks he should go back up to the second floor because the grate could be rubber. And Seol Ji-hoo thought for a moment. He realizes that he can distinguish things with his eyes. It could really help. So Sang-min replies that they can try it. The guys go up and stop right in front of a grate that doesn't allow access to the stairs to the second floor. Reaching out to the grate, Sang-min asks if Seol Ji-hoo thinks the grate might be energized. Then Seol Ji-hoo activates the ability and notices that the grid isn't glowing. Assuming that Seol is analyzing the grid, Sang-min eagerly asks what's in there. Mentally, Seol Ji-hoo realizes that it's not normal that she's not glowing green. Then Seol decides to reach out, assuming she's grating only visually. Meanwhile, the monster looks at his potential victim and opens his mouth, and his eyes glow red. Shivering in fear, Holangi and Seo Yoon stand in a stupor and realize that drawing the monster's attention to themselves was not a good idea. The monster rushes to attack, and Holangi grabs Seo Yoon by the arm and yells to run. In the moment, Holangi decides to look around and no longer sees the monster that was running after them. It turns out that the monster had jumped over them and blocked the path. Holangi turns around and sees the monster preparing to attack, and Monster swings in and sticks his tongue out and throws a hook in the guy's direction. What happens next is watched with horror by the surviving boys. and Holangi is standing still, and his whole body is trembling. Seo Yoon keeps her eyes on him. It turned out that the monster's hook had entered Holanga's head and split it in two. Meanwhile, the contractors who had time to enter the school hear loud shouting outside and stop. Realizing that there was no time to delay, Ram rushed to the stairs to the second floor, and his wife and child ran after him. But he steps on a step that's stained with blood, which makes a sound. Through the broken glass, the sound of a boot stepping in blood comes to the monster's ears. He immediately turns his attention to the window where the sound is coming from. His discerning hearing lets him know that there are people running somewhere on the steps. The monster makes a loud noise, signaling that their doom will soon be upon them. The monster's scream is heard by Shang San and Sung Jin, who haven't even reached the stairs. They turn back. As they look amongst themselves, it becomes obvious that the monster is near, and Shang San says they should run. They rush to escape, but the monster has already appeared in the hallway and is now jumping over them, blocking the way to the stairs. He lands on 4 paws and slowly turns back around. Ms. Shang San and Sung Jin stop and stare at the monster in horror. Assuming that their end has come, Shang Sang bites his lip and turns to Sung Jin in a trembling voice. But Sung Jin has no intention of giving up without a fight. He looks at the monster with an angry and confident look. Taking out some kind of bonus from his bag, Sung Jin is about to attack the monster. After spinning the halves of the ball, Sung Jin swings around and tells the monster to gobble it up. The ball flies straight at the monster, who has stopped and is looking puzzled. He keeps his eyes on it, and the ball stops right above the monster's head. Sung Jin takes advantage of the moment and pulls Shang Sang with him and runs away. The ball emits a bright flash that captures the monster's attention. The flash is so bright that it can be seen in the street where 3 other contractors are standing. Seo Yoon tries to wipe away the tears of grief that keep flowing. The flash stops and the monster looks around, not realizing where the humans have gone, after which he turns toward the stairs where the sound was heard recently. Meanwhile, Ga Ram ran to the stairwell to the second floor and grabbed the bars. He begs to be let inside. From his touch, a new user is registered. Ga Ram looks forward in bewilderment. The bars immediately open, and Ga Ram is happy to have a clear path. He runs straight through and turns around, informing his wife that this should work. But it turns out the registration was just for him. The bars immediately close without letting the wife and child through. Ga Ram returns and grabs the grate, wondering what's wrong with it. As he tries to open it by pulling it off in different directions, Anne, Hua Yang, and Hee-ji really panic. Finally, Ga Ram tells them to wait and looks around for something that can help. As he looks in all the offices, the surviving guys get in the way. It was Kang Suk's team who looked contemptuously at Ga Ram. Seeing Kana's team, Ga Ram begs them to help him, Hua Yang and Hee-ji, who are left on the other side of the bars. But Kang Suk asks what he's so mad about and scratches his ear. Young Min Woo sits behind him and giggles, and Ga Ram points back and says that the iron grate won't open. Waving off, Kong Suk replies that a man of that age should solve his own problems. Then Ga Ram falls down an earthly bowl and begs them to help him once, for he does not know when the monster will appear again. But Kang Suk says that Old Man Garam is putting him in a difficult position, because if he doesn't help him, he'll be the bad guy. But Ga Ram keeps begging for help, and then Kang Suk replies that he doesn't usually do that, but he will help once. At that moment, loud noises were heard from the side of the grate. Ga Ram turns around, realizing that his family is in danger. And Ga Ram rushed to the grate, hoping that they would be able to help them in time. It turns out that the monster has already risen and grabbed Hee-jin's daughter and Hua Yang's wife. They're begging for help. This situation doesn't upset Khan in the least. He smiles and asks if they are a little late. Then Ga Ram rushes to him, grabbing his hand and begging him to help his family. After thinking for a bit, Kang Suk decides to point to the red button in the wall. And Ga Ram turns around in a cold sweat and sees this red button next to him. Kang Suk says the grate will open if he presses the button, but it's too late. Then Ga Ram reaches for the button with his finger, saying it's not too late. He almost pressed the button, but Kang Suk asks if he can defeat this monster. And he says that instead of begging for help, he should have investigated more thoroughly, because life isn't that simple. Meanwhile, Hua Young and Hee-jin are still alive. They are hanging upside down and screaming in fear, hoping to be rescued. But Ga Ram stopped. His hand trembled and sweat dripped down his face from the unbelievable excitement. And Kang Suk explains that there's only one thing he knows. If he presses the button, everyone here will be killed by the monster. And he says that Ga Ram is the only choice, and Kang Suk himself won't hold a grudge. Hua Young's wife and daughter Hee-jin are begging for help. Ga Ram stands still and doesn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Sol Jihu had already squeezed the grate with his hand, and a new user registration notification popped up above him. The gate opens and Sangmin asks how he did it, but Seol Jihu himself doesn't know how it worked, and he goes upstairs. But Sangmin tells him to stop because Seol can't just go in there, because there might be traps. He was about to go after Seol Jihu, but the grate immediately blocked his passage. A startled Sangmin asks what this means, and looks at Seol Jihu perplexed. Turning around, Seol Jihu suggests that the grate is programmed to let one through. Sangmin asks what he should do, and Seol continues on his way. Sangmin reaches out to him and asks if Seol is going to leave him here like this. In the moment, Seol stops because she notices a red button in the wall. He immediately presses it and the grate opens, clearing the way for Sangmin. Sangmin walks in and notices that the grate immediately closes behind his back. He exhales and says he believed Seol Ji for a second. He thought Seol really wanted to leave him. With a glance at Sangmin Seol, Jihu replies that he really thought about it. But Sangmin hopes it's a joke and waits for confirmation from Seol Jihu. They head upstairs and notice that Khan's team has gathered on the second floor. On the other side, someone's loud noises are heard, and Seol Jihu and Sangmin immediately turn their attention to it. Ga Ram continues to stand over the button, while Hua Young's wife and daughter Hee Jin are held by the monster, begging him to open the grate for them. And Seol Jihu and Hyun Sang-min go on ahead. Kang Suk notices them and asks if they've decided to work as a team. And Seol Jihu immediately notices the red button, and Kang Suk decides to warn that the only one who can open the bars is Ga Ram. Then Hyun Sang-min realized that the first person to touch the grate becomes the only one who can open it. While everyone was in their own thoughts, something happened that really scared everyone present. Turns out the monster is out for reprisals against everyone and is beating the bars. With a smile on his face, Kang Suk exhales and says he's really scared. Then he clarifies that the monster can't come in while the bars are closed. He looks at Ga Ram, who is trembling with fear and terrifying choices. Kang says that if people come in, the monster will come in too. And Hua Yang and daughter Hee Jin cry in fear and beg to open the bars as soon as possible. Seol Jihu clenches his jaw and wonders if he can do anything but watch. That's when he remembers about the bag that has some items in it. But Hyun Sang-min puts his hand on Jihu's shoulder and twists his head in different directions. He points to Ga Ram, and Seol Jihu realizes that it's definitely not up to them. Ga Ram is roaring with tears, snot, and drool, but he doesn't dare to press the button, so he apologizes to Hua Yang and Hee Jin. The programmed monster realizes that no one will open the door, so he glances at his victims and opens his mouth. After a moment, the pleas for rescue are no longer heard. Hyun Sang-min and Seol Jihu try not to look there, because the picture is horrible. The monster wipes its bloody mouth and growls, looking at the surviving guys, then walks away, leaving behind the remains of a woman and a child. Looking at the tormented Gae Ram, Kang Suk says that they were unlucky, but he is sure that Gae Ram made the right choice, and may his family rest in peace. Everyone walks away. Seol Jihu realizes that they couldn't have saved, and everyone would have died for nothing. And Ga Ram laid his head down on the floor in anguish. Seol Jihu comes to the conclusion that in this world, man is a wolf to man. But then he realizes that the world has always been like this. And then he wonders if he would have done the same thing if Yuseon Hua had been caught. Seol Jihu lowers his head and tries to figure out what he would do himself. Khan's team has taken a corner and is chatting merrily about something. Ga Ram is standing against the wall, mentally devastated. Sangmin tells Seol Ji that he should be on his guard because paradise is an even crazier place. But Seol thought this place was paradise. That's the name of the school. This answer surprises Sangmin. He asks if Seol really doesn't know, even though he has the gold mark. With his head down, Seol Jihu replies that he doesn't know how it happened. But Sangmin thinks everyone here has different circumstances, so he won't question him, and specifies that this place is not paradise, but the gateway to it. That's why they called it training. Then Seol remembers Hannah saying she would do anything to make sure he had no trouble passing, and also demanded to stay alive. Looking back toward Ga Ram, Hyun Sang-min says he doesn't know why his family participated with him. He's sure Gae Ram can be pitied, but he doesn't want to do that. After all, he brought his family to such a place, and one can only wonder what kind of life he had. And Seol Jihu says that everyone's story is different. You don't know something until you experience it. Everyone's circumstances are different. And Hyun Sang-min agrees and clarifies that he doesn't really want to know Garam's history. At this moment, the notification comes that Miss Yoon Seo Ra has arrived at the waiting room on the second floor. She walks through the bars and sees the people gathered, but her expression doesn't change a bit. Kang Suk notices her and exclaims in surprise that the unattractive girl is here. But Ms. Yoon Seo Ra doesn't answer anything and just walks to the wall. She takes a seat against the wall and puts her hood over her head, showing her indifference to those present. And Mr. Kang Suk chuckles, claiming she's as cold as ever. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu comes to the conclusion that this is the six. His pensive face is noticed by Hyun Sang-min and asks what's wrong. And Saul says that the iron bars are made so that they register whoever touches them as a user, thereby gaining the right to open the grids, a total of 6 grids. The first to arrive was Kang Suk, Hyuk Sik, Min Woo. They registered 3 grids at once. And Saul specifies that of the remaining 3, he took another one himself. Also, Ga Ram took 1 grid, and Yoon Seo Ra took the last one, so all the grades are taken. But Sang-min doesn't realize where he's going. Seol turns around and reiterates that the 3 grids were taken by Kang's team. Sang-min realizes that the grade is on a person, but doesn't know what it means. And Seol explains that the remaining people with a 50% chance of coming to Khan's team bars. Sang-min finally realized what Seol Jihu was getting at, so he agrees with his assumption. And Seol is asking if Sang-min thinks Kang's team will just let anyone in. Meanwhile, the surviving kids who were hiding on the street finally made it into the school and are now climbing up to the second floor. First up is Shang San. She sees the grate and wonders why it's closed. Just then, she is pushed away by Nabi, demanding she move down the aisle. She grabs the bars and screams for someone to hear. As she shakes the bars with fury, Minjun comes up to her and asks her to be quiet so they won't be heard by the monster. Then the user of this grid comes down asking who it could be. Everyone present has no idea who is coming to them. It was Kong Suk who was a little surprised that a bunch of contractors somehow made it here. And then he notices the one who likes to whine. And Nabi took it upon herself, so she immediately got flustered and was ready to pick a fight with Kang Suk. But Kang Suk clarifies that he's talking to Shang Tsung, and Shang Tsung clenches her jaw in indignation. She realizes she'll have to communicate with Khan, so she immediately asks how she can get inside. With a wry smile, Kang Suk assures that going inside is actually very easy, and asks if Shang San sees the red button that is next to him. The guys immediately notice the button, and Kang Suk explains that if he presses the button, the grate will open. And he says to emphasize that he owns the grid, because he's the only one who can push the button. But Shang San doesn't believe him, and demands him not to fool around and just open the grate. Minjun's whole body is covered in goosebumps at the assumption that the monster will notice. So, he asked him to be quiet. Realizing that time is indeed very short, Shang San's face changes, and he very much asks to open the grate. That's where Seol Ji-hoo and Sang-min come in. Seol says it's true, and only the owner can open the grate, and Kang Suk confirms it by specifying that he is the owner. With his lip pressed together, Shang San replies that he understands and begs pitifully for the bars to be opened. But Kang Suk puts on a snide expression and asks what will happen if he doesn't open it. Nabi intervenes, waving his fist and asking if Kang Suk has gone crazy. He then demands that the bars be opened, but Kang Suk's hands are folded and he asks why he has to open it. Then he clarifies that it's his grid and he chooses when to close and when to open. This annoys Shang San, and she asks why Kang Suk is acting like this. And he reminds her of what she said about him being a pathetic loser and a selfish idiot. And Shang San has nothing to reply, and Nabi is already resentful and clenching his jaw in anger at Kong. She grabs the bars and starts screaming loudly, and Minjun starts to get worried. He immediately covers Nabi's mouth, exclaiming that the monster might be coming now, and we need to be quiet. After thinking for a while, Shang Tsung lowers her head and says she'll apologize for calling Kana names in the auditorium. She asks again to open the bars. She clarifies that not only she is here, but also people who are not guilty of anything, so she asks not to play with their lives. Then Kang Suk pretends to be surprised by this and asks if it's true. Then he replies that he seems to have no other choice and demands Shang San to prove it. He says he'll only let 4 people in, and Shang San will stay behind. Shaking his hands, Kang Suk asks what Ms. Shang Song will do, since the monster is about to appear. While Shang San is angry, Nabi comes up to her and asks if she'll really do it for them. They'll go in first and then let her in somehow. Shang San, realizing the responsibility on her shoulders, walks away with her head down. The others look at her with pity. Kang Suk likes that. He applauds and calls Ms. Shang San a real martyr. Then he presses the button. The 4 guys immediately run inside, and only Song Jin looks at Shang Sang. Ms. Shang San is distressed by what is happening, but has to stand silently at a distance. Everyone Shang San saved looks at her with pity and doesn't know how to help her. Only Nabi looks indifferent. Sung Jin decides to let Shang Sang in by all means and immediately attracts Kang's attention. And Lee Seon Jin keeps pressing the red button, but the grate won't open. And Kang Suk says he shouldn't waste his time because he already said he's the only one allowed to open the bars. Angry child, Sung Jin decides to attack the brash and insensitive Kang, but he is immediately stopped by Jun Min Woo, pulling him back by his collar. Grabbing Jin by the hair, Kang Suk asks if the little idiot wants to die, and Shang Sang says she's going to be his sister or something. With tears in her eyes, Sung Jin tries to remove his hand and asks him to open the bars. But Kang Suk says he'll decide. He says he might not open the door if he keeps getting on his nerves. Seol is standing behind him. Meanwhile, with a pitiful look, Shang Sang asks if Kang Suk will open that grate, and Kang Suk turns around and replies with a snide smile that it depends on what Shang Sang herself does. Resigned to the circumstances, Shang Sang quietly asks what exactly she should do. And Kang Suk says he's not the type to believe people when they apologize, so he wants Shang Sang to apologize sincerely. Then Shang Sang assumes that Kang Suk wants her to kneel. Smiling, Kang Suk suggests doing away with the theater because there's no use for it. Licking Kang Suk tells Shang Sang to take off her pants. No one expected such a demand. Everyone present is amazed at Kang's behavior, and Kang Suk says the world will be a better place if she does a striptease. Plus, he's generous and keeps his underwear on. Frowning, Shang San starts to scold Kana because such a condition is not within any bounds of adequacy. Then Kang says that if she doesn't want to go through another barrier, she can go through another barrier, and clarifies that Hyuk Shik and Minwoo are also holding the barrier. He asks what Shang San is waiting for, and if he's not going to do it, he can back off, and Shang San has to agree to Kang's condition. Looking forward to the show, Kang Suk says she should hurry up and gives her 10 seconds to take off her pants. After confirming that the time has passed, Kang Suk starts counting down from 10 to 0. Then Seol Jihu decides to intervene, but Sangmin stops him. He likes it too, but there's nothing they can do, so he says it's survival of the fittest. 9 seconds later, Shang Sang really had to find herself without pants. Kang Suk laughs that she did that. Lowering his head, Seol Jihu decides that if this is the survival of the fittest, then he must show who is the strongest here. After saying those words, Seol Jihu's eye changes. He activates the innate ability of future vision. Meanwhile, Kang Suk sits down to watch Shang Tsung. With a thumbs up, Kang Suk asks if she's ready to take off her top. Realizing that there was no other choice, Shang San silently unbuttoned his button. Her whole body is shaking, and tears are coming out of her eyes. Kang Suk asks if she's crying, and says she can't cry now. With a smirk on her face, Kang Suk says that she will dance naked in front of Monster. At that moment, Seol Jihu walks up to him. Kang raises his head and stares at his angry face in bewilderment, then decides to ask if Seol wants to join the fun. And Seol orders the gate to be opened so Shang Sang can get in safely. Seol himself realizes that he wasn't angry at first. After all, he's not the kind of person who usually stands up for strangers. However, remembering how Kang Suk bullied Shang Sang and how worried Sung Jin is inside Seol Jihu, something changed. He's sure that if he'd made up his mind and helped then, a lot of things would have changed. So now Seol Jihu had now decided that he would no longer hesitate. Meanwhile, Kang Suk looks at Seol Jihu and feels goosebumps running down his skin and his hair stands up. Kang Suk asks himself if he's afraid. Kang calls himself a great man, who certainly can't be afraid. Realizing that it's impossible to back down and show his fear, Kang Suk gets up and looks at Seol Jihu. He tries to portray confidence and asks why he should even listen to Seol Jihu, even though he has a gold mark. But Seol doesn't answer anything, and only looks at him with an angry face. Then Kang Suk gets close to his eyes and claims that he acted okay with him, because he has an invitation. Then he asks if Seol thinks he's a saint, and Seol gets angrier and angrier, but he keeps quiet. That's when Jung Min Woo and Lee Haeuk Sik intervene, suggesting that Kang should crush Seol Jihu. Putting on his glasses, Sangmin states that he really doesn't like all of this. And Seol Jihu realizes that Sangmin has decided to intercede and raises his hand up, signaling that it's not worth it to interfere. This really surprised Sangmin. Meanwhile, Seol has already taken the bag off his shoulder. Kang says that idiot Seol is only acting like that because he's with a girl, and says Seol Ji should know that the more he behaves like this, the less chance the bars will open for Shang San. After which, the cocky Kang Suk receives a powerful punch to the face. Min Woo and Hyuk Sik, standing next to each other, also quickly and unexpectedly take a punch in the nose. No one expected things to turn out this way. Kang is bleeding, and Seol is standing over him with a very angry look on her face. Meanwhile, Sangmin is amazed that he didn't see Seol hit Kang, but the way he hit the others was unbelievable. Realizing his powerlessness over Seol Jihu, Kang Suk continues to sit on the floor and call him names. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu immediately grabbed his wrists and dragged him towards the red button. Kang can't do anything but scream in pain. Raising her hand, Kanasol presses the button with his finger, and the grate immediately opens. Ms. Shan San stands on the other side of the bars with her buttons undone, crying, and Seol Jihu tells her to go inside, and at first Shang Sang didn't even understand him. She immediately scoots over the border of the bars, forgetting her pants and shoes. Seeing Shang Sang enter, Kang Suk demands that Seol let him go. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu points at Minwoo and orders him to bring his pants. Finding her bare feet, Shang San blushes in shame and says she'll take it herself, but Seol tells her to stand still, and turning to Minwoo, he repeats his order again. And Minwoo asks why it's him. Then Seol says it's because he's a child abuser. Sung Jin sits next to him, and he pulls him by the collar. Seeing that Minwoo is not following orders, Seol Jihu begins to clasp Kang's hand and reminds him of his words about being a holier than thou. Then threatening with his fist, Kang Suk orders Minwoo to bring his pants as soon as possible, and Nabi says he should move before the monster gets here. And Minwoo begins to fidget and look in different directions, afraid to step outside the boundary of the bars. Then Seol Jihu uses Kang's tactic and starts counting down from 10 to 0. And Minwoo has no choice but to run for his pants, hoping that the bars won't close in his face. He manages to run in holding Shang San's clothes in his hands, and look back at the grate, which immediately closed. After which, Seol Jihu lets go of Kang's hand, and he rubs it at the point of compression and calls his name. And Shang San wipes her tears after the stress she's been through and sincerely thanks Seol Jihu. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu realizes that the anger inside him is not calming down. The surviving guys stand by the door, and Seol reads a message from Guide Han. He wrote to arrive in classroom 3-1 on the 4th floor of the main building, through the 3rd floor of the annex within a specified time. Area 1. The second mission has begun. The managers are gathered in the movie theater. They are closely watching Seol Jihu's actions. Jong-hoon and Hwang were among them. Jong-hoon smacks himself on the forehead and says that it's crazy since the second mission has already started. He's surprised that 20 people died during the first stage, and at this rate, the name Zone 1 will become a joke. And the March certification isn't a stretch. After that, he turns back around and addresses Chiman. Jong-hoon asks what the situation is like in the other zones. And Chiman says that when it comes to speed, he's heard that Zone 2 and 7 go toe-to-toe. But Jong-hoon reminds us that he has Europe and asks what's wrong with those Chinese idiots. And Chiman reminds us that the invitees band together and take those with contracts hostage once training begin. With a smile on his face, Chiman shares the assumption that the invitees go through missions, sacrificing contract workers at opportune moments. Appalled by this news, Jong-hoon decides to ask what about Zone 2, and in her is perfection incarnate. French Delphine leads the way. Also, Chiman clarifies that the important factor was destroying the ghost in front of everyone, with a bonus. Surprised at this arrangement, Jong-hoon asks what's wrong with the others. Turns out the Area 5 put up a good fight, but they weren't as good. But anyway, they started the second mission before they did. Dumbfounded by this news, Jong-hoon says that at this rate, they won't have any living people left by the end of the training. But Hwang doubts it and reminds him that they have Seol Ji-hoo with a gold tag. Jong-hoon listens to her, and Hwang reports that Seol Ji-hoo scared away the monster ghost with just a look. Meanwhile, the screen shows Seol Ji-hoo trying to open the glass door with a kick of his foot. Seeing this, Jong-hoon asks what he's thinking and seems to do whatever he wants. And Hwang shares the assumption that he hasn't even familiarized himself with the mission. Jong-hoon then decides to ask Hana if they can even trust Seol Ji-hoo. Without taking his eyes off the screen, Hana orders him to shut his mouth. Jong-hoon obediently shuts his mouth and turns his eyes to the screen. Hana Kim herself wonders if Seol Ji-hoo is worth that bet. Jong-hoon goes out for a smoke and tells Jimin that he doesn't know what's going on in Hana's head. After all, she gave the gold stamp to Seol Ji-hoo, who came out of nowhere. Jong-hoon asks if he shouldn't have been a contract worker, and Jimin says he must have been a contract worker, but he clarifies that Hana Kim knew exactly where Seol Ji-hoo came from. Young-hoon remembers that he's the one who wasted all his money at the casino while his family and Soon-hwa suffered. He asks if Ji-hoo cares about the tag, and Chiman reminds us that the gold-tagged Seol Ji-hoo is now Ms. Hana Kim's personal item. Jong-hoon says he can't ask her himself, but if he disturbed that old maid, she'd send him to the afterlife. That's really annoying. And Jimin is asking where he's going to get the old maids and their days. And if Young-hoon keeps talking like that, he'll definitely get in trouble, and clarifies that the leader of their group is about 20 years old. Jong-hoon asks why Jimin is becoming obnoxious to the other side of the leader. Without waiting for an answer, he flicks the cigarette butt away and suggests we go back, or Hana will grumble again that they're not watching. Looking after Jong-hoon, Chiman smiles wryly, as if he knows something. After turning the doorknob, the alarm rings. Jong-hoon goes inside, assuming that some idiot has activated all the traps. Jong-hoon raises his head and sees something that puts him in a stupor. It appeared that a crossbow had been launched from somewhere above, and the spear was heading swiftly for the target. It was all in the school hallway where Seol Ji-hoo was walking by. He deftly dodges the first spear, but the second spear is beaten off a chair with a stick. The third spear was repelled, and Seol Ji-hoo was left unharmed. Obviously, Jong-hoon couldn't have anticipated such a reaction to the trap. After making sure there are no more spears, Seol Ji-hoo steps forward and the next trap is activated. Turns out he pressed the button that activated the release of 3 copies at once. The spears that were flying from different directions were instantly dealt with by Seol Ji-hoo, preventing the spears from hitting him with the same chair leg. But the third spear was already approaching his head, and Seol Ji-hoo only just saw it. It stabs into the floor, and the sharp kirai is already stained with Seol Ji-hoo's blood. Scared for Seol Ji-hoo Hwang's life, he gets to his feet and asks if he's dead. And Jong-hoon is mesmerized by the defensive tactics and replies that Seol Ji-hoo dodged. But Jong-hoon is sure that after getting the spears from both sides, it looked like Seol Ji-hoo wanted to do it again with the third spear. But he couldn't tell for sure, because it was as if Seol Ji-hoo's body wasn't obeying. Seol Ji-hoo also looked at the movements of the ceiling, and Hwang asks if Seol not only saw things coming, but also tried to fend them off. Yi Jong-hoon rises from his chair, emotionally asking Hana what's going on with Seol Ji-hoo. He claims that Seol Ji-hoo is already an Earthling. It seems that Hana herself didn't expect to see that. She fixes her glasses and asks what the best record of the second mission is. Then Chiming comes down and says that Sun Shin Yoon's legendary record is 29 minutes and 39 seconds. Without taking her eyes off the screen, Hana says it's just not possible. It turns out that the display notifies you that the second mission on the first zone has been completed. When they saw the mission time, both Hwang and Jong-hoon gasped in surprise. Mission time is 16 minutes and 24 seconds. Hana actually thought Seol Ji-hoo was a regular loser, but now apparently he's become her jackpot. Finally, when everyone has arrived at the 3-1 class, Guide Han greets everyone with surprise and asks if the first and second classes were fun. But there wasn't a single person in the class who had fun taking this challenge. The guys frown at Gid Khan because they had a high probability of getting killed. Even Kanna's team that arrived on the second floor first wasn't having any fun at all. And Ga Ram is unable to even lift his head after losing his beloved family. Ignoring the disgruntled martyrs, Guide Han says there's some good news. There's only one mission left. The exhausted Miss Shang-san worriedly interjects about what other task we could be talking about. But Han says not to worry. After all, the second assignment will be easy and can be fun. The guys look at each other because an easy and fun task after such a painful one seems to be a real fantasy. And Han specifies that it will be light and fun, as long as everyone follows the rules. The basic task is simple. To get out of the 4th floor, you need to go through the 5th floor to the 6th floor. But there are rules. Han asks if they've ever heard of a treasure hunt. Everyone is silent, and Guide Han says he'll quickly explain what it means. There are coins scattered around the 4th and 5th floor. You need to collect as many coins as possible that night. They will be used for the passage fee and for roulette. And Nabi looks at Khan unhappily and asks what the tape measure and the pass fee is. And Khan continues his explanation. He says that the entrance to paradise opens there. The news about paradise was kinda unusual for all present. Han's guide says it's not that simple. An entry to paradise costs 100 coins. Looking at the guide like he's crazy, Kang Suk asks how they're going to collect 100 coins in the first place, and Han replies that it's only 3,000 coins, and it's not a problem to collect 100 of them, especially if there is a map. Han looks at Ms. Yunseo Ru. Yunseo Ra didn't react in any way, but clenched her hand in her pocket. Han said that the tape measure is in the library on the 5th floor. If someone collects a lot of coins, then you need to use the library. After all, this way you can get useful things that will help them. Then Ms. Shan's son asks what they should expect in this car, and the guide answers that you can find there from food and everyday items to weapon gear and magic orbs if you're very lucky, and asks rhetorically if there's anything there that will bring people back to life. Sung Jin and Ga Ram immediately listen to his word. Guide Han says it's possible, but not easy. After all, life itself is a complicated thing. Meanwhile, Ga Ram decides to start searching for coins and a way to bring his family back to life as soon as possible. But Han asks him to stop, and specifies that even if he goes now, he won't find the coins. After all, the treasure hunt will begin exactly 30 minutes after all the explanations have been made. Saddened by the loss of his family, Ga Ram stops with his head down. Finally, Seol Jihu asks why there's even a chance of weapon gear or magic orbs falling out of the roulette machine. Looking at Seol Jihu guide, Han asks if there's any reason for them not to fall out, but Seol Jihu clarifies why they're going all out for an easy and fun mission. The guide likes these questions. They show that Seol not only listens, but thinks, and sends the answer to everyone's phone. The guide himself decides to give advice. He says to beware of the time of the dead, because they despise all living thing. And if everyone unites, the mission will be very easy. The guide emphasizes that it's all about coming together. The guide leaves, and Sangmin says it's all wrong. He asks if the gate on the 6th floor opens. The bars on the 2nd floor will open too. Accordingly, the monster might come back. Sao Yoon then shares that they can open the gate and wait here for 30 minutes. And Sangmin asks in case the monster is already there and will be waiting for them. Sao Yoon thought for a moment. Clutching his head, Sangmin sighs heavily, stating that there is absolutely nothing light and fun about this. And Seol Jihu seems the most relaxed. He says there's a chance it'll be fun and easy, and explains that at night, they'll collect as many coins as they can. Then they'll have to wait until noon to get a weapon at the roulette wheel. Then they will open the gate on the 6th floor. Just as Seol Jihu finished speaking, the door to the classroom slammed loudly, indicating that someone had already started the mission. The guys turn around, not realizing who might have left the classroom before the others. The rules require you to use Class 3-1 for the base. Monsters and deceased are active from midnight until noon and cannot enter the base. You can exchange 199 coins for a key, or 499 coins to open the door to the 6th floor. The gate will appear in the center 30 minutes after the door to the 6th floor opens, and then the bars on the 2nd floor will be deactivated. With a glance back, it was obvious who exactly had left the hall. Seol Jihu is very angry, and Nabi gets exasperated and asks where Seo Ra, Kang Suk, Hyuk Sik Min Woo, and Ga Ram went. Seol immediately remembered Han's words that if everyone united, the mission would be very easy. Obviously, that was the first obstacle and the biggest problem. Sangmin removes his bag and asks if anyone wants to eat, because they can eat before the mission starts. And Seol Jihu says he probably needs to eat, and behind him, Miss Shang Sung looks out. Miss Shan San bites her finger and asks if they have food. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu and Sangmin got everything they could get from the school store. The 4 desks are completely full of food. The boys are impressed by this abundance of food. After all, no one except Seol Jihu and Sangmin has ever seen food here. While the others are sorting out the groceries, Miss Shang San asks Sangmin where they got them. Sangmin decides to tell the story, and emphasizes that Seol Jihu thought that they were given 4 hours for a reason. So, while everyone ran to the waiting room, the two of them found a convenience store and scored groceries. Upon hearing this story, all the boys present gasped in amazement. Miss Shang San herself exclaimed that Seol Jihu was probably good at more than just fighting. Meanwhile, Nabi decided to get close to Seol Jihu and started making eyes at him, but Seol turned away because he already has Seon Hwa. After a while, Sol Ji-hoo ate some hamburger meat and drank a couple of sodas and finally decided to drink kefir. Miss Shang-san was standing nearby and saw the whole thing. With a slight blush of sympathy for him, Shang-san decides to say that Seol is a real eater, after which she decides to treat him to a sandwich. Seol Ji-hoo was very surprised by this sign of attention. He shyly lowered his head and thanked Miss Shan-san, who giggled sweetly in return. This is noticed by Nabi, who failed to impress Seol Ji-hoo with her looks. She resents him and looks enviously at Shang Song, who is supposedly dancing around him. A plan immediately comes to mind, and Nabi enlists Seo Yoon and Minjun to join him. Then she tells her cunning plan, and the boys listen to her attentively. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo wonders if he has always eaten so much. After hearing Nabi's plan, Minjun immediately asks if everyone already knows that Gid Khan has approved the ability to revive the dead. Seol Ji-hoo's expression didn't change in any way, but Sung Jin standing behind lowered his head because he would like to revive his Nuna Lee Soru, and Minjun decides to tell that his friend came with him, but something happened in the auditorium. Before he could say anything, Seo Yoon tearfully tells him that she came here with her boyfriend and he was protecting. Without saying anything, they act grief-stricken, and Seol Ji-hoo looks on in bewilderment. Behind the guys is Sang-min, who demands that they stop talking nonsense. Clenching his fists, Sang-min asks if after Seol Ji-hoo saved and fed them, they want him to bring back the lives of their friend. But Minjun objects, saying he didn't mean that at all. With an indifferent face, Sang-min says that if you want to save your loved ones, you should do it yourself, according to the conditions that Guide Han told you. Both Seo Yoon and Minjun felt ashamed. They lowered their eyes, realizing that Sang-min was right. And Sang-min goes on and asks if they even know where they are trying to go, and if they know what their words would mean in paradise. Nabi stands up on defense and also points his finger at Sang-min and asks if he knows what's going to happen there. Then, with full confidence, Zhang-min replies that it's every man for himself in this place. After saying that, Minjun intervenes, reminding them that Gid Han said to unite. This whole argument has also forced the intervention of Shang-san, who clarifies that Han said to unite, not unite each other. She comes at the guys with her fists, and the argument continues. Only Seo Yoon is silent. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo turns his attention to Sung Jin, who is standing there looking downcast. Then Seol Ji-hoo decides to stop the arguing. He says that if the guys want to fight, they should at least look at the time first. The guys pulled out their cell phones. The notice said the treasure hunt had begun, and there were 5 hours and 29 minutes until midnight. The first to leave the classroom is Sang-min, saying that he can't work with such people. Minjun opens the other door and says that they don't have much desire to go, either. Seo Yoon silently follows him, while Nabi looks on. She scratches the back of her head, trying to make the right decision, and soon leaves, following Seo Yoon. Then Shang Sang suggests that he and Sung Jin should stick together. In the end, Seol Ji-hoo is left alone. He decides to focus on the mission, and everything else can be solved after collecting the coins. He wondered where he should go first. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Seol Ji-hoo pulls out his phone and reads a message that surprised him a lot. From an unknown sender came a list of places where coins lie. There are 4 coins in the classroom, 3-1 inside the teacher's podium. So, Seol Ji-hoo immediately went to check. There were indeed coins inside the stand. Taking out the coins, Sol Ji-hoo wondered if it was too easy. Meanwhile, in class 3-8, Yoon Seo-ra had already engaged in a thorough search. Seol Ji-hoo walks into the office, clearly not expecting to see her. A moment comes to mind when the guide talks about the owners of the maps, showing the location of the coin. And Seol Ji-hoo realized that the second card holder is Seo-ra, but he doesn't understand why Seo-ra is searching every desk. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo-ra had already found another coin and rejoiced like a child, after which she notices a dumbfounded Seol Ji-hoo and blushes with embarrassment. Seol Ji-hoo pretends to be engrossed in finding the coins, thinking that Seo-ra might be smiling after all. Meanwhile, Seo-ra walks away with his head down. Seol Ji-hoo found another coin and was happy that he had 12 of them already. Then he leaves the room and wishes Seo-rae good luck in his search, and she looks after him. In Office 3-7, Seol Ji-hoo continues to collect coins. He's glad it's easy with the map. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, a scowling Seo-ra appeared in the doorway, startling him greatly. Looking at the open locker, Yoon Seo-ra realizes that Seol has already packed everything. She looks up at Seol Ji-hoo, and he changes his face to one of pity with his puppy dog eyes. Seol Ji-hoo looks at her and scratches the back of his head. Seo-ra immediately lowers his eyes and tries to take something out of his pocket. Without thinking long, Seol Ji-hoo decides to continue collecting coins and walks off in the other direction. Seo-ra appeared to be reading a map that showed the location of the coins. Seol Ji-hoo stopped nearby and looked at it. He decides to skip class 3-8, so Seo-ra can collect more coins. Taking out his phone, Seol reads that there are 3 dashes of 9 in the class, 3 coins on the podium, and one on the bollard. Then he hears footsteps behind him. Seo Ra was running behind her, scared of her haughty appearance. Seol Jihu runs away without realizing why she's running. Deciding that Seo Rei had already gotten the previous class, Seol Jihu rushes to the podium to grab the coins before her. He manages to pick up the coins on the stand and looks in surprise at Seo Ro, who ran the wrong way. Turns out Seo Ra wanted to take the coin from the TV, but now she's not tall enough to jump up and grab it. She keeps jumping in vain, and Seol Jihu realizes she should just get a chair. Determined to help, Seol Jihu reaches out his hand and tells Seo Rei that he'll get the coin for her. Taking out the coin, Seol Jihu smiles and shows it to Seo Rei, expecting her to take it. But Seo Ra was embarrassed and blushed and turned away from Seol Jihu without taking the coin. This was strange to Seol Jihu, and he assumed that he had hurt Seo Rei's pride. There were 10 minutes left until midnight. Hyun Sang-min had 100 coins in his account, and Miss Shang-san gained 70 coins and strenuously continued her search. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu already had 1,552 coins, but Yoon Seo Ra had 0 coins in her account. She threw down the phone and leaned on the battery with her head down. Near midnight, Sang-min and Shang-san were sitting at the base waiting for the rest of the guys. Seol Jihu comes in. He looked around at the empty classroom and asked where the others were, because it would soon be dead man's time. And Sang-min says it's pretty strange, even though he was hesitant to go back. Somehow he collected 100 coins and returned to the base. Shang-san says that Sang-min was lucky, but she was a failure because she only collected 70 coins. After putting another 30 coins on the table, Seol Jihu says she now has 100. Shang-san is thrilled and asks if he's just going to give it to her. Even Sang-min is surprised at his generosity, and Seol Jihu sits down at his desk and asks if he really wants one too. This surprises Sang-min even more. He asks how many he's collected. Seol Jihu turns around and says, with a serious look, that it's enough to survive. This delights Sang-min because he thinks Seol Jihu is their leader. It also means that most of the coins didn't go to Yor Seo Rei. Such a statement surprised Seol Jihu. He asks Sang-min what he is talking about, and Sang-min asks if he didn't notice that she has a map. Then Seol Jihu rises from the table, as the realization that he wasn't the only one who noticed she had the map changes the plan of action. When Sang-min asks what's wrong, Seol Jihu says with confidence that Yoon Seo Ra is in danger. And then Sang-min immediately realized that Kang Suk wouldn't leave her alone. At this point, a notification is sent to each mission participant's phone, and Seol Jihu immediately picks up the phone. It turns out that the time of the dead has begun. Meanwhile, Sungjin diligently reaches his hand to the shelf where the coin lies. He practically reached for it as the coin slipped from his hand and ricocheted off his fingers. The coin fell to the floor and rolled toward the desks. Sungjin turned around to follow its movement. He had to squat to find the coin by shining a flashlight on the floor. As soon as the coin was found, a drop of blood fell from above right in front of Sungjin's eyes. Perplexed, Sungjin rises up and sees a human form floating in the air. He shines the flashlight and looks at that image with surprise, assuming it is Nuna Lee Sora. When he heard his voice, the ghost turned around and looked at Sungjin. It turned out to be Lee Sora's reanimated body. Startled, Sungjin falls to the floor and keeps her eyes on her sister. Lee Sora's body was bitten. All of her clothes are torn and covered in blood. Lee Sora is standing with her back turned towards Sungjin, but her head is completely turned towards Sungjin. Shivering in fear, Sungjin asks Lee Sora if it's true. She says he should hurry. Hearing her voice, Sungjin tries not to panic and asks if it's really her. Meanwhile, Lee Sora's ghost tells him to find it. Standing up, Sungjin assumes she needs to find the coins and says she can take it easy. With tears in his eyes, Sungjin claims that he will definitely save his Nuna Lee Sora. And Lee Sora's ghost reaches out to him and says he's her Sungjin. Streams of blood gush from his eyes, and Lee Sora's ghost claims he will always love him. So Sungjin sets his mind to searching. He walks past the women's restroom and mentally communicates with Nuna Lee Sora. He says he will collect all the coins and save Nuna Lee Sora very soon. Sungjin stops and looks at the sign for the women's restroom and realizes he hasn't searched the place yet. He feels like it's useless and decides to keep walking. But after a few more meters, he stops again. Sungjin decides that nothing can be useless, and he must be willing to do anything to save Lee Sora. Meanwhile, at the base in the 3-1 class, Miss Shang-san asks if Seol Jihu will really look for Seo Ru, and Seol Jihu says he'll return to the base as soon as he finds Seo Ru and Sungjin. Putting on his glasses, Sang-min asks what Seol Jihu wants and why he's leaving alone. After all, if the leader is going, he will surely follow. At that moment, a loud scream came from somewhere in the corridor. All three of them were startled, and Sang-min's glasses even flew off. They turn around to see what's happening in the hallway through the classroom window. Turns out it was Sungjin, standing in front of the open door to the women's restroom. The guys run out of the base to see what happened. Sungjin says that Nuna is there, and Ms. Shang-sang reminds him that Nuna is his sister. Walking into the room in front of the guys, Yoon Seo Ra appeared lying on the floor with a bloody hand. Ms. Shang-san immediately takes off her sweater and wraps it around her arm to prevent bleeding, and informs her that she will die if he leaves her here. A frightened Sang-min asks what they should do since they don't have an item to cure her, and Ms. Shang-sun says they need to find something right away. A perplexed Sang-min asks what they'll find if there's nothing here. Then Sung-jin shares that there must be alcohol in the science lab. He lowers his head and wants to say something else, but stops talking. And Sang-min asks what's wrong and why he's not telling the truth. Then Sung-jin replies that Lee Sora is there. Sang-min didn't understand how that was possible, and Seol realized that by dead people, they meant dead members. Then Sang-min asks how come they were told to be careful at the hour of the dead. But Sung-jin is fine. Seol says he's her brother, and Sung-jin exclaims that his Nuna Lee Sora won't hurt anyone, and he found Seo-ru because Nuna said to look. And Seol says that even so, they're taking a big risk. Shang-san says the alcohol won't be enough, and they should be prepared for her to go into shock. Yi Sang-min is nervous and asks how they should prepare for this, since there are no pharmacies nearby. But Shang-sang says they have to do something. After a little thought, Seol Ji-hoo says they still have roulette. Then a notification comes in, and Sang-min reads that the gate will appear in 30 minutes, and the bars on the 2nd floor are deactivated. The 6th floor is open. At the same moment, Sang-min has an idea. He says it's time to go. They went up to the library and left not a little money in the tape measure to finally get the disinfectant out of there. After packing everything he needs in his bag, Sang-min asks what Seol Ji-hoo is going to do. Seol tells him to go without him while he gets more. Then Sang-min says he'll come back as soon as he delivers the medicine. If he's not back in 2 minutes, we can assume something happened to him. Left alone, Seol Ji-hoo wonders what he's doing, because they're all strangers to him, and it doesn't matter if they survive or not. The image of Sung-hwa appears in his mind, tearfully asking how he could break up with her like that. With an exhale, Seol Ji-hoo puts all thoughts aside and continues to pull items out of the tape measure. In the moment, he turns around and suggests that it's been well over 2 minutes. He swiftly makes his way downstairs and notices the crowd standing in the hallway. As Seol Ji-hoo gets closer, he asks what's going on. Kang-suk sits nearby and greets Seol Ji-hoo, and Sang-min explains to him that it's a restriction spell. But Seol Ji-hoo pays no attention to this and purposefully approaches Kang-suk. He strikes, figuring the force will be enough to break the barrier. And Kang-suk says he activated the barrier with a special talisman, and that means Seol Ji-hoo can't enter without his permission. Then Seol Ji-hoo asks if it was really him who opened the doors on the 6th floor, to which he hears an affirmative answer. And Seol asks why he did it, since it's not the right time to do it. With a smirk on his face, Kang-suk asks how the gold mark holder thinks about it himself. Then Seol Ji-hoo assumed that Kang-suk was having a hard time collecting coins, since he and Yoon Seo-roy had collected almost all of them. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo-ra is breathing heavily while lying on Miss Shang-sang's lap, and Seol Ji-hoo realizes who she is injured by and where her coins are, and Kang says it was a gamble with a small chance of winning, and it wouldn't have worked if Seol Ji-hoo hadn't left the headquarters, but he was sure that Seol would come out, because such a holy man couldn't just stand by and watch Seo-ra suffer. Meanwhile, somewhere at the end of the corridor, the piercing screams of the monster are heard, which scares the guys very much, and Seol reminds him that Kang won't be able to get to the 6th floor if the monster comes here. With a smirk on his face, Kang-suk reveals another talisman that will allow him to do so. The guys start to panic and Min-jun begs him to let them into the protective barrier. He claims he didn't do anything wrong. In his mind, Seol Ji-hoo asks if he himself has done anything wrong, and Kang-suk confirms that it may indeed seem unfair. After thinking for a bit, Kang-suk gives 3 authorizations to go inside. Min-jun Nabi and Seo-yoon immediately take the permission to their credit. They swiftly run behind the barrier and make their way to the base. The rest of the guys stand behind the barrier. Seol Ji-hoo thinks about what to do next, but it turns out he had time to prepare, so he puts his hand in his pocket. It seems like it's all about getting it over with. With a disdainful look, Kang-suk asks what Sung-jin and Hyun Sang-min will do. After saying that, Seol Ji-hoo takes his hand out of his pocket, and Sung-min notices this, and Kang-suk asks if Sung-jin will be eaten alive, just like his sweet good Nuna Lee Sora. She's going to cry because she wants Sung-jin to save her so badly, saying that really scares a child. Turning to Sang-min, Kang says he's done everything he can, and asks if he's worried about Ji-hoo being realistic. Lured in, Kang-suk says no one will blame him because it's a matter of survival. After apologizing to Seol Ji-hoo, Sang-min goes to Kang-suk's house, and Sung-jin follows him, looking at Seol Ji-hoo with a pitying look. Behind Seol Ji-hoo's back, only Miss Shang-san and Yoon Seo-ra remain, and Kang-suk asks if Shang-sang became an exhibitionist after she took off her pants once. Seeing her shocked face, Kang-suk says he's just kidding. Looking at Seo-ro, he could tell that Shang-san was trying to stop the bleeding, and that was commendable. But Shang-tsung must realize that she might catch cold in this condition. Indeed, Shang-tsung's body is covered with goosebumps. Taking off her jacket, Kang-suk says she can put it on. Seeing Kang-suk's puzzled face, she says she can go behind the barrier. Miss Shang-san notices Sang-min, who gives her a positive sign, and she goes inside, leaving Seol Ji-hoo and Seo-ru alone in the danger zone. And Kang-suk says she made the right choice, and holds out her jacket. As soon as she reaches out her hand, Kang-suk immediately grabs it and pulls her to him. She tries to get out, but but Kang Suk tells her to stand still because she knows what she's doing. Only Shang San wanted to say something in her defense, as Kang Suk asks if she would prefer to go back to the other side. She calms down and hugs him. Seol Jihu looks at everything that is happening. Meanwhile, Kang Suk is enjoying his power, and Shang Tsang's body is trembling. Finally, Kang Suk asks Seol Jihu what it's like to be abandoned. He wants to hear the golden mark holder's word. Seol Jihu looks at him furtively and says nothing. As he continues to mock, Kang Suk says it's very unfortunate, and reminds him that this is not Earth, and no one will know, even if he keeps his morals. After which, Kang Suk grabs Shang San by the hair and pulls her in different directions. He tells Seol Jihu to look at Shang San, who was only with him to eat him. That's what happens when things change. He says there's no point in helping the weak, and asks if all strong people are evil and all weak people are good. You win because you win, not because you're called a winner. And you lose because you lost, not because you're called a loser. He reminds him that Li Sora with the bronze mark died, and Li Shangsong went all the way. Seol repeats his words about winning, and Kang says he's smart. Moving closer, Kang Suk suggests that they should be men who can forget the past to start over. He then extends his hand in a gesture of reconciliation. Seol Jihu looks thoughtfully at his hand. Kang immediately removes his hand and touches his nose, saying he's still waiting for an apology. He still feels bad that Seol hit him that time. But you can tell from Seol Jihu's expression that he has no intention of apologizing. And Kang says he doesn't want much. An apology is all it takes to make them friends. Seeing Seol Jihu's indifferent face, Kang Suk gets angry and wants to scold him for it, but he can't. Because behind him, there is a loud explosion scaring Kang Suk. He turns around and sees Minwoo fall to the floor, rolling his eyes. And Hyuk Sik stands nearby, in fear watching the image that gradually appears nearby. It turned out to be Sangmin. His body was glowing like a ghost. He swings an iron stick and says the show is starting. He strikes Hyuk Sik in the head, who immediately falls face first to the floor. A frightened Kang Suk watches the scene, and then notices the chair, deciding it's suitable for defense against Sangmin. He immediately reaches for the chair, but it starts to disappear, leaving Kang Suk puzzled. He turns around to see where the chair has gone, but he sees nothing. At the same moment, he takes a blow in the face with the very same chair. It was Sungjin using the same ghost effect as Sangmin. When he turns to Kang Suk, Sungjin asks who he is to say such things about his sister, Li Sora. After taking the blow, Kang Suk falls to the floor. He wipes his face of blood, and his whole body shakes with indignation. Then he pulls out a second talisman, claiming he's gonna kill them all. But at that moment, Shang Tsung walks up and strikes with the heel of his shoe. Kang Suk screams in incredible pain and throws the talisman. He proceeds to beat Kana both on her arms and legs, claiming she's never met such a pervert in her life. From the many blows, Kang Suk falls to the floor and hits his head and loses consciousness. After which, his talisman deactivates and the barrier immediately disappears, right before Seol Jihu's eyes. Turning his attention to the guys, Seol Jihu asks how they were able to do it, and Sangmin shows the sheet and says it's a disguise spell. He signals to Shang San and Sung Jin in front of the entrance, and they understand him. Then he asks if Seol Jihu really thought he would betray him, but Seol Jihu really didn't know what to expect. Sangmin's face changes, and he says he wants to ask about one thing, and says that from the moment it started, Seol Jihu almost pulled out the spell ball but stopped, and asks why. Because he was forced by the situation. And Seol Jihu wanted to make sure and see how they would behave when they were cornered. The boys look at leader Shang San in bewilderment, whereupon Shang San indignantly asks if he was testing them. And Seol Jihu spreads his arms around because it was indeed a test. Then with a smile on his face, Sangmin asks if they passed the test. And Seol Jihu nods approvingly, and Sangmin starts laughing loudly, and the rest of the guys giggled too. At that moment, someone's footsteps are heard from the stairs, and Sangmin looks at Seol Jihu, puzzled, and asks what it is. Meanwhile, the one monster with the hooks had already come up to their floor, and Sangmin immediately lifts Seo Ru up, telling him that they need to get out of here. But Seol Jihu looks at him with a grin. Finally, all the guys went into their base and watched the monster. Walking down the corridor, the monster stops at the window of their base and utters a loud scream, scaring the girls. And Nabi asks if the monster can't really come in here, but Shang Tsung doesn't say anything and just shows him to be quiet. Meanwhile, Monster notices the guys on Kana's team lying unconscious from the beating. The first victim is Minwoo. The monster picks him up by his leg and pulls him to its mouth. As he disposes of Minwoo's body, the rest of the guys stand on the other side of the base and watch in horror. Kang Suk crawls into the office. He is trembling with fear and begs the boys to save him. And the guys look at him in silence, but no one intends to go to his aid. A heel appears in front of Kang Suk's face. Kang Suk, exhausted from Shang Sang's beating, slowly looks up. It was Shang San who wants revenge and tells Kang Suk to get the hell out of here. She presses her heel against his cheek, and Kang Suk looks up at her with a displeased look. After which, he grabs her leg and pulls her behind him, calling her an idiot. Before he knows it, Shang San falls to the floor. The monster has already grabbed Kang Suk's leg and is pulling him towards him, and Kang Suk keeps pulling Shang San. None of the guys expected this outcome. The guys are standing around in a daze. Ms. Shang San tries to free herself by pushing away from Kang Suk and demands that he let her go. But Kang Suk smirks and continues to squeeze her leg while Monster is idle. But it didn't last long because the monster bites him on the leg. Kang Suk starts screaming so hard that his eyes bulge out of his eye sockets. Despite the intense pain, Kang Suk claims that he still won't die alone. The monster continues to split his body apart, but Kang Suk holds on to Shang San's leg with his last strength. She yells that Kan should die alone. Nabi watches from the window and tells Minjun that the same thing will happen to him if he's outside. And Sung Jin takes up his broom and prepares to go out to help Shang San. But then Sang-min comes over and asks what he's doing. Sung Jin says to try all kinds of ways to help, but Sang-min replies that it's not that easy. He notices that Seol Ji-hoo has opened his bag to put together the right combination to attack. Meanwhile, Monster Absorb has almost completely consumed Kang Suk's body and head, but Kang Suk keeps dragging Shang San behind her, and she pitifully asks the guys to help her. Finally, Sung Jin and Sang-min come running out to help. They pull her by her arms. This goes on until Monster has separated Kang Suk's torso from his forearm. Finally, his hand loosens and Shang San's leg is released. She immediately falls on top of the guys. After finishing off Kang Suk, Monster makes a loud noise and intends to proceed to the guys. And Sang-min yells that it's time to start, and Seol Ji-hoo runs out of the base, swinging a magic ball. The magic ball goes straight down the throat of the monster, who is holding his mouth open. Turns out there were several balls, and once inside the monster, they activate. The monster closes its mouth, and the balls explode, creating huge holes in the monster's torso and neck. The monster flails around. He does not fall, but only hits the walls and continues to scream. The pain subsides, and the monster stops in place, and Seol Ji-hoo immediately throws the next magic ball. The orb activates right above the monster's head. A web of light emerges from within and falls on him. A web of light covers the monster's body. Once shackled, the monster can no longer move. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo takes another magic ball, deciding that there's one last strike left to make. He throws it, and it explodes in midair, and the monster is hit with a lot of burning balls that finally undermine his body. While the monster burns brightly with flames behind Seol Ji-hoo is Sang-min and Ms. Shang Sang. They are impressed that Leader Ji-hoo did well. Ms. Shang San exclaims that Seol Ji-hoo is incredible, because with just a few spell balls, he was able to defeat the monster. And Seol Ji-hoo says it was just a lucky combination. And yet, Guide Han was right, because you can easily defeat the monster if you team up. Sang-min is sure that the result can be called a miracle. Sung Jin stands behind him and nods happily. That's when Seol Ji-hoo realizes that there's still no sign of that man Garam. And Sang-min assumes he's still looking for the coins because he seems to want to save the family, but not for their sake, just to ease the guilt. Meanwhile, Garam does indeed continue to search for coins in the classrooms of the school. In a moment, he stops because he hears some sounds behind him. He turns back, wondering what's going on. His face changes as what he sees makes his heart race. It turned out that from the other side of the office, Hua Yang's wife and daughter, Hee-ji, ran straight at him. Terrified of his own reprisal, Garam falls down and paces back, claiming that he was wrong and he can save them both. With tears in his eyes, he begs for mercy, and that's the last thing he could do in his life. In the morning, Hyun Sang-min had already eaten breakfast, and Seol Ji-hoo was still just waking up. He immediately gets up and asks about the other guys. Sang-min says they've already left to look for the treasure. As they start breakfast, Seol asks about Seo Ru, and Sang-min reminds him that her arm is injured, not her leg. And Seol Ji-hoo asks about Shang Sang. It turns out that Shang Sang is helping Sung Jin and Seo Rei. Then Seol Ji-hoo asks why Sang-min isn't on the search, and Sang-min looks at Seol Ji-hoo with surprise. Back to the meal, Sang-min asks who will watch him since he slept like a baby. Salt reminds him that the dead will be walking for 3 more hours. But Sang-min says the guys aren't afraid of them, and the monster is gone. He asks what Seol Ji-hoo will do, since he's already collected all the coin. Then Seol Ji-hoo thought for a moment. He had 885 coins left. He no longer needed the key since Kang Suk had opened the door to the 6th floor. Subtracting the 100 coins for the passage leaves 785 for anything. While Seol Ji-hoo is thinking, a panting Sung Jin runs out to meet him. He almost crashes into Seol Ji-hoo, for which he apologizes. Seol Ji-hoo says everything is fine and asks how the coins are coming along. After calming down a bit, Sun Ji-hoo says he has enough to go to heaven. He says he has to go now. Finally, Sol Ji-hoo reminds us that the more desperate a man is, the more he hurries. And the more he hurries, the less farsighted he is. It turns out that there were 2 coins on the windowsill that Sung Jin hadn't noticed. Seol Ji-hoo throws the coins and calls him to come with him. When asked where they will go, Seol Ji-hoo replies that they will find the treasure and specifies that he will do his best, but nothing is guaranteed. He also says there are about 800 coins left, and the resurrection potion should be listed as special means you can use the roulette twice. They walk over to the roulette table and notice a man sitting across from it. It turned out to be Yoon Seo-ra. Her right arm can't even rise. There are coins scattered on the floor that Seo Ra is unable to collect. Seol Ji-hoo looks at her with pity and asks if she's okay. Sungjin collects the coins that Seo Ra dropped. Yoon Seo Ra raises his head and his eyes wet with tears, but he doesn't say anything. Sungjin hands her the fallen coins. Seol Jihu realizes that she can't move at all. Ms. Yoon Seo Ra accepts the coins and looks at her hand shaking. She realizes that it takes a lot of effort to hold on to coins, and Sungjin can't look at this without having compassion for Ms. Seo Rae. Seol Jihu comes over and says they have something to do too. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo Ra is sitting with a downcast face again. Then Sungjin clarifies that it will take time. He throws 300 coins into the roulette wheel. Seol Jihu stands behind him. A goose feather of fluid consciousness fell out of the tape measure. Sungjin looks at it with resentment because it's not what he wants. Removing the bag, Seol Jihu says it's okay and he has one more try. A whole box falls out to them. The guys stop, not knowing what to expect. They look at each other and decide to open the box. There are 10 magic balls inside. Seol Jihu says to look for the right one. There were light bombs and freezing bombs, but none were suitable for resurrection. Seol Jihu apologizes for not being able to help. Sung Jihu says it's okay because his sister will understand him. Life isn't the way they want it to be. In his mind, Seol Jihu agrees. Here, Seo Ra shows the resurrection potion and asks if they are really looking for it. The guys are shocked that Seo Ra managed to find it. Turns out Seo Rae was told by someone that the guys saved her yesterday. Sungjin looks at Seo Ra's broken arm and says that she needs a potion herself. Seo Ra replies that potions are useless for a living person. After wishing her good luck, Seo Ra walks away, and Song Jihu lowers his head, thanking her sincerely. And Seol Jihu also thanks Seo Ru for such a meaningful act. Yoon Seo Ra turns around and kindly replies that it's mutual. As Seol Jihu looks at her, he concludes that Seo Ra is a good person after all. While Seol Jihu is thinking about Seo Reu, Sung Jin is anxious to resurrect Lee Sora. The spell has the requirements for use written on it. Must be used on the dead man after destroying the monster, and also on the part of the dead man. Seol Jihu says that not all the requirements are met. We need a part of a dead man. Sun Jihu rushes to the science lab where Lee Sora was last seen. As Seol Jin looks after Seol Jihu, he realizes that the ghosts are hardly standing in one place. The only thing in the lab was Ga Ram's body. Seol Jihu thinks she let Sung Jin live because he's her brother, but maybe she didn't kill Ga Ram. He recalls that the deceased are hostile to all living things, but it seems that Lee Sora might be special. Sungjin thought for a moment, and Seol Jihu shares that his family might have done it. Sungjin felt sick to his stomach at the suggestion. He decides he'll never get married, since his wife might do something like this later. And Seol Jihu says whoever it is now, they need Lee Sora. Then Sungjin begins a thorough search. He says it's strange because Lee Sora was here. Seol Jihu suggests looking somewhere else. After all, they don't have much time. But Sungjin asks what's wrong with the time, and Seol Jihu reminds him about the conditions. And he says the hour of the dead will end at noon, which means his Nuna Lee Sora will disappear. Meanwhile, Sangmin was taking a nap at the base. He had just woken up and stretched as he saw Seol Jihu running away from the window. Then Sangmin peeks out from the base and asks what's up. Seol Jihu asks if Sangmin has seen Sungjin's sister. Meanwhile, Ms. Shan Sun continues her search for coins in the school's classrooms. Then Sangmin comes in and says she's not here. Then Shang Tsung asks who he's looking for. And Sangmin pays attention to her and says he's looking for Lee Sora, Lee Sungjin's sister. So Shang Tsung joins the search. The guys search the floor, and Shang Sang says she's not on the 4th floor. Seol Jihu says she's not on the 5th floor either. Ms. Shang San asks if Lee Sora can be on the bottom floor or in another building. After all, there are no rules that say the dead are only where the coins are. Then Seol Jihu decides to look through the 9 eyes. He thinks that Lee Sora is not hostile, so she will probably appear green in color. And Shang San exclaims that there are 17 minutes left, and asks what they should do. And Sangmin says that Seol Jihu is the fastest, so he should look in the auditorium. Seol Jihu realizes that this is where Lee Sora died, and if she's not there, Seol Ji needs to go back through the underground parking lot, and Sangmin will start at the teacher's lounge. Shang Sang is asking what she should do. Then Sangmin tells her to report it to Sung Jin and wait for them at the bridge. Meanwhile, Sung Jin is upset that Lee Sora is nowhere to be found. Tears appear in his eyes, and he is frustrated with his search. Ms. Shang San goes up to Sung Jin and asks if he still hasn't found her. On the other side of the stairs, Nabi comes down. Crossing her arms on her chest, Nabi asks if Sung Jin can't find her, even with help. But Sung Jin doesn't want to answer, so he averts his eyes. Nabi demands to look at her and asks why he's ignoring her. Then Shang San asks him to leave him alone because they're not even looking for coins right now. But Nabi doesn't understand what it all means. And Sung Jin says they went to look for Nuna. But Nabi doesn't understand why he calls Lee Sora Nuna and asks why they should look for the child who died in the hall. Here Shang San realizes that they are in a situation where anyone will help and decides to tell Nabi everything. After hearing everything in detail, Nabi concludes that we need to find the dead man, Lee Soru. Before leaving, Shang San asks to be informed if Nabi finds her, but Nabi's face changes dramatically. She frowns and clearly does not want to help the boys. Someone comes up to her and asks what's wrong, but Nabi doesn't intend to say anything. It turned out to be Seo Yoon and Min Jun. Nabi asks if they're done collecting coins. and the guys admit that they're not done yet. She says there's no time to waste and asks me to come along. She wonders if she should tell the guys if she sees Lee Sora or not. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu had already come running into the auditorium and started beckoning for Lee Sora to join him. Just as Seol Jihu decided that this wasn't the right place for her to be, he heard some sounds behind him. It turned out that all the guys Monster had killed had immediately woken up and headed for Seol Ji. They're hungry for retaliation, so they lunge at Seol Jihu, and he immediately defends himself with a metal pipe. He orders them to stand aside, because they have no business being there. But the ghosts only became even angrier and swarmed towards him with their mouths open. Then Seol Jihu had to swat away and beat back anyone who approached. In the moment, Seol Jihu notices the hole in the floor that Monster came out of a few days ago. Meanwhile, Miss Shang San ponders where Lee Sora's ghost might be. Sung Jin runs up from the street and tells Shang Sang through the window that she's nowhere to be found. On the other side, Hyun Sang Min runs to him asking if they found Lee Sora, but Miss Shang San turns her head to let me know that Lee Soru's ghost has not been found. Sang Min says there's 5 minutes left. Sung Jin wipes her tears and wonders where she went. In the moment, Shang San remembers the 6th floor and the man who was heading there. Wiping away a tear, Sung Jin suggests that Lee Sora could probably be there. While Sang Min is pondering about the open 6th floor, Sung Jin immediately runs there. He opens the gate and summons Nuna Lee Sora, who seems to be there. The bright light blinds his eyes, but Sung Jin continues to walk straight ahead. It turned out that near the magic portal was Lee Sora, who heard Sung Jin's brother's voice. While Sung Jin is hugging Lee Sora, Sang Min and Shang Sang have already come up to the floor, and Sung Jin says to wait a little longer because she can live with the resurrection potion. Sang Min remembers that they don't have time, and the potion is at Seol Jihu's place. They go to the edge and start yelling for Seol Jihu to come to them. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu was able to get the ghosts in one place and throw a firebomb at them. The bomb activates and there is a huge explosion. Seol Jihu realizes that now he has to join Sung Jin. He runs through the schoolyard and wonders where everyone's gone, and he hopes the dead men haven't gotten to them, because there's still 1 minute left. Going to the top floor of the parking lot, Seol Jihu finds no one. Meanwhile, Lee Sora says that Sung Jin can do everything without her, but Sung Jin tearfully asks her not to go to paradise without him. Sang Min and Shang Song stand nearby, trying not to cry at the sad moment of parting. There are 20 seconds left until the ghost portal closes. It turned out that the guys were near the portal to paradise, and Seol Jihu was standing on the roof of a parking garage a few meters away from them. Pulling back the metal pipe, Seol Jihu wondered if, after all they had been through, everything could end up like this. When Sung Jin says that Lee Sora will understand him because not everything in life is as they want it to be, Seol Jin decides it's ridiculous and decides that this time he won't wait, and then runs away to break the barrier between them. The innate ability to see the future is activated, which helps him overcome this distance. There are 6 seconds left until all the ghosts disappear. All the guys are mesmerized by Seol Jihu's jump, and Seol Jihu lands on his feet and immediately rushes over to ghost Lee Sora. He opens the resurrection potion from where the liquid immediately flows out and heads straight for Lee Sora. The guys stand petrified, and Lee Sora feels the potion being infused into her ghostly body. There was 1 second left before disappearing, and by this time, all the potion had penetrated into Lee Sora's body, and the reincarnation had begun. The kids in attendance look on with interest and excitement. Meanwhile, Lee Sora's body is illuminated by a bright light. Sung Jin joyfully awaits her resurrection. But in the moment, all the light is gathered in her heart, and her body hasn't changed. Sung Jin calls out to Nuna, worried that it didn't work out. Her heart beats so fast that the glow illuminated her body and her surroundings again. The boys had to cover their faces with their hands from the bright light. When the glow stopped, Lee Sora's living body fell onto Seol Jihu, who was standing nearby. After a moment, Lee Sora awakened and, perplexed at what was happening, began to rise. Realizing that her head was resting on Seol Jihu's chest, Lee Sora moved aside in embarrassment, and the guys standing behind her were simply shocked. Sung Jin runs up and hugs her sister tightly, crying with joy. Lee Sora is puzzled by what's going on and asks what she's doing here. Then Shang Sang asks if Lee Sora doesn't remember anything, and Lee Sora remembers that a monster appeared in the auditorium. And Sang Min turns his attention to Seol Jihu, who apparently became unwell after using his innate ability to see the future. Taking Seol Jihu on his shoulder, Sang Min explains that Lee Sora died, and Seol saved her life. Ms. Shang Sang claims that her heart nearly burst when she saw Seol Jihu jumping from rooftop to rooftop, and Seol apologizes. The display announces the end of the treasure hunt. Behind them, someone congratulates them on completing their missions. It was Guide Han and Instructor Maria who applauded the survivors. Now that everyone is gathered, Han announces the completion of the Zone 1 training. But Seol Jihu clarifies that not all the surviving members are here. And smirking Guide, Han replies that coming first isn't the most important thing, but they can't wait all day. At that moment, the gate opens and the exhausted and injured Yoon Seo Ra walks in with the collected coins for the passage to paradise. She shows the pouch, and Guide Han clarifies that they will charge a passage fee when they go inside. Seol Jihu, was sad because she had recollected all the coins, even though she could have asked him to help her. Sung Jin realizes that Lee Sora doesn't have the money to pay for paradise. He runs up to Nuna Lee Sora and yells about her payment, and Lee Sora asks what it means. Seol Ji-hoo comes over and says they don't have to worry because he will help. Perplexed as to what this all means, Lee Sora looks at Seol Ji-hoo with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Nabi Minjun and Seo Yoon walk in. Nabi grudgingly asks why Seol Ji-hoo shouldn't help them out too. She glances glumly at Seol Ji-hoo, who also does not return the favor. Minjun and Seo Yoon start begging Seol Ji-hoo to save them, for which they will be grateful for the rest of their lives. Sangmin exclaims that they really have no shame. Then he turns to Seol Ji-hoo, hoping he won't give them the money. And Miss Shang-san intervenes by ordering them not to give them a single coin. And Nabi asks them to shut their mouths, since she hasn't even spoken to them. She whispers to Seol Ji that she's not asking to help the others, but to just help her out. And then Seol definitely won't regret it. And Seol Ji-hoo opens the bag to ask how much they need. Sang-min and Shang-sang stand nearby and are not happy. With a cute face, Nabi says she needs 30 coins, and Seo Yoon exclaims that she needs 30 coins too. It turns out Minjun is 25 short, and Seol Ji-hoo pulls out a sack and tells Lee Sora that this is her passage fee. And Lee Sora thanks him for his help. He takes out another sack and says that he now has 85 coins left. With a snide expression on his face, Nabi says they've had enough. Minjun and Seo Yoon smile sweetly at Seol Ji-hoo. Then Seol Ji-hoo swings the bag off the roof, and the coins that were inside spill out all over the road. Seeing this, Nabi frowns and resents it, and shows his fist to Seol Ji. Songmin asks if they should go already, since Gi-han is unlikely to be waiting for everyone. Nabi looks at Gi-han, realizing that time is short. She casts a disgruntled glance at Seol Ji-hoo once again. Her whole body trembles with anger, but all three of them have no choice but to run off in search of coins in the schoolyard. Seeing this, Shang-san starts laughing out loud, claiming that it was awesome, and Seol holds up the coins, and Sang-min immediately notices. And Seol says he only threw 80 coins, and the rest is considered tuition. He says that one person will be in a situation where they will have to sacrifice themselves so that others will survive, but maybe there aren't any of those people. And the guide thinks this maneuver brings him one step closer to becoming an Earthling. Finally, he offers to tally the points. Meanwhile, Nabi and Seo Yoon are pushing to outrun each other. A worried Minjun tells them to calm down, because there are enough coins for everyone. Then Seo Yoon asks if he's so sure they'll be able to find every single coin. And Minjun fell silent as he thought about the fact that the task was much harder than it seemed. And Nabi frowns, thinking that Seo Yoon told Minjun about it. And it's not even certain that Seol Ji-hoo threw the 85 coins. Meanwhile, Guide Khan says to start with the accomplishments of the contestant. Miss Yoon Seo Ra earned 317 points for injuring her hand, finding a map, and second collecting coins to enter paradise. And Hyun Sang-min deserved 302 points for courageously saving his comrade. Trying to save his Nunali Sorli Sung, Jin earned 114 points. And Miss Shang Soon, who still tried to take revenge on Kang Suk, gets 116 points. And Lee Sora, who saved Sung Jin's brother from the monster, got 46 audience points. Guide Han thought that he wouldn't survive while counting Seol Ji-hoo's points, because there were an unprecedented number of them. He got 350 points. The guys cheer for Seol Ji-hoo, saying it was expected, and Sang-min now recognizes him as the true leader. For the rounds of treasure hunting, rescuing Seo Rai, destroying the monster, and resurrecting Lee Sora, the passage fee of those guys came out to 2,150 points. Hearing all the enumerations of Seol Ji-hoo's accomplishments, the guys came to a shock. Also, Seol is a 10-fold multiplier for possessing a survival marker. The final survival point tally is 21,500. Turns out it's the best score ever. The guys are speechless. After realizing that ordinary help turns into points, Seol realized why Sang-min had been helping all along. Song-min asks if Seol isn't happy about getting points. Here, Shang-san decides to ask what they should do with these glasses next, and Guide Han claims they'll know when they get to the other side of the portal, and asked if Seol Ji-hoo was happy that he could even visit the VIP store. But Seol Ji-hoo didn't know about any VIP store, and Han clarifies that there is such a store in paradise, and urges Seol Ji-hoo not to forget about the papers he received. Meanwhile, Nabi realizes that if the guys find the coins first, she's in trouble. At that moment, Seo Yoon happily jumps up, claiming that she has collected everything. She immediately runs to the school, and Minjun asks her to stay and help them. He says it'll be faster if they search together. I mean, they even got here because they stuck together. Looking at Seo Yoon, Nabi has an idea. She notices a metal pipe lying nearby, and Minjun keeps asking for help. After all, they can all survive if Seo Yoon waits a little longer. But Seo Yoon replies that it's not her fault that they haven't found their share yet, and opens the door to the school, wishing them good luck. But she was prevented from leaving by Nabi, who hit Seo Yoon on the head, and she fell down. Minjun looks on. He is amazed at Nabi but doesn't say anything, and Nabi wonders who Seo Yoon thinks she is, and who she is to wish them luck. She goes through Seo Yoon's pockets and says it's supposed to be the fastest and most effective method, and they fell for Seol Ji-hoo's words like fools. Before leaving, Nabi asks if Minjun is going, or if he doesn't like the fact that it's blood money. And Minjun has no choice but to follow her. And Nabi realizes that she needs at least one other person around her, otherwise the others won't accept her. Meanwhile, Guide Han says that the boys can pass into paradise by leaving a fee with instructor Maria. Just then, a scowling Nabi, with a pipe in her hands and Min Jun with his head down in shame, come up to the floor. Nabi approaches Guide Khan and says she has brought the passage fee, but Khan says nothing to her, and then an angry Nabi asks if her payment is no good. And Han says with a smirk that they accept her because the gate is still open after all. Then Nabi drops the charge and walks to the portal, and Han reports that she has 35 survival points. But Nabi doesn't understand which survival goggles we're talking about, and interjects about it. And Guide Han specifies that because of her aggressive behavior, she received 35 survival points. But Nabi doesn't answer anything, and just walks through the portal, resentfully. And Min Jun follows. Han says he has 0 survival points and hopes he doesn't need to explain why. Throwing in his fee, Sangmin suggests the comrades move on. Everyone present slowly walks through the portal, not knowing what awaits them next. And only Sol Jihu stops at the portal, and Instructor Maria pushes him inside. And Guide Han sees them off with a look and wishes them good luck in the neutral zone. The boys arrived at the hall. Besides them, there were other groups of participants in portals. Shang San offers to look at the foreigners, and Sang Min asks them not to embarrass them. Instructor Maria points out the visual places where Sung Jin Lee, Soramin Sang, and Seol Jihu go. Taking a seat on Seol Jihu's chair, he immediately turns his attention to Delphine sitting nearby. She too turned her attention to Seol Jihu and waved cutely. Then Seol Jihu shyly nods his head in response to the dolphin girl. That's when the synchronization starts and a strange, frightening sensation happens in Seol Jihu's head. The display notifies that they have successfully synchronized with the system. Seol Jihu is puzzled by what is happening and undergoes an unpleasant sensation. Meanwhile, the instructors report on the mission accomplishment and failure of their participants. Finally, the turn comes to Instructor Agnes, who notifies a successful completion on the Zone 2 Europe mission. After her, Maria begins to speak. She clarifies that South Korea has completed the mission on Area 1. Seol Jihu is surprised that she can speak. That's when Yuang comes on stage and congratulates everyone on passing the training. She lights a cigar and welcomes everyone to this Hell's Neutral Zone, and says that the sacred land blessed by the 7 gods is a paradise in which the participants will be able to prove themselves. They must increase their points to 1,000. It's the only way to leave the neutral zone and go to paradise. They have exactly 1 month to do it. There are also many ways to do it. Burrito intervenes, recalling Yuang's words about going to paradise right after training. With a disdainful glance at Burrito, Yuang orders him to sit back down before she disposes of him and the people who lured him here. Then Burrito had to listen to Yuang because he really undeservedly got here. And Yuang claims he's misunderstood because the official name of this land is Paradise Lost. It's a battlefield full of gunfire and explosion. It's a zone where you have to survive by killing others. Yuang asks if the contestants think they are strong by escaping from a puny monster. After all, real trials can't be like training. Finally, Yuang says that the awards are to be given out, and whose name is called should stand up. The first to be summoned was Tong Che from Area 5. He rises and bows to Yuang, and Yuang says he's already qualified, so he can go to heaven right now if he wants. But Tong Che raises his head and replies with confidence that he stays. Then Yuang throws him the golden key labeled number 6, then calls Salvatore Riode from the 2nd zone. He comes up immediately and says he's staying. Then he gets his key. Next up is Hao Wan from Area 7. He stands with his head down and says nothing. Then Yuang asks if he's staying, and Hao Wan raises his head and says, it's a stupid question because he's definitely staying. With self-confidence, Hao Wan catches his golden key with the engraved number 3. Finally, Yuang turns to Dolphin from Zone 2, who has also made the decision to stay. And Yuang throws her a key, assuring her that she thought so about Dolphin. Here, Dolphin looks perplexed at the key with the number 2, and shares the assumption that Yuang gave her the wrong number. But Yuang denies the assumption and clarifies that Dolphin only collected 7,500 points. It was originally supposed to be the best score, and Dolphin clenches his lip and realizes what that means. And Seol Jihu ponders that if a player with that many points is in 2nd place, then he's first. And Yuang turns to Zone 1 and turns to Seol Jia. He's already figured it out, so he gets up and says he's staying. The guys sitting nearby look at Seol Jihu, who took the 1st place with surprise. Then Dolphin immediately turns to him with a scowl on his face, and the rest of the participants wondered what kind of Korean was able to break Dolphin's record. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu realizes that if all the players chose to stay even with the option to leave, it means that there's a missed opportunity, and Yuang throws him the golden key with the number 1 on it. This is noticed by Instructor Agnes. Finally, Yuang snaps his finger, and a gate below opens with a bright light emanating from it. While everyone is looking at the gate puzzled, Yuang asks why the hell they're still here since time is running out. Participants immediately pass through a gate and find themselves in a large room with a glass ceiling. While the members of Zone 1 are looking at the room, a group of black-clad members are nearby, keeping an eye on those guys. Seol Jihu also looks around in surprise and realizes that he doesn't remember this place from his memories. They were vague and therefore barely remembered. The people crowded in front of the bulletin board, and Sangmin wondered what was there. Ms. Shang San offers to come over to look, and then remembers that Yoon Seo Rook is nowhere to be found. Neither Sangmin nor Sungjin had seen Seo Ru since they entered the portal. And Sangmin looks around and clarifies that neither Nabi, nor Minjun, nor Seo Yoon are in sight. Then Shang San suggests scoring, since they can look for Miss Yoon Seo Ru later and stay all together for now. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu says he'll find the guys later, but for now, he needs some rest. The guys are surprised at this suspension, and Sangmin accepts it and says they'll see each other later. And Seol Jihu starts to walk away as his path is blocked by the instructor Agnes. Seol Jihu didn't immediately realize that she was addressing him, and Agnes introduces herself as Zone 2 instructor. And if it's not too much trouble for Seol Jihu, it's worth listening to her offer. Turns out Agnes was hoping for an honor like giving Seol Jihu a tour of the county, but Seol Jihu continues to stare perplexedly at the instructor. At that moment, someone stands behind instructor Agnes and pokes her on the shoulder to make her look away. Turns out it was instructor Maria, who smiles sweetly and greets Agnes. After adjusting her glasses, Agnes frowns and asks if the training is not over, and if she can take over the case herself. Then Maria gives her the middle finger, and Agnes says she's as vulgar as ever. Maria shows already 2 middle fingers, and Agnes blushes and covers her face with her hand. She raises her eyes to Seol Jihu and apologizes for bothering her, and then says goodbye until we meet again soon. Looking at her, Maria says it's a disgusting habit to wag your tail in front of everyone, and calls Agnes a Sicilian bitch. After that, he switches to Seol Jihu. With a wink, she says she'll show you around. Seol Jihu says she has a way with words. And Mary explains that she practiced a vow of silence. She thought it would save her from situations where she had to speak without thinking. And Maria offers to have a drink, but Seol Jihu will pay. He says he has no money, but Maria reminds him that he has 26,500 points. But Seol Jihu completely forgot that he got 5,000 bonuses in the auditorium. Maria can't believe it. He finally realizes that survival points are instead of money, and Maria asks if he didn't know that food, lodging, and clothing are paid for with points. After realizing that they need to be earned as well as spent, Seol Jihu wonders if it doesn't get more complicated that way. Finally, Instructor Maria walks to the 2nd floor, and Seol Jihu follows her. He watches Maria, who enjoys drinking a drink from a cup. Finally, Seol Jihu decides to start a conversation, and asks if it's really good for her. And Maria confirms it by specifying that he should have gotten a free drink. Seol clarifies that it is not a 100% discount for ordinary restaurants and stores. And Maria explains that people with a gold tag get 30% off, for first place 70% off. So, for Seol Jihu, it's 100%. She asks if it's really fucking cool, and Seol Jihu looks down, realizing that it's cool for him, but hard for the rest of us, and decides to ask how to get survival points. And Instructor Maria points to the bulletin board, where the missions are posted. If the player completes missions, he can get points as a reward. This is the main method of getting them. Salt asks what other methods there are, and Maria says that points can also be lent or transferred. And Seol Jihu concludes that loans and looting are commonplace here. Maria also makes it clear that staying here is a smart decision. It is very hard to return to the neutral zone if you leave it. Then you have to take what you can get. And Seol Jihu asks what to get here, and Maria reminds him about the VIP store. Then Seol Jihu replies that they sell luxury brand stuff for pennies, and asks what's the big deal. But Maria asks what he's going to do with a purse on the battlefield, and tells him that Saul's goal should be to make a purchase at the VIP store. They arrive at the top floor of the tower. This is the royal floor, reserved for players with more than 1,000 training points. The method by which Seol Jihu went up wasn't the best, and he doesn't understand what kind of place it is, where there isn't even an elevator. He huffs and puffs and asks how to even walk up these stairs. You can't even call it the king's floor. And Mary reminds us that this place is not a resort, and for people who can afford the royal floor, stairs are not a problem. Seol Jihu is still dizzy from the ladders being overturned, and Maria says it's time to stop whining, and calls out to him wanting to show him the room. But Seol Jihu is still trying to catch his breath. The door opens and Seol Jihu's face changes at the sight of these apartments. Maria says that recovery is faster in this room. Swollen muscles will disappear after an hour's rest, and a 4-hour nap will completely heal the entire body. It's a very spacious place for Seol Jihu. He asks how such a thing even exists. And Maria reminds us that this is the neutral zone, a place blessed by the 7 gods. All efforts are made to support those who contribute to the creation. But Seol Jihu thought he was testing them. Maria confirms this, and clarifies that the main purpose is to increase their chance of survival, and pokes him with the brochure, and asks if seeing is believing. The brochure says it's the Paradise Lost VIP zone, and Maria bids him farewell, and wishes him the grace of luxury. Seol Jihu waves back. Instructor Maria has to walk a considerable distance to the exit, and Seol Jihu realizes he doesn't even know his instructor's name. His voice is heard by Maria, who has finally reached the door. She turns around and asks Seol Jihu a question, and Seol Jihu tries to scream as loud as possible, asking her full name. The instructor Maria asks in surprise if he has already forgotten, and clarifies that her name is Maria Ariel. Waving goodbye, Seol Jihu quietly replies that he's hearing her name for the first time. Left alone in his room, Seol Jihu immediately falls on the bed, enjoying the long-awaited rest. He tiredly closes his eyes, realizing it has been a very long day. After a while, he wakes up and looks at the time and decides that he slept well. Then he notices a brochure lying next to it. He wonders what kind of things they sell to be considered a luxury store. Inside was a greeting and a statement that the VIP store was headed by God Ibgok, and a list of merchandise was listed. The cheapest one cost 30,000 points. After seeing the prices, Seol Jihu decides that this is crazy and throws the brochure on the floor and goes to the bottom floor of the tower. He realizes that the stores are closed now, so he wonders if everyone else is in the rooms. It turned out that on the first floor across from the bulletin board, people had gathered again. Deciding to look at the proposed missions, Seol Jihu walks closer, and the players present cast disgruntled glances at him. Feeling so many stares, and especially those guys with the golden keys, Seol Jihu feels uncomfortable. It's a lot of psychological pressure. It turned out that you have to tear off a sheet to go straight to the task, and you will need to team up with participants from other zones. Then Seol Jihu wonders if it's possible to go through the same missions over and over again. He takes a sheet of paper with the mission to get out of the maze, which pays 100 points. Defeat on a mission results in a restart or end of life. At that moment, Seol Jihu is approached by Dolphin and apologizes for disturbing him, and Seol Jihu accidentally pulls a piece of paper. She offers Seol Jihu a cup of tea with a shyness in her voice. Before Seol Jihu could reply, his body was teleported away. All that was left of him was the assignment sheet, and Dolphin immediately sank down, and with a shudder in her body, accepted it as a complete failure. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu found himself in a cave lit by torches and 5 entrances. Then, Seol Jihu would immediately activate the innate ability of the 9 eyes, and all 5 aisles lit up. Only one was green and one was orange. Then Seol Jihu approaches the green aisle to see what awaits him inside. After a while, he was teleported into the tower to where he was originally standing. Upon seeing him, Dolphin exclaims that it's only been 20 minutes. And Hao-won from zone number 7 didn't say anything and only looked at him thoughtfully. Seol Jihu thought of taking another task with a bigger reward. He immediately turned his attention to a task with an unrealistic difficulty and a high reward, and in a moment decided to activate the 9 eyes on the booth to select the best task. The tasks were divided into colors from red to green in terms of difficulty. After noticing the yellow-colored sheet, Seol Jihu was surprised that no one had tried to pass this task, so he decides to try it himself. At that moment, Dolphin approaches him and asks if he remembers Mr. Tong Chai, and Seol Jihu is asking if she's talking about the same Dong Chai who was in 5th place. And Dolphin whispers that he could probably die trying to get out of the maze. But Seol Jihu, who had gone through this maze in 20 minutes, was truly surprised. By this time, they are approached by Hwa-won, who nods his head approvingly at Dolphin's word. And Seol Jihu says it was definitely a chance to die, and asks how it happened. But Dolphin is not sure about that, but only specifies that 2 hours have passed and he hasn't returned. And Seol clarifies that the mission was not that dangerous. He asks if it's possible to die from medium difficulty. Then Dolphin lowers his head and says he knows what he means. Then he changes the subject and asks if Seol Jihu wants to have a cup of tea together sometime. Hearing the positive answer, all of Dolphin's face lit up with joy. And Seol Jihu had already torn up the mission sheet and clarified that they would meet later. It turned out that Dolphin was once again alone in such a moment, so the players behind her giggled. Meanwhile, Hao-won picked up the leaf, wondering if Seol Jihu had gone crazy and went there alone. He then puts on his glasses and asks if they are going to lose the people who placed 1st and 5th on the first day. And Dolphin herself has no choice but to accept Hao-won's challenge. And Seol Jihu is already in the cave with the skeletons. It's too dark and he can't see anything. He immediately turns on the flashlight on his phone and comes to the conclusion that he can't do anything without sight, so he needs to activate his 9 eyes. After activating Seol Jihu's ability, he saw countless skeletons. The small ones were glowing green, and the big one was glowing yellow. When they saw Seol Giha, they immediately went on the attack. The tallest one stood in the middle, his eyes glowing red. Scared, Seol Jihu backed away, wondering how to fight them. The skeleton boss had an axe and a helmet on his head. He raises the axe up and shouts. As Seol Jihu continued to pivot backward, he hit the wall. He immediately remembered the bag of magic balls and wondered which one he should use. One of the skeletons tried to hit Seol Jihu, but he was able to dodge. Missing the skeleton put its hands on the ground and went at Seol Jihu already on 4 limbs. And Seol Jihu shines his flashlight to make sure he doesn't miss the next blow from the other skeleton. At the same moment, the skeleton had already tried to strike, but Seol Jihu managed to dodge again. Seol Jihu immediately reached into his bag and pulled out the first magic ball he could find. Turns out it was a firebomb that blew up several skeletons at once. Looking at them, Seol Jihu realizes that his attacks are too weak because he doesn't use combinations. Then he decides to start with a magic ball with a web of light. He immediately tied up one of the skeletons. Then Seol Jihu activates a magical ball of hydrochloric acid and throws it at the 2 skeletons who are immediately liquefied. After dealing with a few, Seol Jihu sees a crowd of skeletons in front of him, coming at him from the darkness. He decides he can't delay and throws another magic ball. It was a lightning attack that destroyed several skeletons at once. When most of the skeletons were done with, the boss rushed to the attack swinging a huge axe. Seol Jihu realizes it's too late and tries to defend himself with his bag. The axe blows the food out of the bag. The skeleton boss wasn't as simple as Seol Jihu thought at the sight of the yellow designation to be careful. At the sight of the flying axe, Seol Jihu wonders if he will die like this. Meanwhile, Dolphin and Hao Wan assume that Seol Jihu can't be saved anymore, and it's all a waste of time. As they ponder the fact that they can go on missions with a maximum of 6 people, a bright light appeared behind them. Players started exclaiming that Seol Jihu is back, but no one can believe how he managed such a difficult task. Looking at Seol Jihu with bewilderment, Hao Wan assumed that he was just cheating. Meanwhile, Seol Jihu's body trembles with fear while he tries to catch his breath. He immediately retreated to his room to analyze the last battle. Remembering the last seconds of the mission, he realizes that a mirror has fallen out of the bag. Falling to the floor, the mirror shone brightly directly at the skeleton boss. The glow was so bright that his entire skull began to vaporize, and Seol Jihu realized it was a mirror from the library. He immediately picked it up and continues to shine it at the skeleton boss. After a moment, the boss was finished, and Seol Jihu decides to take one last chance and straighten out the rest of it. It turned out that the glow of the mirror was enough for all the skeletons that were in the cave. When they were finished, the mirror cracked, and the display notified that the difficult mission had been successfully completed. 1,000 survival points were added to the account. When Seol Jihu came to his senses, he realized that he didn't deserve to be first. He realized that he didn't deserve to be the first, and the other guys were helping him too. Seol Jihu realized he was a pathetic idiot who thought he was so cool. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Seol Jihu wipes her tears and answers the knock. There was no response, and then Seol Jihu opens the door with eyes red from tears. It turned out to be Lee Sora, whom Seol Jihu had never expected to see on his doorstep. They went to a cafe to socialize. Seol Jihu says he's been playing with life all along, and it's a miracle he's still alive. Deciding to cheer up Seol Jihu, Lee Sora offers to go jogging together, and there's no way Seol Jihu could have expected this from Lee Sora, so he interjects her question. Lee Sora says that his thoughts are cleared while running, and he will definitely feel better. Seol Jihu says it's late for bedtime, and there are no paths. With a smirk, Lee Sora says that the lanes are actually there. She shows a sheet of paper with an assignment in the form of a 10-lap race, and asks if it's really easy for Seol Jihu. In his mind, Seol Jihu doesn't understand why he would run if there's no reward for it. And Lee Sora tears off a piece of paper, specifying that she needs to go for a little run before going to bed, or she won't fall asleep. Then Seol Jihu realizes he has to run, because Lee Sora is trying to cheer him up, and says, "We can team up." When asked how to create a team, Lee Sora says that you should hold hands or shoulders. The main thing is to have physical contact between the bodies at that moment. And Seol Jihu immediately puts his hand on her shoulder, asking her if he's doing the right thing. Lee Sora's face turned red with embarrassment. After tearing the parchment, both players teleported to the stadium with running tracks. Seol Jihu didn't even know there were such places. And Lee Sora asks if it's really fun here. As he starts stretching, Seol Jihu wants to try to make it easier for Lee Sora to get to bed. He starts punching the air, and Lee Sora realizes he'd better stretch his legs. On the 8th lap, Seol Ji got sick to his stomach. He realizes he can't go on, or he'll vomit, and asks how many more laps are left. An overjoyed Lee Sora replies that with only 2 laps left, Seol Jihu will do well. Then she tells him to breathe differently. With all his last strength, Seol Jihu goes for a run. He falls to the ground and tries to catch his breath, and Lee Sora concludes that he's not so tough. He asks how she can run so fast. Turns out Lee Sora was a track and field athlete. Then Seol Jihu thought about the fact that his life had been all about gambling and drinking, smoking his years away. Relaxing Seol Jihu claims that running isn't so bad, and Lee Sora specifies that running is an easy way to tone up. Hearing the gratitude in her direction, Lee Sora looked at Seol Jihu with bewilderment. Thanks to her, Seol Ji really felt better. He really appreciated her support. And Lee Sora says he doesn't have to worry because she's glad she could help. Besides, Seol Jihu saved her in training. She wants to offer her help with something else. And Seol Jihu says that in that case, we can run again. That's when Lee Sora reaches out to help Seol Jihu up. At the same moment, Lee Sora reminds him that he still has one more round left from that time. With those words, she confuses him. Meanwhile, Ms. Yoon Seo Ra walks into a room with several beds. Taking the vacant bed, she lies down holding her bandaged arm. Left alone with his thoughts and pain, Yoon Seo Ra begins to cry bitterly. She remembers the guys of her zone and decides that she can no longer ask them for help because she has already brought them too much inconvenience. She decided she had to survive on her own and prove her worth to the others. At breakfast, Shang Sang reminds him about Seo Ru, who is nowhere to be found. Sang Min shares the assumption that she's intentionally avoiding them, so there's no point in looking. Besides, they won't get any points for helping. Shang Tsung can't believe Sang Min has become so calculating. She says that helping people is just a common courtesy, and good deeds always come back. Sang Min smirks and asks who is the most calculating of the two of them. That answer makes Shang San very angry. She's ready to lash out at him with her fists. And Sung Jin reminds us that thanks to Seo Renuna, Lee Sora was resurrected. And Lee Sora backs this up by clarifying clarifying that the debt must be repaid. Grabbing Song-min by her sweater, Miss Shang-song remembers that Seol Ji-hoo isn't there either. It turned out that Seol Ji-hoo was having breakfast in his room on the royal floor. He can't forget the skeleton boss he managed to defeat at random. At least there is an obvious possibility to get out of the maze, but it doesn't make sense without getting points. Sewing up Seol Ji-hoo's bag comes to the conclusion that the point is to increase the chances of survival. He decides he needs to focus on growth. After all, his stamina sucks right now. He needs to go to the bank to gain strength. In the moment, Seol Ji-hoo remembers the note he picked up from the guide. Han advised him to use a special ability from the VIP store. And Seol Ji-hoo looks at the note perplexed and can't figure out what ability it's talking. Remembering instructions from instructor Maria and guide Han, Seol Ji-hoo decides to figure it all out. At Seol Ji-hoo's VIP store, a salesman in a suit with a foggy mind is greeted by a salesman, and then clarifies that he meant something else, and says that only those with 30,000 survival points can get in. Looking at him bewildered, Seol Ji-hoo asks, "Can't you even look at him?" Turning around, Seol Ji-hoo says he just wanted to know what the ability was, and the salesman's face immediately changes. With a surprised look on his face, the salesman stops Seol Ji-hoo and asks if he's interested in the ability. Then Seol Ji-hoo rereads the note to make sure of the word again, and the seller immediately notices that it's Gid's note, which makes a difference. He asks for the note and walks over to the green cabinet with it. From the shelf, he pulls out a vial and specifies that the ability can be found in regular stores as well. However, they pale in comparison to those found in this VIP store, in price effects and everything else. Then Seol Ji-hoo asks what the difference is. It turns out that the best thing about the ability is that it improves the efficiency of training. It lasts for 12 hours, and the effects of their abilities are twice as good as normal. 1 day's training will produce the results of 8 days' training. While Seol Ji-hoo is in a daze, the seller clarifies that the price of the ability is only 400 points. It's not unreasonable, since normal abilities cost 250. Only 60 abilities are created with each opening of the neutral zone, and it's super rare. And Seol Ji-hoo is amazed that a 1-day workout will produce the results of an 8-day workout. And Seol Ji-hoo shows the gold key and gold tag to achieve the discount bonus. The seller replies that it must be a rumor, and unfortunately this bonus does not work in the VIP store, but Seol Ji-hoo emphatically says he's taking them all anyway. After drinking a vial of Seol Ji-hoo goes for a run, in hopes that everything will be as the salesman said it would be. Meanwhile, Burrito asks Minjun to do the right thing because he almost got him killed. Minjun says it should be his words. The people have gathered for their quarrel, including Nabi. No one understands what has happened. Delphine joins the crowd asking what's wrong with them, and Salvatore shares a suggestion that they have a teamwork problem. They probably chose a mission with a point reward and went through an exorbitantly difficult task. Tong Chai reminds them that they only have 15 days left, but Salvatore is sure Mr. Tong Chai was one of the first to experience it. Then Tong Chai says his experience was a little different. He only took the assignment out of interest. And Dolphin says that's why they were worried he was dead. After bowing, Tong Chai apologizes and clarifies that he is one of those who do first and think later. At this point, their conversation is interrupted by a loud shout of how ridiculous this is. It turns out that Minjun is asking how they can collect 1,000 points when even socks are bought with. And Burrito exclaims that at this rate, he won't be able to sleep or eat. And the crowd continues to watch their scene. Nabi notices the instructor, Maria, strolling leisurely through the tower floor. Nabi addresses her without any respect and asks what happens after 2 weeks do they plan to disqualify everyone here. Her claim is backed up by Burrito, who also realizes that something has to be done about it. But Maria doesn't understand what they want from her. Here Minjun intervenes, arguing that they should at least use the money from the land and the people's support, saying it's a great idea. But the instructor says it's nonsense, because those who can't afford a cup of coffee from a machine become rich. This answer made the people even angrier. They ask if such an arrogant girl thinks she can say whatever she wants. And Maria replies that if you have a problem, why don't they all complain to the person in charge? Just then, Yuang's face appeared before the eyes of those who were not satisfied. That silenced everyone. And Maria clarifies if they have time to complain to a young, arrogant person like herself, then why not just go and do the mission? As Maria continued walking, she remembered about Seol Ji-hoo. She's sure he's dumber than expected. He's obviously a real madman. After all, he'd spent half a month on basic physical training. Maria really didn't expect a man like him to show up. Seol Ji-hoo's training session is being watched by Yuang and Agnes. Yuang is sure that the gods must be pleased, and Agnes asks now is the right time to tell the truth. And Yuang clarifies whether Agnes is not referring to the real deadline. Then Agnes reminds us that the neutral zone is now in total chaos. It would be a disaster if the survivors found out about the real deadline. But Yuang says not to worry about nothing. They'll just say they're sorry they had to extend the deadline. She asks what if they had said from the beginning that it would last 3 months. I mean, obviously they'd be fooling around. Even those who come here with no glasses at all get 30 or 40 points a day. No one is willing to watch them waste their time. If they went to the goal slowly, step by step, they would be able to complete missions of medium difficulty by the end. Yong is sure that the talented ones would do more difficult missions. She doesn't understand why she has to tell them these important facts because no one cares. At least the survivors take missions seriously because of the time constraints. Yuong also specifies that they will soon reach their limit, and Agnes realizes that they have. Yuong clarifies that she used to do missions as a lunatic herself, even though she says such things now. And then she says that if she did what Seol Ji-hoo did, she'd be twice as strong now. The same goes for Agnes, who realizes. Finally, Yuong says that if Agnes wants to help him, it's okay with her, and Agnes hesitates. Looking at Seol, Ji-hoo-young says that he already knows that he was invited by this sly woman. But to all of this, Yuong heard one very interesting piece of news. Seol Ji-hoo. He feels like it's time to take a break, because if he takes a step, he can regain his strength and run more. Then he decides to slow down. He doesn't understand what the point is since no one is following him, and it seems he shouldn't have come here in the first place. While trying to regain his breath, Seol Ji seems to be thinking this way because he's tired. After all, he's just a pathetic idiot who was dumped by Sunhwa. He's sure that's the reason why the whole family doesn't communicate with him. At that moment, Seol Ji-hoo stumbles and falls down. His whole body trembles as Seol tries to get up, because it feels like he has to keep running. But there is no strength left even to get back on your feet. At this point, the display notifies you that you have successfully completed a mission of basic difficulty. 10 survival points have been added, and the personal trait weak-willed has been removed. Stamina level is increased. After all these notifications, Seol Ji-hoo teleports to the task board. Someone is already standing in front of him. It turned out to be Agnes handing him a glass of water. Seol Ji-hoo rises and thanks her. While Seol Ji-hoo drinks the water in one gulp, Agnes stares at him and says it's a small thing, just 10 points. Fixing her glasses, she says that she never thought as a coach she would say this, but Seol Ji-hoo needs to spend less time practicing. Looking at her with a perplexed look, Seol Ji-hoo asks how come, and Agnes replies that she has been watching him for the past 2 weeks and has concluded that the training has gone beyond normal fitness. Now they are detrimental to his health, and rest is also part of training. Salt will recover faster if you rest and train systematically. She highly recommends eating right and utilizing a variety of items that will aid in natural recovery. After looking around the expensive restaurant, Seol Ji-hoo doesn't forget to ask about the practice time, and Agnes says diet is also part of the training. Increasing efficiency is the best thing to do when there is a time limit. Now we should start alternating because Seol Ji-hoo has basic strength. Agnes says she'll help him, and Seol Ji-hoo asks why she's helping, and if it's out of first place in the gold tag. At that moment, Agnes remembers the interesting news from Yuong. Young thinks that Seol Ji-hoo may not be related to Shinyan, but Agnes doesn't think so because Hannah Kim is related to him. And Young knows that this vixen Hannah is related to Shinyan. The more important question is the origin of the gold marker since it's Hannah's personal property. And Agnes is having second thoughts. Young says that if Agnes is going to help, she should give herself to the cause. Goldmark and Unusual is the same position as Sung Shi-hyun, but unlike him, this one was trained directly by a performer. Then Agnes asks her not to blame her if Seol Ji-hoo becomes an enemy that gets in their way in the future. That was the end of the conversation. Agnes says she sees potential in Seol Ji-hoo, and it is the guide's responsibility to direct the players in the right direction. Then Seol Ji-hoo asks if he can get help from another guide. If it is possible, he wants to be trained by someone persistent and experienced. Seol Ji-hoo says he's already heard of a gid called the Devil. Correcting her glasses, Agnes replies that she doesn't need to redirect to another person then. Turns out she is Sicilian Devil's guide, Claire Agnes. The training began, and Seol Ji-hoo had to perform for so long that sweat dripped from his body. In the moment, Seol Ji-hoo stops because he can't move anymore. He is hit on the back with a bamboo stick. Agnes exclaims that she was not allowed to rest and orders a new start. But Seol Ji-hoo still throws the dumbbells. Perplexed, Agnes asks what he's doing, and Seol reminds him that rest is also part of the training. Then Agnes takes up the bamboo stick again, and clarifies that she was talking about resting after training, not during. But Seol Ji-hoo no longer responds in any way to her instructions and threats. At the sight of this, Agnes says she can be kind if he wants her to be, but she clarifies that she is already kind enough. There is a look of horror on Seol's face. Agnes asks if he wants another coach. Then Seol Ji-hoo pulls himself together and says he will do whatever it takes. Then Agnes swings the stick again and demands to stop fooling around and get up. She takes another blow to the back, and Seol Ji-hoo concludes that she is indeed the Devil Woman. The exhausted Seol Ji-hoo starts the standing half squat exercise with dumbbells in his hands again. Agnes shouts to focus on the knees. In the morning, Seo Rei comes to see Kwang. Kwang says it's getting worse every day, and if she keeps going, she might forget about her arm. And Seo Ra is worried about his glasses. Kwang reminds him that only correction is needed now, or else serious treatment will be needed, which costs 2,000 points. And Seo Ra replies that she doesn't have that many points. Kwang reminds Seol Ji-hoo that they're from the same region, so they can borrow some points, and claims there is nothing to be ashamed of. Seo Ryu has nothing to say to that. After dressing, Seo Ra leaves, and Kwon reminds to take the prescriptions to avoid infection. She asks to do whatever is in Seo Ryu's hands, even if she has to beg to threaten or attack Seol Ji-hoo. That's the advice Maria's instructor heard. She says Kwon is teaching her good things. And Kwon replies that he's doing his best until they level up. But Maria doesn't think the nerds will help her with her hand. Kwon knows that. She assures me there's nothing they can do when it's too late. Meanwhile, Seo Ra takes a look at the recipe and realizes that there are only 23 points left, and she will likely disappear if she doesn't do something about it. She lowers her eyes to the recipe again and realizes her father would be upset. The words from Kwang that he should do his best and there's nothing to be ashamed of. But Seo Ra can't afford to turn to Seol. At that moment, Lee Sora notices her and asks how she's doing because everyone is worried about her. Seo Ra replies that everything is fine. Then Lee Sora asks if she is treating her hand. After confirming that she is, Seo Ra changes the subject and asks about Lee Sora's business. Turns out that Lee Sora had just showered after the mission and assumes that they both haven't had lunch, so it's time for a refreshment at her expense. So that Seo Ra won't be embarrassed, Lee Sora reminds her that she saved her life. And Seo Ra asks about Sung Jin. Lee Sora assumes that Sung Jin went on the mission with Sang Min. Seo Ra mentally concludes that Lee Sora is a good person. At that moment, a passing burrito pushes Seo Ru with his shoulder on his sore arm. She falls down in great pain. Lee Sora looks on in horror at her agony. With tremendous anger, Lee Sora turns to the offender to demand an apology. She yells after Burrito that he should apologize if he hit someone. Hearing this, Burrito turns around and demands to repeat his words again. Trying not to show it, Lee Sora apologizes to Seo Roy and asks if he can't see that his arm is hurt. And Burrito asks if the shoulder was dislocated by a simple jolt. A frightened Lee Sora clarifies that she had already been injured, but should not have crashed. Then Burrito says to wear a cast or write on her forehead that she has a problem with her arm. The crowd gathers to watch a possible fight. Meanwhile, Seo Ra hears the participants talking about her hand, but someone is sure that she came here like this. Then one of the players wonders if she'll make it to paradise. The guys conclude that she'd better leave at the earliest opportunity. Ms. Seo Ray becomes uncomfortable with the whole thing. She lowers her head as she realizes how unfortunate it is. At that moment, Lee Sora turns around and sees Seo Ru looking downcast. She realizes that it wasn't supposed to be like this. Meanwhile, Seo Ra says they should move on. Burrito reminds them that they are not on Earth and it's time to wake up. Lee Sora notices that Seo Ra is leaving alone, saying that she has urgent business to attend to. At that moment, they are recalled from the side and Seo Ra stops to look at who it is. Turns out it was Miss Shang San. She's smirking at the perpetually aloof Seo Ru. The girls sit down for lunch and after hearing the full story, Shang San gets furious. She bangs her fist on the table and asks if he's a bloody madman. She's angry that she wasn't there at the time. And Lee Sora apologizes to Seo Ryu because of her. Meanwhile, Shang San exclaims that he's a real sleepwalker and then turns his attention to the prescription and asks permission to see the list of medication. While Seo Ra took out the recipe, Shang San was surprised that she still couldn't use her right hand. In the prescription packet was a jar of antibiotics. Shang San heard they're pretty expensive. Handing over the package, she asks how many points Seo Rai has and whether she really spends more than she earns, since she's in the same situation. But Seo Ra just looks away silently. Shang Sang asks why she shouldn't ask Seol Jihu for glasses if she doesn't have enough, because Seo Ra can't give up now. And Seo Ra says he can't go to Seol Jihu. Ms. Shang Sun replies that she won't force her, but collecting 1,000 points is not easy, and Seo Rai has less than 10 days left. Therefore, you should heal your hand completely. Seo Ra shares that they are not here for a month. Hearing such an assumption, Shang San and Lee Sora looked at Seo Ro in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Sol Jihu continues to train. He stands on his hands under the guidance of Agnes. Seol Jihu's body is shaking from the exertion. After finishing the countdown, Agnes says he can rest. But Sol Jihu continues to stand. Then Agnes reiterates that this is enough. And Seol claims he can do a little more. His arms are flexing more and more with each passing second. Finally, he falls on the mat. And Agnes says that she admires his desire, but that he might hurt his body that way. She throws him a towel and clarifies that it would be bad if Seol Jihu injures himself and takes time to recover. Mentally, she realizes it's good that he's doing everything without complaining. After all, she was worried he'd be too impatient or greedy for mission. Finally, Seol Jihu asks permission to ask a question, and asks what exactly Agnes is doing in paradise. Agnes finds him strange. I mean, these questions come from contractors. She reminds me of the gold mark, because the person who gave it should have explained everything. Then Seol Jihu thought about it. Hannah Kim had probably explained something to him, and he didn't remember the dream much. And Agnes asks if he's ever played a fantasy game with a medieval setting, and asks him to imagine such a game in real life. And Sol Jihu specifies about destroying mobs and selling stuff, and Agnes confirms it. She says the difference is that he's risking his real life. In her mind, she decides that Jihu doesn't need to know about the battle yet. Then Seol Jihu excitedly asks if he should learn normal skills then, and reminds him that time will run out soon. He says there are only 9 days left, and it seems like they should do the mission. Agnes says to trust her since Seol Jihu has chosen her to be his guide. Otherwise, he can leave and do what he wants. And Seol exclaims that at this rate, he'll be a dead man the moment he gets there. Then Agnes asks what Seol Jihu will do if she trains his strength to the end, but Seol replies that nothing will happen. There must be a reason for it, and he can say that Agnes was sincere with him, even if they only had a short time together. Hearing this expression, Agnes wonders how he can even say such horrible things out loud. Finally, Agnes corrects her glasses and says that she shouldn't say it, but she will say it on condition that Sol Jihu won't tell anyone. Meanwhile, Shang San and Lee Sora found out from Seo Rai that they are actually 3 months apart. But Miss Shang-san thinks that this time, things might be different. And Seo Ra clarifies that the creators of this world have not done the most important thing, and that is awakening. At this time, Seol Ji-hoo learns about the awakening from Agnes. She says that each player will be assigned to one of the 4 jobs. This will take place in a wake-up room that opens for just 1 day. The real professional training starts after that. Accepting this information, Seol Ji-hoo says that they don't have much time for this, and Agnes says they'll get extra time, which Seol Ji-hoo is very happy about. Shang-san and Lee Sora seem to have gotten the same information, but from Seo Rai. The girls were so loud that Min-jun probably heard everything. With a smirk on his face, he turns around realizing that he has now heard extraordinary news. He immediately rushes to Nabi's room to break the big news. Turns out Nabi wasn't alone. Burrito was with her. Nabi smirks and says next time, you should knock on the door. And Burrito says, it's getting cold in here, and you should close the door on the other side. But Min-jun continues to be in a state of confusion and asks what he's doing here. And Nabi asks if Min-jun thought they were dating because they ate and slept together. You shouldn't be so naive because it's not like that. After saying that, Min-jun himself fell into a daze and couldn't say a word. After a while, Burrito is already hitting the young guy Bao, who flies back a few meters. The blow was so strong that Bao is thrown into a shiver, and he can't get up. Behind Burrito stood Nabi. Without a trace of sympathy, she asked if they could cooperate now. But Bao continues to lie there and claims he hasn't collected all his points yet. After saying that, Burrito once again punches Bao in the stomach with tremendous force. He falls again, and Nabi puts his foot on his head and says they can beat him up all night. Finally, Bao gives up and says he'll give them all his points. With a smirk on his face, Nabi says you don't need to be beaten twice if you can be beaten once. It turned out that Bao only had 70 points, and they need another 500, so Burrito asks what they should do since there's no one else to borrow from. On the morning of the 30th day, Yuong made an announcement to all survivors in the plaza, after which Burrito was furious. He resents the rules and asks what she's talking about. And Ewong repeats that those who haven't collected 1,000 points don't move on, and he lists the players who did. It turns out that Seol Ji-hoo, Miss Dolphin, Mr. Salvatore, and Mr. Sangmin are passing. She's surprised that such a handful can pass. Ms. Shang-sun exclaims that Song-min is a cheapskate and asks how they are, and Song-min says he's already said repeatedly that it's every man for himself here. Hao Wong comes over and says he heard different information, and Yuong doesn't know what he heard, but we mustn't forget that she's in charge here. At that moment, Yoon Seo-ra intervenes and asks about the awakening. Then Yuong asked if she really thought that the 7 gods would bless them, even though they couldn't even collect 1,000 points. There is an uproar among the people. No one understands why Yuong is talking about the gods and what kind of awakening he is talking about. And Hao Wong asks if Yuong will be lenient if he collects 1,000 points right now. And Yuong was interested in how he wanted to collect 1,000 points right now. At that moment, Hao Wan orders his wards to give him all their points, and they immediately comply. Turns out a lot of people didn't know you could do that, so they started asking each other for points. This commotion is driving Yuong crazy. She rocks and orders this useless trash that can't even be a normal meat shield to stop, and says just as they missed their opportunities living on Earth, in the same way they crumpled their ticket to heaven, and it was expected. She's outraged. After a brief silence, she says, this is their last chance. In 2 months, they have to prove they can be recycled garbage. And the people rejoice in the admiration of their chief executive who saved them. Looking at Seo Ru Yuong says that players can celebrate after meeting the 7 gods because for some, the experience will be hopeless. After a while, a line gathered in the hallway to the 8th floor wake-up room. Among them was Seol Ji-hoo, and Miss Dolphin came out of the awakening room and collapsed on the floor from exhaustion. Then Seol Ji-hoo asks if she's okay, and Dolphin smiles and clarifies that she's a maid. And Seol Ji-hoo looks at her and remembers a conversation with Agnes. She said, there were 4 main classes in heaven. Although their number is large, but with the rise in level will appear the base classes Warrior, Archer, Priest, and Mage. Warrior is the most common, followed by Archer. Priest is rare enough to be considered precious. Seol Ji-hoo asks about the Mage. Agnes says that with so many participants, he might not even show up. It's the rarest class, but that doesn't mean everyone wants to be a wizard. After all, they don't choose their class, it is done for them according to the decision of the 7 gods. The memories of this end, and it's Seol Ji-hoo's turn. He walks into the waking room and sees nothing but bright lights. But in a moment, an unseen force lifts Seol Ji-hoo into the air, and he gets scared. Immediately, 7 eyes form around him, and a spatial voice suggests that the awakening should begin. Some kind of green energy forms on Seol's stomach. God claims that with so much mana, he should have been higher than average. Seol's whole body is glowing green, and God believes that he has an innate ability, and perhaps Seol Ji-hoo awakened his eyesight at a young age. There are signs that he once lost the ability, and his magic was depleted. God is sure it can't be fixed, because he doesn't recognize magic in his world. And now the gods decide that he must be a mage, and are surprised that there are 2 mages in a row. But Seol Ji-hoo denies it. In his mind, he explains that he wants to be a warrior, and God realizes that with his great potential as a warrior, it's hard to be a mage. The other god is sure that with such talents, Seoul can become a mage of unique rank in the shortest possible time. Finally, they decide to vote. 3 were for the mage and 3 for the warrior, and only Gula continues to remain silent. A moment later, Seol Ji-hoo runs out of the awakening room covered in sweat. When Agnes sees him, she immediately asks who he has become, but Seol Ji-hoo tries to come to his senses. After a while, the guys gathered at the cafe to discuss everyone's base classes. Sang-min says Shang-sang is so happy that she's smiling ear to ear, and she says that's no way to talk to a priestess. While Sang-min exclaims that even Shang-sang's complexion has changed from happiness, Lee Sora sits sad, and Seol Ji-hoo notices it. He decides to cheer up Lee Sora and claims that Archer is a pretty good class too. And Lee Sora says she's fine, unlike Sung Jin. But Sung Jin says he's fine too, and he's not the only warrior. Then Seol Ji-hoo says not to worry because they will need every class in their ranks. And Sangmin says that Seol should have it easy because of her wealth, but others don't have it. After all, even Yoon Seo Ra is stuck in her room in despair. Ms. Shan-sun suggests that she was more disappointed than them all because she knew more than them all beforehand. Those are the words Maria heard. She thinks they're idiots who don't realize how hard it is to stay alive with that arm. Besides, Seo Ra is a warrior. Maria also realizes that Seo Rei should pull herself together and start treatment. If she continues to drag on, her arm will be amputated. Lost in her thoughts, Maria accidentally puts food on the wrong table. She is informed of this and realizes that she has started to worry about Seo Rei for some reason. While Maria was coming to this realization, a customer sitting at the table started screaming, and Maria thinks that worrying about Seo Rei won't make her any money. The guy claims he's ready to order. In the meantime, Maria decides she needs to make sure she gets the best out of it. Coming to a conclusion, Maria begins to smile and sweetly replies that she'll be over in a few minutes. In the same cafe, Agnes serves Yuwang. She knows that there are 1 mage, 4 priests, and 22 archers, and 51 warriors. While Agnes pays attention to Seol Ji-hoo's company, Yuwang decides to ask if she's really upset. She asked if she wanted Seol Ji-hoo to be at least an archer who could be the leader of the expedition. Yuwang says that warriors are also an important class in expeditions. The problem is, there are too many of them, so most of them turn into meat shields. Then Agnes says her job is just to train Seol Ji-hoo well. After a while, they started practicing again. This time, Seol Ji-hoo had to practice yoga techniques. Looking at Seol Ji-hoo, Agnes insinuates to herself that she just has to train him well, and immediately suggests moving on to the next stage of the training. Now he needs to feel his mana. He wonders how to do that, and Agnes says the mana was released when he got the class, and asks if he still can't feel it. Then Seol Ji-hoo remembers the energy he felt in the waking room, and Agnes clarifies that it's time for mana training and his class. Seol Ji-hoo silently gets to his feet, and Agnes asks why he's doing this, and Seol Ji-hoo replies that he has information that you can buy them at the store. After saying that, he gets a stick on his back. Agnes tells him to sit down. After all, if he has so much comfort in the beginning, it will affect him later. She claims that a person who doesn't know how to train will eventually just get stuck at a certain level. When tearing the parchment, Seol Ji-hoo can feel the concentration of mana while teleporting to a certain location, and Agnes will help him get his mana sense in a week. She says to try to think about the feeling in the waking room. Then he said they'll see each other in a week, and Seol Ji-hoo was left alone with his thoughts. He immediately tries to remember the sensation and succeeds. He realizes that it's hard to breathe, just like in a sauna, and it seems to be mana. In the moment, he feels an incredible pain in his stomach, and the display notifies him that the main mission has been successfully completed. He comes to when Agnes hasn't even left the room yet. She wondered how Seol Ji-hoo was able to sense mana so quickly. Approaching Agnes, Saul asked if he had finished as soon as he got there. After all, he was so fast that even the window opened late, and Agnes asks if he can even circulate mana. At first, Seol Ji-hoo didn't understand the circulation, but then he remembered the feeling in his stomach. He had actually succeeded in circulating mana by transferring it into his hand. Now, the class ability of mana application had been created. The innate ability to see the future responds to the creation of a new ability, and the class ability is upgraded to a medium level. At the sight of Seol Ji-hoo's actions, Agnes realizes that he refused to be a mage. It turns out that Seol Ji-hoo just wanted a race with a spear. After a while, they were already standing near the task board, and Seol Ji-hoo was looking for the right one. The basics of spear skills include lunge stab and chopping stab. Agnes realizes that Seol has chosen a mission he will definitely need. She marvels at Seol Ji-hoo's instinct and nods her head in approval of his choice. Then Seol tears up the parchment and teleports away, and Agnes realizes that his mana is so strong that the gods have chosen him as a mage. But he insisted on becoming a warrior. He's on the same path as that guy Sung Shur-hyun. Meanwhile, Seol Ji-hoo teleports into the field with a spear. He holds the spear as it was in his dreams and remembers the feeling. Seol Ji-hoo immediately lunges, realizing he can't use mana. Without the right stance, you can't counterattack. This training is similar to when Seol Ji-hoo used the eightfold magnification ability. By nightfall, Seol Ji-hoo had fulfilled the conditions of his own training, from which the class ability of basic spear lunge proficiency was created. It is developed to a medium-high level. The innate ability to see the future responds to the creation of a new ability. Meanwhile, Miss Yoon Seo Ra is hiding in the bathroom and munching on cookies. At that moment, someone knocks on her stall. Yoon Seo Ra hears a familiar voice. It was Lee Sora, who was worried that she did something wrong, from which she apologized to Seo Reu. A few minutes later, Lee Sora was buying 2 glasses of warm milk and toast. She gives the hungry Seo Reu a treat and looks at her hand with pity. Looking at his hand, Seo Ra says it's probably gone. Then Lee Sora asks why they can't ask for Seol Jiho's help, since they need to train. And Seo Ra replies that she just can't afford to burden him with her problem. And Lee Sora reminds us that this place is dangerous even with healthy limbs. And by the way, he says that student Min Young died during the mission, and urges Seo Reu to stay by her side from now on. Seo Reu is very surprised, and Lee Sora reminds her that she saved her life, so she asks to be allowed to return the favor. Meanwhile, Seol Jiho is already standing at the assignment board and picking out a suitable one. The guys standing nearby are surprised that he only does basic training. Some people assume it's convenient and easy because they get a lot of points, but some of them have to risk their lives to accomplish the mission. Seol Jiho's capabilities amaze the guys so much that some are starting to get jealous. And Seol realizes that it's been a month and it seems he won't have any missions until the end. He trusts Agnes because all he sees is the result. By evening, Seol Jiho once again went to practice to improve his spear skill. While practicing, he recalls the skeletons and wonders if he can overpower them with his current ability level. After a long workout, Seol Jiho falls into the grass and remembers that he hasn't been to the barber in a long time, after which he recalls the times of training, where he was able to achieve great success. And then the memories from the tower come to mind. Finally, Seol Jiho decides to trust Agnes, because sometimes slowness leads to the quickest solution. With those thoughts, Seol Jiho teleported back to the tower. He was tired, so he went to his room. But it turned out that Seo Ra was standing nearby, trying to work up the courage to approach. At that moment, Nabi appears behind her and addresses her as a cripple. She wonders if Seo Ra is also planning to use her body to earn favorable treatment. After all, it seems like she can't do anything. Turning away, Seo Ra replies that she has never done this before. At that moment, Nabi grabs Seo Ru's sore arm, causing him to shriek. Nabi demands that you stop making excuses, and asks if Seo Ra didn't want to replace that recently deceased idiot. But it seems that Seo Ra didn't immediately understand what Nabi was talking about. She had a questioning look on her face as she waited for an explanation, and Nabi asks if Seo Ra didn't know about it, since that idiot was living off of Seol Jiho. Nabi reclines his sore arm and wishes for good luck, because no one knows if Seol Jiho might prefer a cripple. Meanwhile, Agnes arrived at the royal floor in search of Seol Jiho. By then, Seol Jiho was just opening his door. Agnes says she has been looking for him everywhere, and then notices his new hairstyle. She says that by this point, Seol Jiho had done a fair amount of training. Seol Jiho really stood up to everything. Agnes clarifies that she says this in good conscience. Agnes concludes by suggesting that Seol Jiho can move on. And indeed, Agnes says that Seol Jiho will embark on mission. After a while, Seol Jiho was already standing in the forest with a spear in his hand. He drinks another vial of powers. The test tube falls and rolls toward the bushes. 2 huge white monsters emerge from the bushes, but Seol Jiho is ready for attack and defense. The monsters slowly surround Seol Jiho from different sides, preparing to attack. Feeling the approach of both monsters, Seol Jiho realizes that there is no more time to delay. In that case, he decides to attack first and lunges at one of the monsters who wasn't expecting. He delivers a powerful blow to the monster's face, causing it to fly off. Meanwhile, in the tower, they're talking about Seol Jiho, who has hijacked all the light and medium missions. But someone is sure that Seol Jiho is performing difficult missions with incredible speed. This conversation is overheard by Dolphin. After finishing with the monsters, Seol Jiho teleports to the board and immediately looks for a new suitable task. In the moment, he hears a voice behind him who states that he may need a band soon. It was Dolphin who claims that mopping up very difficult missions alone is impossible. He's definitely going to need experience working with a team. And Seol realizes that the reward for very difficult missions is 10,000 points. That's 10 times more than for challenging missions, and Dolphin is right. Tearing off the parchment, Seol Jiho clarifies that there is something he has to do himself. Teleportation begins, and Dolphin is amazed that he ignored it again. It turns out that the first thing Seol Jiho did was go back to the skeleton. With a smirk, he says they haven't seen each other in a while. Upon seeing Seol Jiho, the monsters rush to attack with loud screams. Taking a firm grip on his spear, Seol Jiho realizes that there is no escape route and he must not retreat. After this decision, he runs towards the attacking monsters and throws the smallest ones off in different directions. His spear lights up brightly and Seol Jiho feels confident in this battle. It's time for the boss. Seol Jiho, meanwhile, finishes the showdown with the little skeleton, staring intently at the boss swinging his axe. Seol Jiho realizes that he's been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The confrontation begins, and Seol Jiho's spear meets the monster's axe. And Seol Jiho uses all his strength to pierce the boss with his spear, and he succeeds. In a flash, the spear shatters the skeleton's jaw, and the head flies back. The battle successfully ends, and Seol Jiho earns 1,000 points. He returns to the tower and proceeds to choose an elixir. He decides that it's more important to develop the 9 eyes now, and the elixir that increases the power of magic can be drunk later. The innate ability Nine Eyes is successfully developed. The bottom direction of the black color immediate escape ability is unlocked. Undergoing the unpleasant sensation after taking the elixir, Seol Jihu realizes that there is one more vial left. At that moment, Hannah walks into his room. She realized that Seol Jihu hadn't even read the invitation. Apparently, Seol didn't know that gold markers are allowed to have an assistant as an escort, and Seol's asking how she can help. And Hannah says she wants to help with support and advice and ask for a favor. She suggests making friends with Dolphin or Hao Wan. After all, you need partners in the neutral zone. And Seol Jihu irritatedly asks why she's even telling him who to play with, and asks her to tell him what she needs. It turns out that Hannah's manager wants Seol to help Seo Ray. She needs to develop normally, but it's very difficult in her situation. Then Seol Jihu reminds him that he's not the one who invited her here, which means the leader or Seo Ra will be in debt, and asks if he will get something in return. And Hannah says he's right, but there's a phrase that in everything a person wants people to do to them, they should do the same to them. But at first Seol Jihu didn't understand what that meant, and Hannah says that under the conditions of paradise, debt must always be paid. That's the golden rule. Before he leaves, Hannah reminds him that the choice is his, and they won't force him. Then Seol Jihu thought about it, because it seems that the problem right in front of him should be dealt with first, and it was an elixir that Seol Jihu immediately took. The innate ability of the Nine Eyes is developing. The upper direction of the golden color golden rule ability has been unlocked. Leaving the room with an uneasy feeling inside him, Seol Jihu is surprised that the golden rule appeared as soon as Hannah mentioned it. He walks up to the veranda and wonders how to use the golden color. And Seol Jihu activates the Nine Eyes, then in the tower, only the restroom lit up with that color. He immediately goes there to see what's going on. Walking closer to the golden object, it was obvious that it was Yoon Seo Ra, and Seol Jihu summoned Maria, who orders the amputation of the arm. And Seol Jihu reminds us that Maria is a level 4 priestess expert in healing. But Maria doesn't understand how she's supposed to turn back time for the rotting hand. After all, they are not in heaven, and there is no priest here better than her, so there is no need to whine. Agnes says there's always a way out. After all, if Seol Jihu reaches level 5, he can learn a very powerful holy skill. This skill is called Colossal Healing, and Seol asks perplexedly if Maria is not level 4, and Maria asks Agnes to shut her mouth. Despite this, Agnes explains that the priest can pray to God to bless him with a particular skill. Togged Seol Jihu asks about Mariu's reaction. It turns out it's very risky. After the ceremony, God may or may not grant the wish, but the consequences of a negative answer are monstrous. She will be bedridden for 7 days with an acute fever, and skills will be forbidden. Also, if Seo Ra leaves the neutral zone before closing time, all points earned here will be lost. Besides, the materials for the ceremony are no joke. Then Seol realized that it could be done if they collected all the points together. It would add up to about 30,000 points. And Maria says she is the district manager, so she asks in all seriousness if Seol Jihu is a real idiot. And why Seo Ra is so important, because he can spend it in the VIP store, or give it to Maria himself, because it will do more good. Then Seol Jihu reminds him that it was the request of the person who invited him here, so it's simply impossible to refuse. And it became obvious to Maria that it was Hannah. She takes a deep breath and agrees to do the ceremony. Then he says that the exact cost of all the materials will not be less than 82,000 points. There are 10 challenging missions left on the board for each 10 attempts. Dolphin knows that no one else can do it but their team and Mr. Ranker. At that moment, someone standing behind Dolphin offers her a cup of coffee, but Delphine denies it, saying that she has a lot to do. Dolphin herself didn't know there were still people out there scouting this way, and decides to turn around to look at this man. It turns out that right behind her was Seol Jihu, with a spear in his hand. He says he wants to join her team. After a while, Hao Wan, Dolphin Salvatore, and Tong Che had already arrived in shock at having to score 82,000 points. That's what Seol Jihu said. In addition, he realizes that by joining this team, no one will criticize him for accumulating missions, and you can do more difficult tasks. Finally, Hao Wan claims he wants to recruit him. He suggests that everyone else help Seol Ji to score 82,000 points. But Tong Chi thinks it's too much, and it's better to find another talented warrior for the team. But Dolphin says that Seol is very good. After all, he can do the missions alone, and Tong wonders if they will even be able to mop up even the toughest missions if Seol joins. Finally, Salvatore suggests not to argue, but to see Seol Jihu in action. After all, he, for example, needs to see it to believe it. Then Seol Jihu, putting his spear on his shoulder, offers to go on a mission. It turned out that 20 seconds was all he needed to deal with the strong monster. Both Dolphin and Salvatore and Tong Che were left stunned after seeing the battle. And Hao Wang, turning to Tong Che, asks if he is still against. Meanwhile, Seo Ra is lying in bed, and Lee Sora is sure that if they had tried harder, this wouldn't have happened. And Sung Jin is sure they've put Seol Jiha in a very difficult position. Lee Sora cries and asks how they're going to score so many points. At that moment, the door opens and a whole crowd walks in. Lee Sora and Sung Jin look at them perplexed. Turns out it was Maria with a huge bag of supplies for the ceremony. While the ceremony was going on, everyone else had to wait outside the door. After briefly thinking about it, Sung Jin decides to ask how he managed to score almost 80,000 points in almost a day. Hye Wang intervenes and asks what he's talking about. After all, they had gained a little over 40,000 points by today. Apparently Seol Ji-hoo hadn't said something to the guys, so now he caught the puzzled looks. But at that moment, the whole room lights up with a bright light that becomes visible in the hallway. It looked very frightening to everyone, so they're trying to figure out what's going on there. Just then the door opens and two priests help a weary Mary out. It turns out that the ceremony took all her strength and mana. She says that Seol Ji-hoo should not forget his duty to her. Seol Ji-hoo realized that it was a golden commandment. He went into thought for a moment. At this time, the other guys had already turned their attention to Seo-ru. Ms. Yoon Seo-ra looked healthier and more grateful than ever. Finally, Lee Sora throws herself into a hug and exclaims that she's very happy that Seo-ra is okay now. After responding to Yoon Seo-ra's hug, she immediately turns her attention to Seol Ji-hoo, who literally saved her life. With Sora's inclusion on Team Dolphin, they went through all the missions taken. Sol was able to earn all the points he had borrowed in 2 days. And to repay his kindness, Seo Lee Sora and Sang Jin started basic training with an instructor. Agnes says they can cry on their own time, and the guys decide she's the devil. We're 1 day away from closing the neutral zone. The guys are happy that they have finally finished with only one mission left to complete. Taking her on is madness, but Dolphin realizes that the mission will give a one-time coupon to the VIP store. Hao suggests distinguishing between recklessness and bravery. Finally, Seol Ji-hoo suggests that the guys disband the team. After a time, he was sitting in his room sorting out his inventory with his companions. Here he pulls out the talisman and remembers that he got it in the auditorium at training. Miss Seo-ra is surprised that he hasn't used the talisman yet. And Seol Ji-hoo is sure that one day he will definitely need the talisman. And Sung-jin heard that the bonus items disappear when the neutral zone closes. You also need to turn in your cell phone. Then Seol asks about the gear, and Seol knows that the items obtained in battle are safe, and essentially only the special privileges are gone. And Seol Ji-hoo realizes this is bad, and asks if summoned magic isn't really random. And Seo-ra says that the type of magic should be written on her. She had a binding type. After a while, Seol Ji-hoo decides to go on one last mission, and it seems to be another adventure. But after tearing the parchment, Seol Ji-hoo decides it's a guarantee. The mission is to exterminate the Guardian race and destroy the shrine. Seo-ra was in Seol Ji-hoo's room when someone put an envelope under the door. She perplexedly takes the envelope and notices that her name is written on it. Opening the envelope, it was obvious that it was a sword training mission parchment, and what was written next stunned her. Nabi, meanwhile, is sitting in her room, and she realizes that if Minjun were still here, she wouldn't be in such a bad state. Then the door opens and Nabi rises to his feet, startled, not realizing who it is. Turns out it was Seo-ra, who immediately grabs Nabi by the collar of her dress. She tears up the parchment and teleports with Nabi to the mission. It was a world for sword practice. Nabi doesn't understand what Seo-ra wants from her. Seo-ra points to the sword and says he'll give her a chance to take it. Nabi then asks if she is here for revenge since the deadline is tomorrow. Ms. Yoon Seo-ra already knows that it was all provoked by Nabi that night. And Nabi recalls that night when the guys were lounging in the cafe discussing everyone's classes, she put Burrito up to it. As Burrito hummed as he walked toward the exit, Minjun turned his attention to him. Walking down the hallway, Burrito walked into Seo-rae's room and grabbed her hair. He tells her not to yell because he might give her some points. Then Minjun knocks on their door and demands a rematch with Burrito. Opening the door, Burrito asks if he really wants to go to another world. And Minjun says not to look at the Korean army sergeant and tears up the parchment. The guys teleported away, and Miss Seo-ra was left alone in an empty hallway. Turns out Nabi didn't know about the rematch between Minjun and Burrito. And Seo-ra is sure that Nabi, deep in her heart, already knew it, but was too scared to admit it. After all, she has nowhere to go without Burrito. This infuriates Nabi so much that she immediately grabs her sword and rushes to attack. But Seo-ra is confident in his strength and calmly pulls out his sword. The battle begins, and after a few strokes, Seo-ra's sword plunges into Nabi's heart. Nabi's body is shaking and tears are streaming from her eyes. She says she doesn't want to end the game like this. And Seo-ra pushes and says she doesn't have to worry because she's not the only one she'll send back. By this time, Seol Ji-hoo has teleported into the tower. A ticket to the VIP store falls nearby. He wonders how he cleaned up an impossible mission. The current number of survival points is 477,000. The one-time ticket is caught by someone's white-gloved hand. It was Agnes who asked if he wanted to die being beaten with a bamboo pole. But she believes that Seol Ji-hoo had a plan, and Seol Ji-hoo has nothing to say to her. After a while, they were already sitting in Seol's room, and he told her everything. Agnes suggests a level 4 team could clean up this mission, and Seol asks why she was on the board. It turns out that one person managed to clean it up, but it seems like Sung Shi-hyun was just lucky. On Missy Seol, he unknowingly activated a level 12 earthquake. That's what caused the incredible explosion. In addition, that Seol Ji-hoo's victory move consisted of 2 lucky moves he had learned through his addictions in the past. But Seo Ji-hoo is going to take this information with him to his grave. Handing over a disposable ticket, Agnes asks if she can give one last piece of advice. A short time later, Yuang announced the end of the trial period in neutral territory. Lighting up, she says they'll probably have to find a way out on their own. Once out of the tower, the survivors found themselves in that lost paradise. Looking at the exit of Seo Ji-hoo's tower, he can't believe it's really over. It turned out that Agnes was standing in the doorway, nodding goodbye to him, from which Seo Ji-hoo concludes that this is really just the beginning. At this point, Hannah stands behind him and claims that he's really like a real Arabian now. Then he points to the carriage and suggests we go home. Seo Ra is already on her way there, but Seol wasn't going home. He asks why, and Hannah reminds him that despite the slow time in this world, he's been here for 3 months. She asks if he wants to be found. Meanwhile, the guys are saying goodbye to each other. And Seol Ji-hoo hopes that while they're all alive, there should be a chance for them all to meet again. Their carriage goes to Scheherazade and stops at the Temple of Luxuria. Ms. Hannah says Ms. Seo Ra will be heading to Shinyun's headquarters, so it's better to say goodbye here. Scratching the back of his head, Seol Ji-hoo says that all good things come to an end and asks Seo Ru to take care of himself. As Seol starts to leave, Seo Ra remembers something she's been wanting to know for so long. She asks his first name because she probably only knew his last name. Then Seol Ji-hoo turns around and says his first and last name with a smile on his face. After a while, he and Hannah were standing at the gate. Seol Ji-hoo was changing his clothes. Hannah asks why he didn't tell anyone his name, because even she recognized him when she ran the background check. And Seol didn't tell anyone his name in the casino because he thought he wasn't worthy of using it. Over time, it just became the norm. Besides, he didn't want to dishonor the name his parents had given him. Adjusting his jacket, Hannah asks if he thinks it's safe to use his name now. And Seol Ji-hoo doesn't answer anything and offers to see you on Earth, then walks into the portal. In a moment, he already appears in his room with dirty dishes and scattered clothes. When he looks out the window, he sees people and realizes that he has really come home. Then he notices his cell phone, which is already dead because he hasn't had it for a month. After charging his phone, he hails an expensive cab and notices a message from Hannah. She's transferred some money to an account he can use. Hannah also clarified that their job is to make sure the Ardians are stable on Earth. Seoul is shocked that there's 150 million in there. Seo Ji-hoo takes a cab to a casino he hasn't been to in so long. And after a while, he arrives at his house, hoping that no one is home. After all, he's not sure he's ready to see their faces. No sooner has he entered than a familiar voice is heard behind him, asking what he's doing here. It was his brother Seok, who had obviously just gotten home from work. Seol Ji-hoo excitedly says he brought the 50 million won he borrowed earlier, as well as a laptop and a car for Seol Jin-hee. Correcting his glasses, Chi asks if Seol Ji-hoo recently hit the jackpot or won the lottery. Seol Jin-hee hears their voices and peeks out of the room, asking who Seok is talking to. When she sees Seol Ji-hoo, she is angry and asks how dare he come here. She has already promised to deal with him the next time she sees him. Then she runs out and sees her car. She thought she'd never see it again after Seol Ji-hoo sold it. Assuming that Seol Ji-hoo is returning from the casino, Seok demands to leave and take that dirty money with him. But Seol Ji-hoo says he didn't win at gambling. He went to the casino to register his name and get banned. Then Seok wonders where he got the money in the first place. He goes to Jin-hee claiming that he obviously got it in a suspicious way. After thinking for a while, Seol Jin-hee takes the bags and goes to her room. Seok demands them back. Slamming the door, Seol Jin-hee claims that she'll take those packages even if she regrets it later. Before leaving, Seok says they'll talk later, but Seol Ji-hoo asks him to stop. He lowers his head in front of the closed door, realizing he didn't mean for things to turn out this way. Toward evening, a guy came into the cafe. Hae-chun-hae and Jin-song concluded that there was no point in evaluating such a guy because he was perfect. Turns out, it was Seol Ji-hoo. Sung-hwa sits down at his table and says Seok called her and asked if I lent him money to play games. And Seol Ji-hoo says he got them at work, plus there was a bonus for his performance. Then Sung-hwa asks what job it was at. Seol Ji-hoo looks away embarrassed and says it's a secret. And Sun-hwa asks if he accidentally went to that secret place. She heard that they go abroad and come back, and selling organs. Seol Ji-hoo looks at Seon-hwa in bewilderment at the idea of such a horrible way to make money. And Sung-hwa asks if not by this method, then how he was able to get such a large amount of money in just a month. Her words really hurt Seol Ji-hoo. He tearfully ran away as far away as possible because it was unreasonable to compare him to such idiots. On the same road was Hannah Kim, who obviously didn't expect to see Seol Ji-hoo here. Without raising his eyes, Seol Ji-hoo stops right in front of Hannah, after which a chagrined man lays his head on her shoulder, which surprised Hannah. Without looking up, Seol Ji-hoo says he wants to go back. After a while, there were men sitting in the carriage. Hugo asked how long it would take to get to Harima. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have waited for the girl. And asks Alex's opinion. But Alex thinks it's not so bad because it's traveling with men. But Hugo doesn't like it. Finally, they decide to meet their third traveling companion. Alex is a level 3 priest, and Hugo is a level 4 barbarian warrior. He notices the cool spear and assumes at least second level. Seoul introduces himself by his name and says he's level 1. By nightfall, Samuel has arrived in Haramag. He speaks to the people in the tavern and says that he is recruiting for a scouting expedition. He says there will be members of his team and Carp Diem. These are the main players, but I would like to recruit 2 people. Since the commission of a member of the royal family, the reward will be decent. Then Yong calls out and asks where they're going, and Samuel says it's going to be the Forest of Confrontation. After a brief silence, everyone present laughed loudly in response to him, and Yonk says it was obvious because Carp Diem will be on the team. Manhwa intervenes and says that jokes should be made on Earth, but Samuel asks if he looks like a man who has started making stupid jokes. Everyone who was laughing so hard stopped talking. They realized that it was better not to joke with them. Then Mungho reminds us that this is a place of no return, and High Priest Rebecca barely survived. And Yonk says there's nothing to be gained there. It's not a place to go just to get a reward, even from the royal family. While everyone is silent, one of the men present continues the meal without paying attention to Samuel's speech. Taking this as disrespect for Samuel's speech, Tuan reminds him that the latter has not yet finished. But this warrior continues his meal without answering anything to Thuan. And Yang says he's never seen such a warrior here before. He assumes it came from Scheherazade. He also thinks that if any second-tiered people get cocky around here, they can kiss their lives goodbye quickly. Then the warrior rises and removes his hood, reminding him that even a dog should not be touched when it is eating. He doesn't think it's Haramag, but Thuan obviously didn't immediately understand exactly what the arriving warrior meant, and the warrior turns around. It was Seol Jihu who clarified that he was level 1. Everyone in the pub arrived in amazement at his equipment, and Minso sitting next to Huan says he looks like a level 2 warrior. The magic spear is definitely not for beginners, and Huan wondered if there were those who deliberately downplayed their level. Only Dylan didn't change his face. He lit a cigarette, watching the pressure build between the warriors. Meanwhile, Seituan decides to deal with the impudent stranger and lashes out at him with his fists. But Seol Jihu immediately blocks his fist with his hand. He silently stares into his eyes. He clenches his fist so hard that Tuan can't get out. His hand trembles, and he can't understand why Seol is so strong. There's an immediate energy of Seol Jihu coursing through Thuang's arm, and Thuan asks him not to show off. But Seol Jihu keeps clenching his fist, and there's nothing Thuan can do. He doesn't believe that magical power is not level 2, but only level 1. Finally, an exhausted Thuan drops to his knee, accepting his defeat. And Seol Jihu says they made him lose his appetite. He asks what they'll do now. Thuan grunts in pain. Hearing this, bartender Vin realizes that Seol Jihu has actually eaten 3 servings already. The people of Haramag have started a riot. They are certain that Seol came from Scheherazade, for only from there could the warrior afford to look down on their people. And Seol Jihu lets go of his hand. The Wan doesn't want to appear weak among his own, so he hesitantly draws his sword. He says he's going to kill Seol Jihu. Everyone in the tavern is already on his side and ready to attack. Looking at what's going on, Dylan realizes it's not a good situation for a rookie. But if he doesn't prove himself, no team will accept it. At this point, the warriors walk into the tavern, asking what the problem is and if they're already fighting. It turned out to be Hugo and Alex, who immediately saw Seol Jihu. Samuel immediately asks if Alex and Hugo really know Seol. Alex says they met back in Zara. Seeing the people gathered against Seol, Hugo decides to ask what's going on. With a more menacing look, he asks, since when did Haramag have the whole company attack a single level 1 rookie? And Thuan claims that Seol doesn't have a first level, and Hugo was duped too. With a smile on his face, Priest Alex says that Seol is level 1, and it's pure truth, because he has personally seen his status window. But Thuan cries out that it can't be. He couldn't counter it in terms of magic power or strength. Dylan recalls the amazing story that, among those who entered in March, there is an interesting specimen. He had been in training for 2 months, and on the 3rd, he started the missions. I also completed an impossible mission alone. Lighting a cigarette, Dylan says that Seol Jihu is the warrior leader, with the gold tag. Also, Seol is the second after Song Shahyun that is out of the frame. By nightfall, they arrived at the inn. He says Seol can make himself at home, and Seol clarifies that he will only keep them for 1 night. He also thanks the guys for helping out today, and Hugo says it's okay. After all, for the Haramag people to go out of their way to attack their Carp Diem team is the same as them saying they're quitting the game. And Dylan says Haramag is known as a rebel town, but not everyone here is bad, just a bunch of fools willing to lose their lives for their freedom. And Hugo confirms it. He also says there's a place with a really bad reputation. It's called Ifa. It's a place that's really run down. Ju-hyun runs into the room. Dylan asks if she's back just now. She notices Seol Jihu and stops in place, and water drips from her face. Hugo reminds me to wipe first and then come out. It's all dripping on the floor, but Ju-hyun says that if you leave it alone, it will dry on its own. While Hugo wipes the floor behind her, Cho-hong herself looks at Seol Jihu's face incredulously. When asked what it is, Dylan says it's a guest, but Ju-hyun reminds him that it's late. She sits down on the couch and says it's the first time she's seen him here, and Dylan assures her she'll see him often from now on. Dylan presents her as the team's headache. Cho-hong is a level 4 holy warrior. After hearing about their team's headache, Seol Jihu was amused, and Ju Hong was very angry. Continuing on, Dylan introduces a level 4 barbarian warrior named Hugo. He's the bald head of their team, but Hugo clarifies that his head is shaved. And finally, Dylan introduces himself. He is a level 5 marksman and team leader. Together, they are the Carp Diem of Haramag. And Seol Jihu is using the 9 Eyes ability. He wipes his eyes, assuming that the ability doesn't work because they are all glowing golden. Hugo says their motto is to do what they want. Rewards and merit are good, but the most important thing is fun. Cho Hong asks if they have a newcomer, and Hugo remarks that it's a great idea, and Seol can join in, and he will educate. Seol laughs, saying that it's very unexpected. Dylan says that Saul will be joining them on a new mission as a bearer. It's his first expedition, so he's invited for a little training. They can't take Seol, who has a bright future ahead of him, and Hugo thought about it, but Ju Hyun doesn't look like such a bitch anymore. Meanwhile, Seol concludes that the golden color indicates their nature. It can't be a reason to join the team. And Ju Hyun comes to the conclusion that Seol Jihu is just a chick. She asks his name, and Seol calls his name with incredible calmness. With a smirk on his face, Ju Hong asks if he'll teach a lesson since he's not afraid of the Haramagans. With a sip of her drink, Seol asks how she's going to teach the lesson. That answer makes Ju Hyun stunned. She thinks he's a self-righteous jerk. You'd think he's going through life all over again. A stream of dark liquid pours out of his mouth. He realized it wasn't coffee, but herbal tea. While Cho Hong is disgruntled, Hugo asks what means, plus Alpha will be in the new mission. And Dylan says it's the same with Samuel's team. There's no reason for them to be on a regular recon mission. He specifies that they'll go deeper, into the depths. There is a way to attack this forest of confrontation. It wasn't even light yet, but groups of warriors had already gathered in Haramaga Square. Among them were Carp Diem's boys and Samuel's crew. Dylan and Samuel heard a familiar voice. That was teacher Ian. He welcomes everyone who came so early. When Ian addresses the boys, he calls them handsome, and they realize that Ian is still the same as he was before. Ian looks at Jo Hong and exclaims that she's still the same. He blushes, and Jo Hong gets angry because an old pervert shouldn't be in a hurry to go to the afterlife. After looking at Ian, Seol decides to ask who he is. Hugo says he's a level 4 alchemist. He's a rather famous mage in paradise, close to the royal family of Haramag. Finally, Samuel turns to everyone present and says it's time to hit the road. Remembering Dylan's words about Saul having a gold mark and being out of the frame begs the question of what the point of it all is. In any case, a level 1 warrior can only be used as a bearer. Seol feels like he should have gone to Shinyung. Turning her attention to Dylan, Saul realizes that these guys' golden aura means something. At the point, Samuel stops the team and says it's Ethan's cave with 30 heads. Direction 12 o'clock. 10 heads, 10 o'clock. Samuel then gives the order to prepare for battle. Dylan pulls out an arrow. Countless 2-headed goblins with glowing eyes are already advancing from the cave, and Samuel orders the battle to begin. Sol takes up his spear, and the windbearer standing next to him is very afraid. He has no weapons of any kind. Seeing Seol Ju Hong's preparation, he asks where he's going, and orders him to just stand there and watch. Samuel, meanwhile, immediately throws several shurikens that fly clear across the goblins' necks. On the other side of the forest, a horde of goblins with axes approaches. Clara immediately sends several arrows at them. She manages to kill a few goblins. On the other side of the battlefield, Grace uses a shield. She pierces a group of goblins with her aura. She stops and draws the attention of the other goblin. As soon as they turned around, 4 heads immediately flew off to the side. Meanwhile, Hugo deftly uses his axe to send a few more goblins to the other world. Looking around, Seol Jihu assumes it's an ambush. And so it was, for another army of goblins rush out of the forest. They also have shields and swords. Before they can get close to the men, the whole army is on fire. Turns out it was Dylan. His crossbow was firing flaming arrows. When Ju-hoon sees it, she exclaims that it was a great shot, and Dylan tells her to deal with the others. She has a mace, which means Cho Hong can finish off the surviving goblins with close combat. Turns out there were still a few goblins left barely alive after Dylan's fire shot. With a lust for destruction, Cho Hong strikes each goblin in the head. Looking at her attacking abilities, Seol realizes that she has a very high level, and Ian asks if that isn't great. But Seol doesn't know what he's talking about. Ian clarifies that he's talking about the Ju Hong girl. Before he can finish his thought, Cho Hong immediately calls him an old pervert and reminds him not to say her name with his filthy mouth. Then Hugo asks Ju Hong to talk to teacher Ian more politely, and Ju Hyun asks why Ian only picks on her. Looking at all of them, Seol realizes with a smile on her face that they are acting like a family, and Ian says that Seol can smile. But Seol didn't expect anyone to be looking at him at that moment. They shake hands in honor of their acquaintance. Hugo walks up and asks Seol to take a few more items to his bag. Taking the items Seol walks on, and Samuel turns his attention to him. Then he turns to the rest of the bearers, who are obviously tired and crouch down to rest unlike Sul. Samuel asks if they're just going to keep giving Sul their stuff. Clara walks by and says that these locals are always slacking off, but Vin assures me They're already at their limit, and Byung reminds them that they don't have the power of the gods. The carriers don't care that the backpacks already have weight-reducing and space-expanding magic installed, and Samuel's starting to get mad at them. Seeing that the situation is escalating, Seol decides to clarify that she can take more. Then Samuel asks if he's going to have a hard time, because there's a hill ahead, and if Seol overexerts himself, it won't do any good. But Seol replies that it's a training exercise. Then Samuel agrees since Seol volunteered. And Seol goes to the bearers to lighten their bags, and the warriors watch from the sideline. Then Hugo turns to Dylan, saying that Sol is a great fit for their team. Ju Hyun looks at Seol with different eyes and says he's not as squishy as he looks, and Hugo smiles. Then he goes to Dylan to get his opinion on it, but Dylan denies his offer. Hugo is stunned by this response. He doesn't understand Dylan's decision because Seol has strong potential, and Dylan says that's exactly the reason he's not a match. Then Hugo and Cho Hong look at each other, wondering what that means. And Dylan explains that this is the most important time for Seol. He needs a team that can lead and back him up. She will unlock his limitless abilities and talents. This is exactly the kind of experienced team. But Hugo and Cho Hong are sure it's them, and Dylan covers his face with his hand when he realizes they're stupid. He reminds them that the old man is going to retire, so he's not sure about Seol. Dylan also asks them to remember that they need the power right now. Then Hugo whispers to Ju Hong to say something in favor of Seol too, and Cho Hong reminds me that Carpe Diem Dylan is the leader now, and it's up to him to handle the old man's passing. So he suggests that we don't bother him anymore. But Hugo doesn't understand what happened to Ju Hyun. With a sad face, he asks why all of a sudden she's acting all grown up. And Cho Hong heads towards Seol, who is standing next to the rest of the bearers. Ju Hyun walks by, but close enough to take another look at Seol. At sunset, they reach the hill. The way was indeed hard for everyone. As Samuel looks out into the distance, he says it's the forest of confrontation. They need to get through it to go to the Federation or the Parasites. In other words, it's the southernmost part of people's territory, and Sol specifies that it's a border zone. He recalls a conversation with Hannah, who asks to leave Scheherazade, but Seol asks why. It turns out that Shin Young had great power. She clarifies that they achieved the victory of the Earthlings in the battle and gained their current fame and power only because of Song Shin Hyun. After he suddenly disappeared, Shin Young was out of commission, and then came Seol, who they were definitely trying to get on amazing terms. And Seol asks if that's the contract Hannah's talking about, and Hannah confirms it, and reminds her that she's the one he made the pact. She asks if Seol understands what happened after that. He doesn't say anything, and Hannah clarifies that when a person loses their competitive edge, they get nervous. She adjusts her glasses and clarifies that such a man starts walking on his head until it's too late. Then Seol asks where he's being sent, and Hannah says it's Haramag. It's a little dangerous, but the other world is safe unless Seol decides to go below. Sol is uncomfortable with the fact that he's gone below, and all the way to the border zone, but he realizes that forgiveness is quicker than permission. Meanwhile, the team stopped for the night. They unfolded their tents and lit a fire. Once at the top, Ian says his assumptions were correct. This place isn't a curse, it's magic, a very powerful ancient spell. Then Ju Hong asks what he's proposing. After all, Leader Dylan said there's a plan of action. With a wink, Cho Hong Ian replies that they have prepared for this scenario. And Sul is asking just this forest of confrontation. What exactly is being confronted here? Then Ian looks back to look at Seol and says that he knows how to ask intelligent questions, which is very unlike level 1. And Cho Hong can't wait to hear the answer. It turns out that when someone enters the forest, the mind becomes fierce. It's the desire to resist. No one knows what exactly the mind will confront. It may be a weapon in the hands during a battle, or even the mind may begin to deny itself. But Ian says not to worry, because if their way doesn't work, they'll just go back. And Ju Hong asks if Seol really chickened out. He says with a wry smile that he shouldn't be afraid, because she'll keep an eye on him. Finally, everyone headed towards the tents and Sol remained standing there. It turned out that he had activated the Nine Eyes ability and no color appeared. Meanwhile, in one of the caves, the monster is happy that humans have come here again. He longs for them to come closer so that he can kill them. And Dylan and Cho Hong are examining the potion flasks. Cho Hong asks if it really prevents mind contamination. Ian had the big flask of potion. He says it prevents the contamination from happening, to some extent. But the most important thing is their will. The team drinks the potion, and Ian says that when they open their souls and show emotions and feelings, then the magic of the forest will tell them how to act. Feelings are highly contagious. Ian says that whether they love or not, they will definitely have an effect on the person next to them. It doesn't ask you to detach from all emotions, it just asks you to keep your composure. Finally, the team enters a forest with trees of unbelievable size. Saul looks around and marvels at the virgin forest. He assumes the Amazon jungle looks something like this. Large cobblestones appeared in the team's path. A man in armor leaned on one of them. As the guys get closer, they ask what's wrong. And then one of the team yells out that it's Khan. He's got huge claw marks on his chest. Turns out Hugo knows Khan. He looks puzzled at the lifeless body and asks what he is doing here. And Grace says that before suggesting that everyone go on this expedition, they were looking for Khan first. Clenching his fist, Samuel says that Khan turned down their offer to go together. He asks how dare Kang trick him like that and delivers a kick to the head with his foot. Alex rushes to Khan and asks him to calm down because Khan is already in another world. But Samuel's mind has already started the confrontation. He grimaces and says that not only can't Alex share his anger with him, but he's also opposed to it. Healing back, Alex asks to calm down and just listen to him. That's when Samuel gets stabbed in the back. He wonders what it was. Turning back, Samuel sees Dylan and immediately pulls out a knife and stands up in a fighting stance. And Ian is already activating a spell using his wand. It was a stabilization spell, from which Samuel's entire body and mind instantly came to a state of adequacy. He felt sick with the realization of the uncontrollability of his mind. Sweat drips down his face. He tried to catch his breath. Alchemist Ian says he used purification magic and everything will be okay now. Samuel apologizes. He suddenly feels like everyone's trying to cheat. The team is in a stupor. And Ian says that Samuel has become resistant to trusting his co-workers. Archer Clara puts her hand on her heart and says that she was very frightened and that the forest is very dangerous. Meanwhile, Dylan is examining the footprints on the ground. He says there are tracks that lead inside about 10 pairs, but only Khan's tracks lead outside. And Clara says his team consisted of 8 people, so there were 2 more stretcher bearers, and she asks where the others are. Hugo asks if she thinks the others survived if there's a level 5 royal guard lying here. Cho Hong wonders what attacked. Before Samuel could share his guess, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. It was so loud, he had to cover his ears. Seo looks around, trying to figure out what's going on. He thought he heard a wild animal screaming. At that moment, a monster of incredible size jumps out of the forest. When Ian sees him, he warns him that he's a lionel, and he's very dangerous. And Dylan doesn't hesitate to send a flaming arrow from his crossbow at him. There is a powerful explosion that pushes the lion man back several meters, but he continues to resist the powerful stream of fire. As the smoke evaporated, it became apparent that Lionaire was countering the blow using his halberd. Looking closely, Hugo asks if this is the same halberd Khan has. Meanwhile, several more of the same monsters emerge from the forest on all sides. Smirking, Samuel notices that there are more and more of them, and wonders if the migration season has begun. He asks where the monsters from the mountain across the street came from. Meanwhile, monsters with a variety of weapons surround the entire team. Leader Dylan says he'll take on the big one in front. Hugo and Clara attack from the left, and Samuel and Grace attack the ones on the right side. And then he gives the order to attack. And the entire team turns away to attack the monsters surrounding them. And Leonore also rushes to the attack. He takes a big jump and rapidly approaches the warriors. And Dylan immediately shoots at him, and a powerful fiery stream of energy crashes into his shoulder. But the monster doesn't stop, and swings his huge paw around to critically damage Dylan. But Dylan moves lightning fast to the side, firing 5 arrows at once. Trying to dodge, the monster turns away and takes several arrows in his paws. As the monster undergoes severe pain, Dylan makes several jumps to stop in a safe place. He lands right behind the back of the monster, who has drawn his halberd to counter the arrows. Meanwhile, 2 more smaller monsters attack simultaneously, swinging their axes. Turns out they're being confronted by Grace. She's defending herself with her shield. At the same moment, 2 more of Lion's men attack Grace from the back. Seeing this, Samuel asks where they are going and throws shurikens. Immediately, 3 monsters take damage to the head and fall on their backs. As long as Samuel helps Grace Seol, it looks like he can beat them. Ju Hyun is standing next to him, and in front of them, Hugo is attacked by 4 monsters at once. He turns to Clara and tells her to try to do something, and Clara activates her energy by aiming arrows at the monsters. But the monsters did not feel its power. The arrows ricocheted off their chests and fell to the ground. Clara's angry, and Hugo says it's a little difficult for a level 2. The monsters rush to attack, and Hugo stands ready to parry their blows. With one blow, Hugo manages to knock back both of the monsters attacking him at once. But another monster decides to attack from behind, and Hugo senses it coming. Cho Hong is on Hugo's defense. She activates her shield coming out of her cuffs. Seeing Jo Hong, Hugo reminds her of the old man Ian, whom she was protecting. But Ju Hyun asks what he offers since he could die at any moment. Meanwhile, Grace's shield is cracking so badly that she can see the approaching monsters through the gap. The 2 monsters are already swinging their paw and axe approaching Grace. A terrified Grace falls to the ground, assuming it's her hour of reprisal. But the moment the monsters swung to do damage, the sacred power created a huge shield around Grace. Turns out it was Alex who used his mana to save Grace. He's using Luceria's spell. The spell was so strong that his cross began to shatter. Seeing Dylan struggle to fight the monster boss, Sol realizes that their words about the bearer not being able to take effect no longer mean anything. Everyone on his team is in grave danger. Seol wondered how he could just stand by and watch this. Meanwhile, Ian uses his powers to make it easier for the team to fight. Crystals appear around him. He casts a spell, and all the crystals created are sent to the monsters in a flash. All the monsters that attacked the warriors were defeated by the crystals. Cho Hong thinks it's a great way to prepare for battle. But the boss was so big that the crystal didn't hit his torso, but stuck into his leg. The crystal penetrates deeper and liquefies that area of the foot. Finally, Lioner goes down, and Dylan yells to the team to finish him off. Meanwhile, the rest of the warriors continue the battle and the monsters that have arrived. And Seol is happy that the position is theirs again. This time it's obvious that they can win. Exhausted with pain and rage, Leonore once again lets out a piercing scream. So everyone in the room stops for a moment. Sol thinks the sound is like tearing flesh into pieces. His scream was a signal for the monsters. While the warriors are recovering from that scream, the monsters are already attacking. Soul is sure that they will not be defeated. And Ian uses the spell again to ward off the spell of the forest. Soul feels the change in himself. His mind seems to be back in control. Saul's trying to figure out what that was. He thinks the forest has that effect on him. At some point, he began to deny the capabilities of the expedition members. He realizes he needs to pull himself together and take a sober look at the situation. Soul turns around to the monster boss and sees that he's laughing, and then glances at Ian, who is stunned by what he sees. Then Seol starts running, realizing that this is not the way to go, and he can't handle it. Both Jo Hong and Hugo immediately take notice of Seol Jihu's action. Taking out his spear, Seol wonders why he can't do that, and throws a weapon full of his energy at the boss. While Ian was wondering what was going on, Seol's spear was already flying past. Turns out there was a monster lioness behind Ian. She doesn't have time to strike and takes damage with her spear. And Samuel realized there was an ambush, and Seol knew it beforehand. Ian fell to the ground, and the boss lioness turns her attention to Seol, who has done her damage. She doesn't hesitate to jump in, wanting to take out Seol first. Her huge dagger Seol counters with a second spear. He senses the enemy's tremendous power. So, he decides it's time to add some magical powers. The lioness senses his power, and Seol has to work hard not to be at the point of her dagger. The lioness herself is surprised that the warrior is so strong that she has not yet defeated it. And Seol makes a powerful leap and pushes the lioness's dagger away with a deep strike to the lioness's torso. The tip of the spear cracks immediately, and Seol looks at the lioness, who is still on her feet, and growls. Finally, she falls to the ground, and Seol takes a breath, realizing that his magical powers were enough to defeat an incredible opponent. Seol himself didn't know he was capable of such feats. He breathes loudly and turns his attention to the team. Meanwhile, the team is in for a pleasant shock at the Saul Bearer's abilities. Seeing the lioness defeated, the lioness begins to roar with rage. And Dylan says Leonore is open and charges a magic arrow. Dylan's magical power was so much that the arrow penetrates the boss, leaving him no chance of survival. He flies off and crashes into a huge boulder, and his body is still overcome by the electric shock. At the sight of the defeated boss, the other monsters flee. Falling to the ground, Seol is glad they won. His body is still trembling. Seol is surprised that he rushed into the attack without looking through the Nine Eyes ability. Hugo comes up and says that he should have been a member of the expedition instead of a bearer. And Seol reminds him that with the first level, you can only be a bearer. And Ian asks if Seol knows that only a level 4 warrior can handle such a monster, and he now owes Seol his life. Samuel was sure the out-of-bounds warrior was just some bullshit. Now he reaches out and asks for help the rest of the way, as an official member of the expedition. Glancing at the rest of the guys on the team, Seol sees their agreement and extends his hand, saying he'd be happy to help. In the morning, the team was already making their way through the bushes to a specific location. They come out onto a stone road and see a cave. Samuel asks what's in there. Ian says the whole forest is dense with the energy of denial. Yet, it's as quiet as the eye of the storm. So, the negation magic was necessary to protect this place. As soon as they set foot on this land, Seol's soul immediately calmed down. That feeling of pressure was gone. And Ian says this is the holy grave they were looking for. Here, Archer Clara urges to go there as soon as possible because she is very curious. And Alex can't even imagine how many rare and valuable treasures it holds. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers, Seol wonders if they're really gonna go in there, and Samuel suggests finding the entrance to the tomb of the saints. Then Seol asks if it's okay not to go in. With a glance at Seol, Samuel asks why don't they go in there, and Seol says with a frown that they're going to loot the grave. But Hugo doesn't see what the big deal is. And Alex asks if Seol has a moral problem, and he clarifies that in paradise, it's commonplace. Then Seol asks if they really don't care that they're going to steal someone's shelter. Dylan and Ju Hyun are silent, and Clara thinks that Seol is playing the saint. Pointing at Seol, Grace clarifies that it's just the echoes of a normal person. Then Samuel apologizes for disappointing, but that was the purpose of the expedition. He says Teacher Ian would be happy just to confirm the hypothesis, but they're different. I mean, why come here if not for the profit? Going to the tomb, Samuel says that if Seol is bothered by it, he can stay outside, but in return, he'll be last in line for the artifacts. Seeing the torn vines, Samuel says someone's been in here before, and Dylan assumes it was Khan's crew. Once inside, Samuel warns us to hurry. There's a chance that Khan and his boys are out there with the artifact. He says we need to track the whereabouts of all of Khan's crew, whether they're alive or dead. That'll probably be Ian's job. Meanwhile, the bearers are waiting for the team outside the tomb. It turns out that Ju Hyun stayed behind to guard the stretcher. She asks what Seol did on Earth, and Seol asks, isn't it an unspoken rule here not to ask such things? Ju, Hong replies that she's just curious. Then Seol asks why she didn't go with the others in the first place. After all, she said it was a chance to get good items. Cho Hong smirked, wondering if something would happen to Seol while he was here alone. Seol remained silent, but wished he could tell her to worry about herself since he had the Nine Eyes ability. This is when Seol realizes that he really does have 9 eyes and rises to his feet. He gets closer and realizes the cave is completely black. That means immediate escape. He feels uncomfortable because it's the first time after an impossible mission. He realizes that Alex the priest plus teacher Ian the archimage, and it seems like nothing can happen to them. Seeing Seol Cho-hong tense up, he immediately asks what's become of him, and Seol recalls Hannah's words that there's only a small chance of passing an impossible mission. It takes a medium-sized group above level 4. Seol realizes it would be nice to see what's inside. He asks what dangers there are in the tomb. Cho-hong doesn't know, but assumes they're traps, monsters, or ghosts, and waits to hear Seol's opinion. Seol himself recalls the words of Gid-han, and he said that the dead perceive all living things as their enemies. He is sure that Sora was different, although Ga-ram was torn apart by his wife and daughter. This means that if the deceased has a sense of hostility, then there is also consciousness. While Seol is in contemplation, Ju-hyun comes to resent him for ignoring her, and Seol decides there's a way to avert disaster. Meanwhile, at the Holy Tomb, the team inspects the walls and tries to open the gate. Grace asks how long Samuel will take to crack. He replies that he's almost done because the difficulty level is low, but it takes time to crack the structure. And Dylan asks if Khan's team couldn't open it and why there's no sign of them anywhere. Dylan finds that very strange. Finally, Samuel is finished, and the lock opens. An overjoyed Clara asks for the gate to be opened faster, but Seol and Ju-hyun run in. She yells that they can't open the door because they'll be killed if they go in. Seol runs in with a parchment in his hand. He picks up the parchment and claims to read the thoughts of the deceased with a stream of consciousness pen. And Clara goes to Ian to find out what the feather is. Ian says it's an object that shows the consciousness of another being. This is a pretty expensive item from the raffle that was available during the training. And Samuel reads an inscription that threatens death. He wonders if this is the Tomb Master's consciousness, and who it is. And Ian tells us it's a woman and her husband. A noble aristocratic family went bankrupt, and the youngest daughter was forced into a marriage of convenience to help the family. Right after the ceremony, the groom was gone. The cause of his death was an incurable disease, and the suddenly widowed woman was buried alive with her husband. And after that, she was recognized as a saint. With a look of horror on his face, Cho-hong asks if a living person has been buried, and Ian claims that she chose this path for herself. That's why she became a saint. Then a famous magician cast a spell on the place. The saint's tomb was filled with precious objects. It turns out that the source of consciousness is either a husband who wants to protect his wife, or a wife who is trying to protect her husband. Or maybe it's both. Dylan thinks about it and says he didn't want to fight the ghosts. Then Clara asks if they're going back for such a small thing. With a smirk on his face, Hugo asks what the hell Clara is talking about. After all, ghosts are the most difficult opponents in paradise. He asks if Clara thinks she can do anything with a second level. Clara just grins back at him, and Alex says that he and Ian still have something to fight for, and expects to hear confirmation. But Ian says it's hard to tell, because if the enemy's mind is so clear, it won't be easy. Seol intervenes and says there may be a way. After a time, she and Alex recreate the actual ceremony with food offering, and Clara asks if Seol wants to kill the ghost with some kind of ceremony, and reminds her that offerings are useless after this use. Here, Ju-hong asks her to stop and clarifies that Seol did his best to come here too. And Samuel demands that they both calm down, because the ceremony is almost over. Finally, Seol sets the parchment on fire and asks the ghost to accept the offering and stop being angry. At that moment, Seol activates the Nine Eyes and realizes that things have changed from an immediate escape to a state of choice. Now it takes a piece of flesh to read consciousness. Just now, Seol used the herb from the grave, and now he's tasting the offering flower. He places a blank parchment and a quill on the ground, and asks to read his thoughts and soul. The quill is lifted and letters appear on the parchment. Clara bites her fingers in fear and says it's creepy. The quill stops, and Sewell says the answer is written. It says that the saint will not pay attention unless they disturb the eternal sleep. Assuming it's permission, Samuel reaches his hand toward the gate and offers to try to enter. The entire team warily walks inside and inspects the huge chambers. The tomb looked magnificent. The boys are sure that such beautiful tombs simply do not exist, and Samuel asks if they're allowed in. Does that mean they can take the items? And Seol replies that they can only take items if they don't touch the owners, and points to the coffin of the Holy Virgin. The stone figure was adorned with a gold ring and bracelet, and on the chest lies a gold cross with ornamentation in the form of the saint. Samuel asks if what they saw was really the consciousness of the saint. As they continue to look at the tomb, Seol replies that perhaps it was. As Clara and Alex approach the coffin of the Holy Virgin, Samuel asks them to be careful, and Clara can't take her eyes off the outline of the coffin. She claims it's very beautiful. Then Alex notices something incredible, and Clara asks what he saw. Turns out Alex saw a cross. From what he knows, this cross is the dream of all priests. And Ian says it's an artifact that allows you to use divine spells without an offering, and can freely store up to 6 spells. With this item, you will have a power equal to a level 6 mage. Alex asks if there are no restrictions on use. It turns out that the sign of the Holy Virgin is proof of her purity. Alex says it's a good idea to go to the next world for this, and Clara says not to crow. The cross ends up in Alex's hands, and Sewell orders him to put it back immediately. He asks if they don't know what it means not to disturb the dead. At the same moment, an earthquake starts, and Cial shouts that the Tomb Master is angry, but Clara asks what difference it makes. She thinks that if you're afraid of ghosts and there's nothing you can do about it, you have no right to stay in paradise. And Samuel's orders are to put the cross back first before discussing it. Alex looks at the cross and doesn't know what to do, and Clara is indignant. Finally, they return the cross to its place and walk away. And Hugo looks up and says, "The earthquake has stopped." But Clara returns to the coffin and, pointing to the bracelet, asks if she can have at least this. But Cial forbids her to do so and claims it's all their greed. And Samuel says that if greed means not fearing the end, then it seems the risk is worth it. After all, one such item could make them all rich. He specifies that they might be so rich that they won't have to come to paradise anymore, and Cial asks if they're really going to take it away. After all, in that case, you'd have to step over their lifeless bodies. Here, Clara takes aim with her bow straight at Sewell and says he'll answer for his words. Standing between the warriors, Hugo asks what's wrong with them, since this is no time for fighting. And Grace, grabbing his sword, claims that this newcomer Sewell was the first to cross the line. Cho Hong intervenes and says they're all crazy, and asks who they're pointing their guns at. Then Samuel turns to Dylan and asks if he's against it too. And Dylan says something was wrong from the start, and it's weird that Khan's team couldn't open that door. He concludes that before Kane's team tried to open the gate, they were already under attack, and he cites the Tomb Master himself as an example. Taking that view, Samuel says it means one of the warriors will disappear tonight, but then Ian comes up and says it's not going to happen, because he agrees with Cial too. Turns out Samuel didn't expect Ian to stand up to his own team, and Ian asks if Samuel knows that he's in a surprising hurry today. He thinks it's because of Vanessa, because Samuel needs a certain amount of money to revive her, and Samuel agrees with him. After all, after her disappearance, he became team leader, but it was hard to fill the void after her. He wants Vanessa back as soon as possible, and Ian says he respects Samuel as the leader of the expedition and the team. But as a senior in Paradise, he wants to say that the expedition has to be thorough. You can't put everything on the line, especially if you don't want to lose anyone else. And Samuel heeded the words of Ian's teacher. He lowers his head and orders us to take only what's on the walls, but Clara doesn't want to agree. And Samuel says they'll try to get the artifacts at the auction. And Alex says there's nothing we can do about it, so we have to follow that edict. Clara runs up to Sewell and threatens him with a fist shaking with rage, asking if the insolent brute is satisfied. Ju Hyun says it's nothing to worry about, because Clara just has a bad temper. Hugo has a lot to say, but he decides not to say anything. Then Cial thanks him for his understanding and apologizes that he caused such a fight. With a hand on Sewell's shoulder, Dylan says that people can quarrel even at a picnic, let alone on an expedition where they've come for profit. Finally, the team set about clearing the tomb. Samuel says we must hurry, for we must get out of the woods before sunset. At that moment, the earthquake starts again in the tomb. Cho Hong says it's gotten even stronger, and Samuel immediately orders everyone outside as soon as possible. And the team runs out of the tomb. They have only to run to the exit of the cave, but Hugo turns around and sees something strange that he warns the team about. And indeed, some dark energy creeps through the crowd and approaches Clara. She grabs Clara by the leg and pulls her back into the tomb. Clara reaches her arms out to the team, hoping for help. The gate's closing, and Dylan and Hugo try to open it, but nothing happens. In the moment, the guys stop. The whole team looks puzzled at the gate that started to open by itself. A dark creature in the guise of a girl turns to the guys and asks where they are. Alex and Grace stare in horror at what comes out of the tomb gate. Turns out it was Clara. She's covered in blood, opens the gate, and says she can't see anything. And Samuel turns around because he sees an even worse picture. He's screaming Alex's name. Turns out Alex activates Luceria's spell to defend himself, opens his mouth, and pulls the stolen cross towards him. Human greed is disgusting and deep and makes people foolish. To leave it unchecked was an unavoidable mistake on the part of the gods of Paradise. Meanwhile, the Tomb Master's energy is once again reaching for Clara, who is trying to get out of there. She squeezes Clara's head, and now all that's left of her is a lifeless body. Grace is stunned by what she sees, and tears spill from her eyes. When Samuel sees her, he yells that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. But Grace keeps standing still, and the guys can't leave her here. The Master's energy is getting stronger and stronger. Finally, the Saint says she wanted to let them go, but her jewel is stolen. She sends a stream of energy to Salt and asks why it was taken. Meanwhile, Alex continues to cast the spell and stares at the sign, not wanting to let it go. And the dark energy is already covering the entire space and heading towards Alex. He watches as Grace is enveloped by the energy and pulled along with him. And Grace looks at Alex and says, she can't move. Then Alex picks up his sword to go save Grace, and Samuel yells at him to step aside. But Alex didn't immediately realize what was happening, so he continued to stand still. And the Saint immediately splits his body in two. And Samuel wants to help, but Alex has already been ripped to shreds. And Samuel stops. His whole body shakes with the realization of losing Alex. Meanwhile, Grace is not in control of her body movements. She tells Samuel to get out of here because her sword is already heading in his direction. At the same moment, Saint puts a sword under Samuel's neck and leaves him headless. Dylan looks on in horror, and Cho Hong is asking Old Man Ian to do something about it. But Ian says the Saint's aura is too strong, and he can't move. In tears and terrible distress, Grace says that she did the deed to Samuel herself. At the same moment, Saint twists Grace's body and throws her to the ground in front of Soul. That's when Seol runs up to Samuel's body and searches his pockets. Cho Hong turns to him and asks if he wants to be headless too, and demands that he hide behind her back. And Seol explains that the stolen items need to be put back immediately. Finally, he finds the ring that was taken from that coffin saint. Streams of energy continue to cover the entire room. Trying to get away from them, Seol asks to wait a little longer. He notices the cross by Alex's body, and the bracelet that was surreptitiously removed. Seol also notices a brightly colored piece of jewelry stolen by Clara. Seol reaches for it. And Hugo, who also tries to hide from the saint's aura, says that Seol might get hurt. But Seol goes on with her plan and finally removes the brightly colored jewelry from Clara's neck. At that moment, the jewelry disappears. There is nothing else around Seol but blue space. He assumes the saint has taken him. He hears her voice, and the saint says she warned him. Salt turns around and sees the saint herself. She thought she would just hand over the treasure from the walls, and then the annoying people wouldn't come anymore. The Holy Virgin turns around and says that this ornament was left from her beloved mother. She also shows the ring and specifies that it is a gift from someone dear to her. Saul asks for forgiveness, and the Holy Virgin replies that it's not his fault and asks why he's apologizing. But Seol realizes he's in the same boat with them and tells the Holy Virgin. After a brief silence, the saint says to close her eyes, and Sul lowers her head and complies. She asks for her hand. When she touches his palm, the saint says it's the first time she's seen the man who protects her, and transmits something very vivid. She tells him something that Seol knows. He looks at her puzzled, and Saint asks if he will come to her again. At the same moment, she brings him back to the cave, and Seol sits on his knees for a while, trying to realize what just happened, and the gate to the tomb closes immediately. Hugo asks if it's over, and Ian immediately runs to Seol, asking if he's okay. But Seol continues to sit still. He opens his palm. Turns out she personally gave him her sigil and Festina's earrings. Their magical power increases the wearer's speed by 1.5 times. They can be used 3 times at a time, but then only after 6 hours. Remembering Saint Salt says she looked very sad and lonely, but time and quantity can be used simultaneously. Sol asks if it is really possible to run for about 3 minutes at a speed of 100 meters in 3 seconds. And Hugo is amazed that the Holy One would give such a thing to Salt. He says the Holy Maiden was generous. Ian says he should keep Salt. I mean, it's a shame to sell an item like this. And Dylan totally agrees with Ian's teacher. He says it would be hard to get such an item a second time. Then Ju Hong gets as close as possible and says Seol can give Festina's earrings to her. She hasn't worn anything pretty in a long time. And Hugo smirks and says Cho Hong won't make it any prettier anyway, while Ju Hong tries to strangle Hugo for such jokes. Seol reflects on the fact that he really doesn't need the money yet. He puts earrings in his ears. And Ju Hyung comes over and says they look good on him. A blush of embarrassment appears on Seol's face. He asks if it's true. Coming out of the tent, Ian says that if you put magic in Festina's earrings, they should activate. And indeed, with the energy from Ian's wand, the earrings activate and release streams of aura. And Seol says his whole body is enveloped in some kind of invisible energy. He wants to see their power in action and decides to go for a run. And the running was very fast indeed. Saul remembers that you can put an effect on them and speeds up. The team looks at his incredible speed, with the realization that the Saints have rewarded him lavishly. And Hugo regrets not showing off for the Virgin Mary too. Dylan's sure it won't be easy to deal with, and Ian assumes it was the royal family. He pulls out a blue balloon and apologizes for having to leave. Meanwhile, Seol realizes that his body is about to be blown to pieces at this speed, and he has to stop, but he can't. And Ju Hong turns his head and says that there are 2 fools on the team now, but Hugo asks how she can even rank Seol with him. He claims she has no conscience at all, and Cho Hong pretends to strangle Hugo again. Dylan mentally clarifies that there are 3 fools on the team. He remembers the night he offered Seol to join Carpe Diem. Dylan knows that with Seol's skills, he could join any team, even Shin Young. And Seol listens to him with surprise, because he doesn't think he's so capable. Meanwhile, Dylan says that it would be more convenient for Seol to join Shin Young because they're from the same area. Seol probably had a reason to come here, but Dylan clarifies that if his hunch is correct, then Carp Diem's team will definitely become his support. Seol didn't expect to hear such words. Coming back from his memories, Dylan glances at the Panning guys who still can't let go of each other. Dylan says to pack up and set a good example for the younger ones, but the boys keep torturing each other. By this time, Seol is back. He's recovering his breath and says he needs to practice a lot. The guys have stopped. Hugo says next time, they'll figure out who's ranked higher. And Ju Hong reminds them that he's bald and pulls his hair. And Dylan says Salt can practice on the way home. But then Ian comes out and shares the assumption that they won't be able to come back right away. He says the palace has issued a decree summoning the Earthlings. Communication with Fortress Arden has been severed. And Dylan shares that the parasites have infiltrated it, and Ian confirms it. Meanwhile, a parasite uprising had indeed begun in Arden, but the Knights managed to ruin a few. As they deal with the captured parasites, Commander Minso watches from the window of the building. At that moment, the pushes on the gate begin. The knights shrank back in terror. One of the knights ran to Commander Minso, claiming that the parasites would soon break through their barricade. Minso's commanders say it's their only chance to retreat, but maybe with the main force they can fight back. And Commander Minso doesn't say anything. He is under a great deal of stress because the responsibility for their future lies with him. Finally, he says that if we retreat now, the future of mankind will be jeopardized. Commander Minso puts on his armor and says that help is coming, and their job is to hold out until then. Whether they die is another matter. Finally, the Carpe Diem team set off on their journey. They pass through the peaks on the trail, and Ian asks what Seol knows about the situation in paradise. Seol hears there's a battle going on. There are not only humans in paradise, but also monsters, dwarfs, and fairies. There are even angels. And relations between them haven't always been smooth. On the contrary, they mostly didn't get along. The cave fairies and sky fairies had been sworn enemies since long ago. And now they've joined together in an alliance, and Seol suggests that it's because of a common enemy. And Ian specifies that it's the Parasite, an army created by a queen who came from another world, destroyed an entire empire. Only the alliance of the five forces continued the fight alone. The kingdom prepared for the worst, and built the fortress of Arden in the Gorge. Arden borders Parasite territory, so they could cross that border. And Ian specifies that if this fortress is already occupied, then it's time for humanity to join the battle. Meanwhile, an army of insects flies into Arden's breached gates, and countless crocodiles crawl across the ground. Commander-in-Chief Si Wu orders the army to make sure no creature gets through. At the sight of flying insects, Sha Wu gives the order to shoot. The arrows hit the target clearly, but one parasite was able to fly past the arrows, and as soon as it got close, Zi Wu dealt it a crushing blow. By this time, the crocodiles are becoming more numerous. They quickly crawl inside in search of prey in the form of humans, and some parasites were so powerful they couldn't be penetrated with a spear. The knight was unable to defeat the parasite, and now trembles with fear, assuming that his end has come. But Commander Minso came to his aid. He struck one blow, and the parasite was defeated. While the knight continues to be in shock, Commander Minso continues to sweep the fortress of the remaining parasite. He thinks that if you're going to die, you should die on the castle grounds, so he tells the knight not to leave his body to these creatures. Then the soldier comes in and says the reinforcements have finally arrived. The gates open and an army led by Princess Teresa Hussey enters. She turns to Minso and asks about the current situation in the territory. After removing the salad, Minso says grasshoppers and beetles have breached the barricade. The army has lost half its forces. Minso asks if the Earthlings are really not coming, because these things are attacking and there's no end to them. With this many soldiers, it's impossible to fight back. And Princess Teresa says the Earthlings will be here soon. She puts on a salad and reminds us that people only travel in carriages that someone has to drive. Setting off to battle, Princess Teresa Hussey orders her cavalry to defend the walls of the fortress. Meanwhile, Carpe Diem's team has reached the gorge. Ian says it's the Arden Gorge. He believes it's the only way to connect the human domain to Parasite territory. When Ian hears the sound, he turns around and sees an army of carriages. He says it's the Earthlings who have answered the call. Yang was in one of the carriages. He waves to Hugo and asks if Carpe Diem has also applied. Hugo replies that they are accompanying Ian's teacher. Yang thinks it's not easy being a magician at the royal court either, and says that Ian actually has a lot on his mind. And Saul looks at the carriages and assumes they're going for nothing. Seeing Seol Ju-hong's pensive look, he asks him what's wrong. And Seol asks if the situation isn't as serious as they thought. But Ju-hong says that any battle with the parasites is not their problem anyway. In response, Ian says that if the seven gods hear these words, they will probably be glad. And Cho Hong claims that it's really up to each person to decide where to risk their life and asks Hugo's opinion on the matter. With his hands on his head, Hugo confirms Cho Hong's words and clarifies that they only have one life. And Ian fixes his beard and says, that's the reality of this paradise. Looking at the team, Saul realizes that he was one himself until recently. Finally, Dylan offers to go as soon as possible and asks if Seol sees the flag. He says it's the flag of the army that reports to Princess Hussey. Dylan realizes that the Unearthed army is already in place, and the team goes inside, and Saul raises his head at the fortress of Arden, which looks quite impregnable. Once inside, the team sees many lifeless bodies of knights and crocodiles. They assume the battle was fiercer than they thought. And teacher Ian notices Princess Teresa Hussey. A row of knights are lined up nearby. Ian says he was worried because there was no communication because of the interference. Ian was really relieved, and Seol keeps her eyes on Princess Hussey. Meanwhile, Teresa Hussey is taking off her salads. Her pink hair flutters in the wind. She turns around and is pleased to see the warriors, and surprised that Carpe Diem's team has arrived. After shaking hands, Dylan's glad Teresa's okay, and Teresa Hussey asks if it's true that there are no rankers among the callers. But Cho Hong intervenes and says, you shouldn't be so happy. After all, they only agreed to protect the old man. Teresa Hussey, meanwhile, is coughing and asking not to be misunderstood, because it's all about the dust. When Seol sees this, he wonders if she's really a princess because she's acting like a man. Ju Hyun is furious at her behavior, and Teresa's thankful they're here. Besides, her high status doesn't matter. Earthlings don't listen to the royal family anyway. Then he asks where Samuel's team is, and assumes they're traveling separately. She gets word that Samuel's team has been completely wiped out, as well as Khan's team. A lot of things happened along the way. After accepting this information, Teresa asks about Seol because she hasn't seen him before, and it is explained to her that he is a rookie fighter from the March recruitment. He joins their mission. Finally, Ian introduces Sol to Princess Teresa Hussey, and Sol takes off her hood to say hello. Princess Teresa says her conscience tells her to send the level 1 warrior back, but decides to ask him to just stay alive. Finally, she turns to everyone present and suggests that they discuss their strategy. And Seol continues to look at the princess and wonder about the incomprehensible pains in her chest. He feels as if he and Princess Teresa haven't seen each other in a long time and will never meet again. After gathering all the commanders in the command center, Princess Teresa says to catch the jellyfish, and Sam asks if she's even among all the parasites. Then Minso answers. He says their intelligence team risked their lives to check it out, and Sam says that they're gonna kill her too. It's not their fault they're powerless. Looking at the laughing commanders, Sol wondered what was going on. Finally, Sam says it's possible that the jellyfish exists, but Sam doesn't understand why he would put himself in such danger if there is a fortress. And Teresa explains that the fortress defenses won't last forever, and the jellyfish will continue to produce cockroaches and bugs, and they'll keep losing people until the last one. Then Ari suggests we leave the fortress. It would be a strategic escape. She wants to wait in an ambush at the entrance to the gorge and surprise attack. Princess Teresa claims that if those things don't come out, they'll just lose the fortress. Cho Hong intervenes. She asks why they built the fortress in the first place and incite the queen. The people agree with her question. And Teresa reminds them that the most important thing right now is to make sure the walls are secure. After all, it makes them nervous and prevents them from focusing on the Union. Turning away, Ju Hyun shares the assumption that someone's having a good time. Speaking of the Union, finally Ian asks who they think will be next if the Union falls. And there is silence throughout the room. People realize what Ian is talking about. And Ian explains that once the parasites infect the Earth, their activities in paradise will also be shut down. And Sam says that's why they let the fortress be built. It's not their fault they didn't do their part. The princess realizes they had to build in a hurry, but they had nothing to do with it, and the job is done. So now it's time to resolve the situation. Then Sam and many of the people present get angry. He asks if this is why the princess is putting them in danger. The rest of us are screaming that they're being forced to cut through other people's dirt. And she may be a princess, but she's got to watch her mouth. Salt activates the power of the 9 eyes. Meanwhile, another large shipment of parasites had arrived on the fortress ground. The knights on horseback are on the attack. They scatter the parasites in different directions and head off in search of the jellyfish. Meanwhile, Medusa sitting in the cave continues to create parasites, and the knights notice that there are quite a few crocodiles at the top, and this place is a real ambush, and the army of knights is surrounded by countless crocodiles. Medusa senses the coming of the army and sticks out her snake tongue. From the fortress through the gorge, you can see the explosion that occurred in that ambush. When Princess Teresa sees this, she is furious. She thinks it's the end, and the people begin to scream. But only Seol continues to ponder. Finally, Teresa says they will defeat Medusa with their cavalry. The rest of us need to hold off the cockroaches and bugs. We need to make sure Medusa loses control. After all, the parasites will pile up on their own, and the soldiers won't have to work so hard. Sam asks them to think again, because it's a reckless plan. And Teresa asks if he has another plan, but Sam has nothing to say. Teresa then states that they will go ahead with the plan. With a wry smile, Sam clarifies that they will only lose cavalry that way. And Seol says we must defend the fortress. But that plan will lead to defeat. This is the future he saw. But Teresa shares the suggestion that some first level shouldn't get involved, and people started asking who brought the newcomer to the battlefield. And Sam asks if it's the gold-marked Seol, who's been labeled as unconventional. And Ian puts his hand on his shoulder and asks if Sam knows that Saul played a key role in the forest confrontation. He also single-handedly caught Lionel. People are shocked. They can't believe this is even possible. Saja intervenes and reminds him that Lionel can only be fought with level 4, so there's no need for Seol to be unconventional. His buddy Seon Ho thinks that Seol has some kind of sponsor, and Ian says his vision may be impaired, but he can see what's going on right in front of his nose. And he asks Dylan about it, and Dylan says that being a strong fighter and understanding strategic tactics on the battlefield are not the same thing. And Ian is suggesting that Dylan is denying Seol's intuition, and reminds me that Saul made it past Region 1, and Dylan probably didn't know that. He realizes that Seol is a former warrior, but Seol realizes that he only served in the administrative service. Princess Teresa comes up and says she heard something like that from Cincia. Accepting that it was Seol, she decides to listen to his suggestions. By evening, Sul was already standing at the gate, and Princess Teresa approached him to inform him that the troop distribution was over. She asks if Seol is sure, because if everything goes according to plan, no one will be able to come to the rescue. Also, if things don't go according to plan. And Seol says it's okay because he's used to doing things alone. Then Princess Teresa asks why he volunteered. After all, he shouldn't be ashamed of his first level, and it's not like he's obsessed with feats. And Seol doesn't even know why. He says he just has to protect this fortress in paradise. Princess Teresa realizes that if all Earthlings were like this, then there would be hope for them. There's a signal that an enemy army is approaching. Princess Teresa says that Seol has come just in time, which is a good start. She saddles her horse and puts on her salad. Teresa wishes Seol good luck and asks him to come back alive. The cavalry sent against Medusa begins to scatter the crocodiles from their path. Following the plan, Ian stops at a rocky elevation in the gorge. He holds out his wand and uses spells. A magic circle immediately appears beneath it. He made a huge crack in that elevation. Ju Hong reminds us that we can't make a mistake. And Ian says she likes Seol. His words enrage her. She asks what he's talking about. And Ian says she doesn't have to worry because sometimes you can make your own luck. And Ju Hyun knows how to do that very well. He starts laughing out loud, and Ju Hoon lowers his head, realizing that Ian is an old fart. After which, he exhales and lifts his head up, remembering Seol. Meanwhile, Princess Teresa follows Seol's plan and turns around to give him the signal. And Seol activates Festina's earrings to increase his running speed. He realizes he is controlling the run with magic, but still has the feeling that his legs are about to break. Salt activates the second level of the earrings. Dylan says it's starting. Meanwhile, Seol realizes that the air is heavy and he can't breathe. At the sight of the crocodiles, Princess Teresa gives the order to attack them. And Dylan is watching from the top. Seol is running hard and the crocodiles are trying to catch up with him. Meanwhile, Ian waits for the signal and tells an impatient Cho Hong that everything is still quiet. He looks at Dylan and sees that he's gotten up to signal. And then Ian activates the magic power by raising the wand upwards. He casts a spell, and a powerful stream of energy comes out of the rod. At the spot where Ian made the crack, the flow of energy begins to push part of the top aside. Finally, the stone peak begins to shift, and Teresa orders the pursuit to stop. And Salt continues to trap the parasites. The crocodiles are closing in. Meanwhile, Teacher Ian continues to use his magical power. A huge cobblestone is looming directly toward Ian and Cho Hong. The boulder approaches and Ian strikes it with his wand to break it into pieces. Streams of magical energy spread out in different directions, and Ian pushes back to avoid the rain of stone. Ian senses that the hillock he was standing on is also collapsing, and he begins to fall with the rocks. Cho Hong catches him by the wrist. She asks if Ian is eating since he's very light for a man. Ian is happy that she's starting to see him as a man. With a smile on his face, Jo Hong picks him up and calls him crazy since he's joking at a moment like this. Meanwhile, pieces of cobblestone fall on the road where the crocodiles were running. There were enough stones to block the passage. Princess Teresa orders the army to proceed with the plan, and Seol keeps running. He realizes that cockroaches can hold in the air for a little over 10 seconds. Waiting for the opportune moment, Seol throws a magic circle, and the cockroaches flying at him are caught in a web of light. Turns out the web of light was enough to destroy a dozen cockroaches. So Seol heads for Medusa. He remembers that Medusa appears at the peak of dawn. He ran in the right direction as another swarm of flying cockroaches appeared in front of him. The goal of the cockroaches was to destroy the main enemy. They tried to crash into him, but Seol managed to dodge. The hillock he was standing on starts to fall, and Seol tries to hold on. While he was falling, Medusa became visible, which appeared at the same time as the sun. He lands on the ground and notices that more cockroaches have appeared behind him. From the speed of running, Seol can no longer feel her legs, and her heart is about to jump out. But Seol realizes that Medusa must be finished, so he continues on his journey. And Medusa has already seen him coming. She's smiling, her sharp fangs showing from her mouth. After a while, Teresa notices a fiery explosion and realizes that Salt is in that place. It turned out that Seol had hoped that the magic ball could destroy Medusa, but Medusa caught the magic ball and immediately threw it at Seol. Looking at the approaching balloon, Seol assumes that he miscalculated the speed of its flight. After all, it was supposed to explode over Medusa, but the balloon exploded right over Seol, and Hugo decided that was the right signal. And now, it was Dylan's turn. And Ju Hyun asks if the only way to catch Medusa is with 2 balls and Dylan's lightning bolt. Ian says all 3 should hit the target. Meanwhile, Dylan takes aim at the site of the fiery explosion. He decides to fire everything he has at once, and all of his arrows immediately flew across the distance straight at Medusa. Meanwhile, Medusa was enjoying watching the explosion that occurred next to Seol. At the same moment, a magic ball flies into her and releases a powerful stream of water on her. Turns out Dylan's lightning bolt is a specialty move. If you add water to it, it's a devastating blow. Jellyfish took the damage, but since Seol didn't hit the pillar of fire, it will be hard to win with this combo. Then Seol decides to use Festina's earrings, activating the 3rd level. He swings his spear and heads towards Medusa. And Medusa, in pain from Dylan's damage, notices Seol approaching, and Seol manages to do the damage that tears Medusa's body apart. Medusa's entire body shatters, and Seol fell to the ground, hoping it had worked out. Meanwhile, Commander Minso notices that control of the bugs has been lifted, and Princess Teresa Hussey claims that Seol has done well. She jumps up and shrieks with joy that Seol was able to defeat Medusa, and immediately tells the knights that no creature can be left alive. Taking the mace, Cho Hong smiles and suggests to Grandpa Ian to start the sweep. And Hugo offers Dylan a run. He twirls his axe, anticipating the crushing of the remaining parasite. And the remaining warriors run out of the fortress gates to deal with the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, a happy Princess Teresa Hussey runs to Seol. A weary Seol asks if the princess was able to defend the fortress. And Teresa is surprised that Seol is even thinking about the fortress in this situation. She starts hugging him, claiming that he is very handsome. Seol didn't expect this from her, but to hear the princess's admiration was very pleasing to him. After a while at the house, Joo-hoon asks if they'll do the welcoming ceremony since they have a newcomer, and Hugo asks how it's done. Cho-hong thought about it and realized she didn't know. It's not like they've never had any newcomers. And Hugo suggests that we should just eat, drink, and be merry all night. He says Cho-hong doesn't have to worry, and he'll tell him about the girls. And Joo-hyun gets mad. She slaps Hugo on the cheek with her sneaker and asks which Haramagi girls he's going to talk about. But Hugo's already guessing why he's reacting that way, and Joo-hyun blushes when he asks what he's thinking. Turns out that Hugo had assumed that Seol only liked the girls from Scheherazade, and Cho-hong attacks Hugo again, and Dylan lowers his head upon hearing their scream. At that moment, Princess Teresa walks into their house in a dress and wishes the team a Merry Christmas. And she's holding something very big. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to her. Both Cho-hong and Hugo stopped, wondering what Teresa was saying. They look around assuming that Christmas is supposed to be in December, not now. And Dylan covers his face at their stupidity and clarifies that that's not the problem, and asks what Christmas might be like in heaven. Teresa opens the gift, reveals a powerful spear, and claims it's like a Christmas present, and asks where Seol is. Meanwhile, Seol arrived at the Temple of Gula to use the vault. Looking at all his artifacts, Seol wonders if at this rate he'll soon be rich. He thinks of his family and comes up with a great idea. Then he puts his head down and decides he has nowhere to go back to anyway. After closing the artifact vault, Seol decides to approach the statue in the form of Gula. There was a demand from the statue to come closer. Seol was frightened because he didn't expect to hear Gula. He swallows his saliva fearfully, and lowering his shoulders, slowly walks closer. Gula says that Seol is doing well. He might even be able to rise to level 3 spear bearer. But Seol is silent. Gula says it's hard to read his mind and asks what's bothering him. Then Seol raises his head and says he's curious to know something. And Gula realizes it's about his dream. She says she might be able to tell him something, but not now. But Seol says it's too much. It cost him a lot to come here. Seol asks why he's so sad and heavy-hearted. He's sure Gula knows it herself. And Gula says it's not easy to tell secrets, but she can promise that when the stars start to shine brightly again, Seol will know. After all, it's hard to get a star that's been extinguished to shine again. But there is a little hope for Seol. But Seol doesn't know what she's talking about. And Gula replies that he will understand when the time is right. And now, he offers to discuss Seol's future path. And Saul asks if she's really talking about a level 3 spearman. And Gula says that's the standard method, but he wants to give a choice. The path that no one has ever dared to take. She asks if he wants to go down it, and Seol's face changed in an instant. Gula herself sat on her throne and watched the stars. In the moment, she saw a light in the center. Lowering her head, she thought it was an undead star. Back at their team house, Seol attempts to craft a spear using magic. Cho-hong walks up to him and squints and asks what he's doing. And Seol says about the spear, but he can't do it. Joo-hong asks if he's uncomfortable that there's no second-level person here to ask. She asks why Seol even fell for the enticement and chose such a strange class. He recalls his conversation with Gula. She asked if Seol would regret his choice, and he confidently denied the possibility. Then in Gula's name, she gives Sol Ji-hoo a level 2 unique class, and it's called Spearhead Mage. Clenching his fists, Seol raises his head and mentally asks if Gula has tricked him. Hugo comes up and asks what Seol is doing. Joo-hyun says with a wry smile that Seol wants to become a spear-bearer mage, so she's just standing there. Then Hugo tells Seol that their old man would have solved everything all at once, and Seol hits himself on the head. And he runs up to Hugo, grabs his hands and asks who the old man is. Dylan comes to them and answers that the old man is the founder of Carpe Diem. He says he's the best trainer in paradise, and he lives up to that title. Then Seol asks where he is now, and Joo-hong asks why Dylan is confusing Seol and giving her empty hopes. She's sure she should have bought into the points for her feats, since Seoul got quite a bit for Fortress Arden. But Hugo denies her idea, and argues that at this rate, the gap with the higher ranks will be too great. He asks if Joo-hong has forgotten what the old man was always talking about, and Seoul recalls Agnes' words that at first it will be convenient to master in this way, but at some point, there will be a limit. She claimed that Seoul would not be able to reach the same level as those who comprehend on their own. Coming back from her memories, Seol promptly heads towards the exit, clarifying that she won't be out for long. Neither Cho-hong nor Hugo realized what that meant, or where he even went. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters in Sicily, Agnes is told to look back because the lion cub has come to mommy. She turns around and sees Seol running towards her, and Yuang says he'll go on ahead, and Agnes can have fun here. Before leaving, Jung says that Seol should not treat Agnes as his babysitter. After all, she's only a year older than him. After adjusting her glasses, Agnes asks what business Seol has come here on. He told the whole story, and says that the Spearhead Mage is a unique class, so there's no information about him. Agnes reminds me that this is not a neutral zone. It's not a place where everything is customized for training and growth. More often than not, you have to learn and discover on your own. And Seol agrees with her, and Agnes gets an idea, and she asks what Sol knows about the spearman. She asks if he knows the basic rules, and what's the difference between the spear he's using now and a throwing spear, and whether he'd ever seen a spear thrower. Sol was overwhelmed by these questions, and Agnes says he doesn't know anything about spears, but he's already talking about some kind of magical power formation. As an example, she says that if a person who can't walk tries to run straight away, he will naturally fail, and Seol realized that he was in a hurry. And Agnes says it's a good thing he didn't waste any feat points. She leaves and says when she comes back, she'll check how much Seol has been practicing. And Sol asks if Agnes is really going on an expedition. But Agnes says it's nothing special, and says they'll see each other when she gets back. Seol returns to the inn with a bag of throwing spears. He hears Ju Hyun shouting that he won't do anything. She angrily walks past, and Seol asks what's wrong. Then Ju Hong turns around and says it's all because of him. Wondering what's wrong, Seol goes to Dylan. Dylan says it's because of the new assignment. Seol says he'll make them coffee himself. He asks what the assignment is since Ju Hyun is in such a state. And Dylan wants Seol and Jo Hong to take the mission. And he and Hugo have to leave on behalf of the royal family. And Seol asks how far they're going. But Dylan doesn't answer, and asks for Seol's opinion. Then he clarifies that the two of them can't handle it, so it will be necessary to form a team. Only the team leader would be Seol. Such a statement shocked Seol. He asks why not Cho Hong, and Dylan says she has no leadership skills, and she knows it. And she's upset because Dylan won't take her on the expedition. Then Seol reminds him that he only has a second-class level. And Dylan confirms it, and also specifies that Seol is the hero who saved Fortress Arden. And destroying the monsters in Ramen Village is like an initiation. It's a good chance to test your ability to form and manage a team. Handing over a mug of tea, Sul says it's a good idea to find an archer and a priest first. After sipping some coffee, Dylan says, that's not bad for a first step. The coffee turned out great, which surprised Dylan. He asks how Seol made it, and Sul replies that he had a friend who liked coffee a lot, although he's more of a ramen specialist. Then Dylan says he'll have to take a couple lessons from Seol on his return from the expedition. After a while, Seol arrives at the Royal Library of Haramag. He asks Ian about the secret of Ramen Village. Sol wants to find the source and solve this problem now that he has the chance. And it's not just about destroying monsters. And Ian wonders what Sul knows. Sul knows that there are no monster settlements or nests in the neighborhood, but the monsters keep showing up. The royal forces have sent various teams there, but the source has not been found. When Ian hears this, he rises and tells Seol to follow him. They go deep into the library. The frequency suggests predictability, which means it can be controlled. That's Ian's opinion. He searches for the scroll and says that every time a village elder requested it, the royal palace sent earthlings there. The Haramag teams have a chance. Ian asks what the problem is for. Seol says that if for some reason they can't go there, the villagers will be in danger. Such a response surprised Ian. He has found the necessary records and is giving them to Seol. These are records of raids that should help. When he got home, Seol began to study the books. He wrote down the information he needed on a separate sheet of paper. Ju Hong comes into his room and asks if he really waited for her to come. She wonders what Seol is doing. And Seol replies without distracting Jo Hong, which raises the difficulty level. Unsure of what that means, Cho Hong wants to know more about it. Then Seol brings up Ju Hong's nagging about not getting enough points, and asks if she found the priest. And Ju Hyun is fighting again. She's been looking for him all along, but no one wants to go after two warriors who don't even have a primary fighter. Then Seol says he'll take care of the priest, and she should find the rest of the team. First the archer and the warrior protector. Deciding that Seol's being a tough guy, Ju Hong asks how he'll find a priest, if there's someone he can think of. And Seol thought for a moment. Then he says, there's someone who can find him. Ju Hyun's confused. Word of Seol's feat in Arden has spread with incredible speed, but few believe that a first-level warrior could do such a thing. Some went around claiming that they also had an outlier like San Shihyun, but some people thought it was the rebels. There were also people in Shinyang who knew about the March gold-marked rookie set, who could do such a thing. Finally, Hannah heard about the unusual guy she'd found. Hearing the conversation of the wards, Hannah immediately started calling Seol Jihu through the magic ball. Seeing her emotion, Seol hesitantly raises his hand and says he's happy to see her too. Hannah reminds him that he should have been as quiet as possible in Haramaga. She already knows about the Forest of Confrontation and Arden Gorge. Hannah says he should have warned her. But Seol knows that if he had, she wouldn't have sent him there. He shows the spear and says it's a gift from Princess Teresa Hussey. And Hannah is angry that Seol is so smart. Seol giggles back. Finally, Hannah says that Seol did the right thing by joining Karpai DM, but thinks it would have been even better if Seol had done it before the old man retired. And Seol asks if it's about the one who made the team, and asks what's wrong with him. But all Hannah knows is that if someone is meant to leave, no matter how hard they try to hold on, it won't work. Finally, Seol says she's going to raid the monster with Ju Hong, but they don't have a team, and asks Hannah to find them a priest. Hannah then asks why the two of them, and what's up with Dylan and Hugo. And Seol replies that they're on an expedition on another mission, and this time, he's going to be the leader himself, so he's gathering people. And Hannah thought about it. Turns out she has someone else in mind, but the cost would be enormous. Hannah wants to know if Seol's okay with it. In the morning, Sol went to Haramag to the temple of Lutseria. He had no idea that Haramag was a military camp. Sol goes inside and knocks on the door asking if anyone is inside. A voice says there is, and she's sick of it, and Seol waves her hand. He says they haven't seen each other in a while. Turns out Seol came to see Maria, who's not very happy to see him. Without answering, Maria turns away and walks away. Seol apologizes to her, and Maria lowered her head and told Seol to get off her back. Then Seol clarifies that this time he came with an offer. He doesn't understand what kind of bottle Seol is holding. Then Seol clarifies that it is for the village of Ramen. Putting her head on the table, she asks if this is such a stupid assignment for her class, and tells Seol to address the others. Then Seol throws the coins in front of her, and Maria exhales and asks how much it is on the ground. And Seol replies that on Earth it would be like 5 million won. And Maria is amazed by this. She says she'll introduce the priest to the trainee priest, so the money should be taken back. She says it won't be worth a quarter of the amount, so Seol adds more coins, and Maria asks what he's doing since it's not worth that much money. And Seol reminds him of what Maria said when she saved Seo Ru, that the extra money should be given to her. Then Maria asks if he wants to buy her, and Sol asks how he can go against the law with those coins, since he's not that unscrupulous. And Maria agrees with him, and the coins are still in front of her eyes. It's a tidbit for her. But Maria tries to stop herself, because if she gets in touch with Seol, she won't be able to get away easily, and everything will only get confused. Seol doesn't understand her emotions. He decides to add coins to make Maria think better, but Maria's eyes can't see anything else but coins. She thinks Seol is crazy, and asks if he doesn't know her, and why more money. Then she closes her eyes, and Seol shares that he wanted to be friends. Then Maria realizes that Seol practically talked her into it. That's why she reminds her that she's not a simpleton. After all, teams can't stand to talk her down that much. Seol called Ju Hong and Maria to talk about it. Ju Hong calls Maria a money witch, and Maria calls Ju Hong an empty-headed witch. Seol doesn't understand. Finally, Maria asks why Seol brought her here. She is about to leave, because she must know that a fool inside the team is more dangerous than an enemy outside. And Ju Hyun is pissed off and says Maria is still the same. She wonders if Maria will shut up if her mouth gets torn open. Maria says everyone knows she has no brains, and offers to smash her head and show her that. That expression makes Ju Hong aggressive. She grabs Maria by the collars and wants to hit her. And the people sitting nearby are surprised at the unusual inclinations of Seol, who brought two people to the cafe at once. While the girls are dealing with each other, Seol tries to calm them down. At that moment, a speech about him is heard behind him. It's like yesterday when Seol was first met here, and today he's already a rising star in Harem. Turns out it was Yong and his crew. He thinks there's a reason why they were talking about Sol so much. Veronica says she saw Seol when he showed himself at Fortress Arden. Seol turns around and listens to her with embarrassment. And Yong says Cho Hong already told him everything, and introduces himself by his name, specifying that he's a level 3 swordsman runner. Also introduces Veronica, who is a level 3 ranger. There was a guy named Gershal with them. He's a level 3 guardian. After introducing the team, Yong extends his hand and says it's nice to meet him, and Seol responds to the handshake. He calls his name and says he's glad to meet you too. After a while, Team Seol went to Ramen Village. Cho Hong and Maria felt sick in the carriage. Finally, the carriages stop, and both girls run outside to free their stomachs with their mouths. Everyone got out of the carriages. Salt reminds me that I shouldn't have drunk so much. They came to the village of Rumen, and the villagers harvesting wheat took notice of the newcomers. And Yong isn't even hoping for a greeting anymore, and Veronica is sure that from the looks of it, nothing much can be expected. Gershal suggests not to think about it, because it's not the first time they've seen each other. Veronica knows that this is a trifling task, but for the inhabitants, it is vital help. Brace, who is in charge of guarding the village of Ramen, comes up to them. He asks if the warriors have really come from Haramag, and Seol says he's on Carp Diem's team, and was personally entrusted with the case, so he asks about the elders' whereabouts. Then Bryce asks Seol to follow him, and Seol wants Yong to take care of these two poor souls in his absence. And Yong accepts his request, specifying that they will see each other at the hotel. At this time, they are shown on their way by an old woman, Arayam, who shouts that Luna has been crying. Bryce sees her and asks why Mother has gone outside again. And Arayam repeats that the moon cried and points his hand to the sky. Then Seol suggested that it might have something to do with that mystery. And Bryce helps old lady Arayam up, and she keeps saying the same thing. Bryce agrees with her and asks her to go rest. Turning his attention to Sol, Bryce notices two children, a boy and a girl. He turns to Hans and asks him to escort Sol to Elder Johan's house. Then Hans tells Woon to go home, and Bryce apologizes because his mother isn't feeling well. And Seol asks him not to worry about it. And Hans leads Seol to the elder's house. Seol tries to understand what the old woman Ariam's words might mean. They pass by the vegetable gardens. Sol sees that people are harvesting crops and everything looks calm. Hans finally turns to Sul, calling him Lord Earthling, and asks if he really came here to take down the monster. Being addressed as Mr. Earthling confused Sul and made her think. He says that if Hans is afraid, he doesn't have to be afraid, because Warrior Seol will deal with him quickly. But Hans isn't scared. After all, it happens every time. In any case, the adults immediately start to fuss when the children get close to the foggy place. And Seol knows that a foggy place appears every 4 months. Seol is sure that the village is too quiet for such a situation. Also draws attention to Hans, who doesn't show the slightest bit of fear. Then Seol decides to inform little Hans that there is nothing wrong with being careful. But Hans asks what to watch out for. After all, he won't be seen for months after the Earthlings arrive, but they impose triple bans and scare him. Then Seol was unclear about the triple ban, and Hans lists the prohibitions. Even if a sound comes from the fog, do not follow it. If a hand draws signs in the fog, do not follow it. If people are seen in robes of the color of the fog, run away from it. And if you disobey, the monsters will grab you. Hans says he's learned it so well, it's bouncing off his teeth. Then specifies that old lady Arium, before she went insane, said it was all a setup. And Seol asks if Arium said who set it up. But Hans denies it and assures her it was the elder, and points to the house they've come to. And Saul opens the door Elder Johann, who immediately warns that he cannot give more than the promised reward, because their village is poor. But Seol says that's not why he came. And Johann says that if it's about the assignment, he must be aware of Carpe Diem. And Sol says that the circumstances were such that only part of the Carpe Diem team could come. But there are enough people in the team. Then Elder Johann says it's their job and they can handle it themselves. But Seol asks if he shouldn't be worried, at least a little. But Johann looks at Sol perplexed and asks what he means. And Sol says that the Elder obviously knows about the levels of the Earthlings. And Johann closes the door. With the door closed, he says he doesn't know what he's talking about, and Seol should get on with the task, and Hans should go home. By evening, Sol's team had gone through almost the entire village. Everyone was tired. Finally, Seol asks if the guys see anything, but Yang and Veronica, who are walking in front, don't see anything. And Yang turns around and clarifies that these changes leave no trace. And Seol activated the Nine Eyes ability. There was a lot of yellow light, and it flooded all around. Veronica notices something and signals the others to prepare for a possible attack. Veronica says there's something wrong because she obviously heard the voice. At the same moment, some kind of slime jumped onto her face and torso. Yang stares in horror at what is happening. In an effort to help his comrade, Yang begins to strike, but the slime is barely wounded. Yang says nothing is working. The slime continues to envelop Veronica, who struggles to get out. Cho Hong tells Yang to step aside, and Cho Hong immediately performs a leg kick on the slime that instantly frees Veronica. And Yang immediately attacks the slime to prevent it from being able to attack anyone else. Looking at the strange creature, Yang asks what happened to Veronica. And Veronica tries to catch her breath and says it's a takeover. The rock swallowed her up and hid her in its depths. The team walks away and this substance gradually returns to its original position. And Gershal decides to turn around to watch the monster's condition. It turned out that after being wounded by the sword, the monster didn't just put himself back together, but took on the form of a tall creature with limbs. Raising his shield, Gershal addresses the team and orders everyone to be on guard. At the same moment, the exact same monsters emerge from behind the rocks and head straight for the team. Instead of fingers, monsters develop sharp limbs in the form of knives and axes. And Yang exclaims that it can't be because they didn't have that skill before. That's when Ju Hyun comes in to attack. She orders them to shut up and stay close to her. She delivers a powerful blow with her mace right on the monster's head, and it forms a huge depression. Without the help of the team, Cho Hong tackles several monsters at once. Feeling to his right, the beam that his opponent sends out, Cho Hong immediately activates the shield from his wristband. The monster stops his attack, and Ju Hong asks why the team isn't covering the back. It turned out that Yang was also trying to fight the monsters, but they were returning to their original state. Yang was puzzled by this, and Cho Hong is amazed that they have the ability to regenerate. Once back in their original state, the monsters swiftly head toward the team, and Seol and Gershal turn around when they hear their footsteps. Meanwhile, Maria heals Veronica. When Maria sees the monsters, she says they suck, and takes out the sign of the cross and activates Luceria's ability to create a shield. And the monsters are banging away at the shield to no avail, and the one that can shoot beams tries to break the shield with his ability. And Maria clarifies that they bought some time to start with. Turning to Seol, Maria asks if the hero of Fortress Arden can handle the monsters. And Saul immediately takes on the monsters. He stabs the creature as easily as if it were tofu. He assumes the spear is very powerful, but Cho Hong warns him that his actions are useless because this monster regenerates. Turns out the spear had lost the monster's ability to regenerate. He just froze. The monster then shatters into small pieces and flies off in different directions. And Cho Hong doesn't realize how he managed to destroy the monster with regeneration. And the other monsters decide to attack Seol at the same time. The moment the monsters almost catch Seol, he takes a leap backward. He lands on his feet and activates Festina's earrings, and launches an attack. Unexpectedly, Seol runs up to the monsters and pierces one of them with her spear. On the other side, the monster reaches out with his spearhead to do damage, but Seol notices in time and takes a swing with his spear. Deftly wielding the spear, Seol dealt with several at once. This spear was really the best, so Seol decides to thank Teresa again. While Seol is dealing with the monsters, more appear behind her. Seol realizes that because of the monsters in front of her, she can't see what's going on behind her. He turns around and sees that Mary has come to the rescue, activating her priest ability. A powerful stream of holy energy increases the damage of the spear, and Seol roundly destroys 4 monsters at once. He turns around and thanks Maria, and she reminds him that that's why Seol took her. On the other side, a whole other horde of monsters are running at Saul. Seol realizes that they don't plan on running out. At that moment, the approaching monster is left headless, and the monster behind him looks on in horror. Turns out it was Cho Hong. She stands back up and apologizes for being a little late. Seol asks what she did since it doesn't look like magic, and Cho Hong reminds me that she added some spell casting to the mace. Here, Ju Hong suggests they try making a movie, and Seol asks about the genre. He says it'll be an action movie, and Ju Hyun specifies 18+. They cleverly take out all the monsters in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Yang looks at the monster's regeneration, and already without fear in his eyes, asks if he really wants to scare him, and Maria uses her abilities to increase the power of Veronica's arrows. After a while, the monsters were destroyed. Yang can't believe that Seol is level 2, and Veronica says to go straight to the temple when they get back, and Gershel says it's good for leveling up. Meanwhile, Seol looks around the area, thinking about the fact that they've suppressed everyone. Now the glow is no longer green, but colorless. Placing his hand on his chin, he tries to figure out what it means. Seeing his pensive face, Cho Hong asks if there's something wrong, and Seol says it's a mystery. He can't find the source. The team looks at him puzzled, and Jo Hong recalls that their job was to destroy the monsters. And Ju Hyun herself recalls that Seol warned her that it would be more difficult. Here she exhaled, because she realized that Seol enjoyed leveling up. And Yang says that if they go back, they'll have no complaints, and the three of them have raised their game enough. And Maria got her fee in full. Then Ju Hong approaches Seol, reminding him not to be too greedy, and reminds her of the Samuel incident. And then she notices that Seol doesn't listen to her. He points to the sky, where there is something that looks like a moon with some kind of tentacles sticking out of it. And Ju Hong asks what it is, and Seol rushes off saying it's a lead, which he can't let go of. It took a lot of effort for the guys to catch up to Seol standing on a small hill. Ju Hong asks what it is again, and Seol points into the distance and replies that this is the key to solving the mystery. As he continues on his way, Seol notices that the area of the Nine Eyes is getting smaller, and this is the first time he's had this happen. To get close to the strange object, Seol has to crawl over a sandhill, but he rolls back up every time. Continuing to follow Seol, Ju Hong asks him to take his time and explain, and Seol, body trembling with tension, continues to crawl upstairs. And in a moment, she notices that the object has disappeared. He decides to strike by putting his aura in his hand. His blow was enough to cause the hill to collapse a bit. The guys are surprised that this hill is crumbling and conclude that it is an artificial structure. Finally, Veronica suggests that the teams try to dig up an artificial hill. It turned out that inside the hill was a room closed with a wooden door. And Cho Hong assumes it's a shared vault, and Maria wonders if they'd fill it with earth. And she remembers that Ju Hyun's not very bright. And Cho Hong pulls her by the ears and asks if Mariah has too much magic to heal. And Yang says you can't say that's possible if it was built long enough ago. Finally, Seol opens the door and sees the steps. With the help of Nine Eyes, Seol sees the color yellow, and this is an important choice. He turns around and suggests the team go inside to see what's there, and the whole team cautiously descends the stairs, inspecting the walls and ceilings. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, Elder Johan watched as the entire team went inside. Going deep into the cave, the boys saw a room. They assumed someone lived here. This place looks more like a study, and Cho Hong knows that this was a study room, and until the kids did what they needed to do, the doors wouldn't open. But for some reason, whoever was supposed to open the door disappeared, and Gershal asks if those who remained locked up continued to study until they went to the next world. Such an assumption led him to believe that this was what had given rise to those ghosts. And the guys started to look at each other, because this story sounds plausible. Maria thinks they are fools, but decides to keep silent. And Seol looks up at the ceiling and wonders if this is it. He wants to know what he saw with the Nine Eyes. Then Veronica says she's found something, and Yang says to be careful in case there's a trap. Turns out there was a candle-shaped handle. She lowers it, and another room opens up next to it. And Yang comes closer. He looks around the room, saying that it's getting more and more interesting. And Seol is surprised that it's the usual green color. It's even safer now. He offers to come in and check it out. They walk down the wide hallway and don't notice anything wrong, and Veronica notices a magic circle and a candle on the floor. Yang assumes this is where the monsters were summoned. Shining the light toward the exit, Yang clarifies that the monsters then went outside through that cave, and Geirshal asks who would do such a thing. But Ju Hong thinks it doesn't matter, and just smash it and be done with it. But Seol stops her. He's trying to figure out if it's true. The call ended so the color changed to green. Ju Hong asks what's wrong, and Saul turns to Veronica and asks if there's anything else inside. And Veronica judges the wind, and it looks like there's just an exit. She asks if she can watch. But then a man comes in from the other side, and Seol sees him right away. It turned out to be Elder Johan. The elder says he came because the mission took longer than usual this time, and the villagers are worried. He's glad everyone's alive. And Saul asks if Johan knew about the existence of the secret cave. And Elder Johan tells me that there's a rumor going around the village about a magician who's hiding in the mountain. And Seol says that the magician used the circle to summon creatures. And Johan says it's worth breaking the circle, and we must hurry because the innkeeper is waiting. In the meantime, The team suggests to continue the search because it all looks suspicious, and Johan shows up just in time. And Geirshal answers Elder Johan that since they have reached this place, they will not just leave. The three of them will look around, and the others can come back. Elder Johan says it's not a good idea because the warriors don't know where the cave leads. And Geirshal assures me that they will only check at the entrance and go straight back to the hotel. The elder argues that this is pointless and asks not to make the villagers worry even more. And Geirshal does as intended. At this moment, Sul stopped the guys at the same time as Elder Johan. He immediately paid attention to Johan's worries. It turns out that this exit is now yellow in color. Seol wondered if the elder was a bad person, and the comrades turned to leader Seol. And Seol looks at Elder Seol, who doesn't glow any color at all. Then Veronica says it's just a routine reconnaissance, and they'll just look around and come back. But Seol says to wait. And Yang asks what's wrong with leader Seol, and Seol sees that the entrance has turned scarlet and now you can't go in. But Seol is not clear why Elder Johan is still colorless. If a scarlet-colored danger has appeared, it must be destroyed for the safety of the residents. Finally, Seol says they'll go in when all the team members are in a fighting stance. Emergencies will have to be responded to quickly. Showing a thumbs up as a sign of approval, Yang says that now Seol looks like a real leader. Sol says they'll take a quick look around and come back. Johan says they can do what they want. He's used to the Earthlings doing as they please. And Seol realizes that Johan didn't even tell them to get out of here, so something will work out. Meanwhile, Elder Johan is holding a black stone with an aura emanating from it. The boys walk inside and Veronica notices a bright flash. She stops to stare into the distance. Then he sees the creature throw a tentacle towards the warriors, and manages to catch Geirshal by the leg. The tentacle took him into the darkness. But it turns out he's still alive, still screaming and begging for help. The team goes after him. Stepping into the darkness, a mid-level nest appeared in front of the team. This is what created Medusa. It extends its tentacles upwards and also holds Hershal. And Seol recalls a conversation with Ian. Ian's assumption is that there is something that is designed as a weapon against the parasites. He recalls that Sul has also already experienced the same thing in the tomb of the Holy Maiden. And Saul thought that the magic that was in the Forest of Confrontation was meant to protect the grave. However, it turned out to be a barrier to protect the tribe from the Maiden's hatred. Ian also reminded us that there are too many times when assumptions don't match reality, and you can only trust yourself. Returning from her flashback, Seol realizes that Teacher Ian's hypothesis was correct. At the same moment, the monster's nest sends many tentacles towards the warriors. But Maria manages to activate her shield, and Seol asks if Ju Hong knows the strategy. But Jo Hong thinks that with their forces, they have no choice but to retreat now. But Yang reminds him that he has to save Geirshal first, and runs out of the safe zone. He splits the tentacle in two, and immediately scoots back to the team. That's when Yang notices the regeneration. Cho Hong reminds him that it's one of the monster's abilities. She activates the magical power of the mace, and goes out to attack the tentacles. But that doesn't work either. The tentacle regenerates again, and Maria screams that she's at her limit. After her words, the shield begins to crack. Seol tries to think of a plan and remembers that he has spears in his bag. And Seol immediately starts throwing spears at the torso of the monster's nest. He starts screaming in pain. With a glance at Leader, Seol Young assures him it's a great idea. And Seol takes aim to throw another spear. When the monster took the second blow, the tentacles loosened and Geirshal began to fall downward. And Yang manages to run up to cushion Gershal's fall. And the nest starts attacking the warriors, with its tentacles with renewed vigor. Maria activates the shield again and asks Seol to do something. Finally, Seol tells Veronica to attack the monster's torso with arrows. Yang and Seol need to distract the monster from both sides, and Geirshal needs to protect Maria first. But he's going to give Cho Hong another assignment. But Cho Hong has already realized and asks if he's suggesting that we take down the monster. After all, it would require a higher-ranking force. And Seol explains that the monster might attack the village while they're looking for the warriors, and reminds them that they didn't come here just to make money. Saul argues that they must protect the village and its people. At this time, Elder Johan is hiding nearby and overhears their entire conversation. And Maria asks for a quicker resolution to her cases because she's already on edge. Finally, Cho Hong accepts the assignment and asks if it's true. He suggests she pick a convenient moment and blow the monster's torso apart. And Seol asks if she can get it. Ju Hong looks at his huge body and says it won't be easy, but she'll try. After activating the Nine Eyes, Sol realizes that there is no excuse for the mistake he made, but he just has to trust his eyes. And Saul realizes that this monster is not so impenetrable. Waiting for the opportune moment, Sul gives the signal to attack and Maria removes her shield. The battle begins, and a tentacle tries to pierce Seol, but he deftly dodges it. And then he jumped to do the damage. Sol looked at the tentacle and realized that its regeneration was much slower. And if you slow down the monster's speed a bit more, Cho Hong will find it easier to attack it. At the same moment, 3 tentacles come at Sol at once, but the golden chains hold them back. It turns out that Mary, who uses holy magic, has come to Sol's rescue. Seol takes this opportunity to throw a few punches and deal with 3 tentacles at once. On the other side, not noticeably for Sul, the monster holds 4 more tentacles that are slightly different in size. Turns out there was poison inside. The monster immediately releases the poison from those tentacles right at Sul, but Sul is illuminated by a magical sheath, and the monster's poison cannot penetrate it. Turns out it was Maria, reminding her that her spell is running out as it is. While Maria is doing her best to create a defense, Cho Hong says that the tentacles don't even show the monster's torso. Then they notice that a fog appears from the core where the tentacles start. The boys don't understand what it is. At the same moment, the monster spits out a dark slime directly towards the team. Turns out that this slime is where the monsters the team fought in the forest come out. Upon seeing them, Seol orders the guys to retreat and everyone to go backwards. And the monster once again releases his tentacles into the fray, trying to strike his opponents. But Jirshal manages to deflect the blows, thereby protecting himself and Maria. But Veronica didn't have time to react and was hit by a powerful tentacle. She immediately flies off to the side. Only Yong paid attention, as another tentacle flips him off as well. The guys are thrown in different directions, and Sol notices it, and Maria has to activate the spell again. She creates protective baths for both guys who have obviously passed out. Then Gershal tells Maria to create a protective dome for him, but Maria didn't immediately understand why. And Hershal exclaims that the boys have to be saved, and if they stick together, Maria will definitely be better off. And Maria realizes that Gershal is right. She immediately creates a protective dome for Gershal. She asks him not to slow down, and to bring the guys back as soon as possible. But Seol notices this, and says he has to protect Maria. Maria turns around and sees that Gershal is running in the other direction. She asks where he's going, and at that moment, 4 tentacles immediately approach Maria, but she manages to activate the dome for herself as well. Seol notices it, and there are already several monsters running at him. Sul starts to defend himself with his spear. When Seol turns around, he asks Gershal to hurry up and save the boys, but it turns out he just ran away. And Sol realized that Gershal had taken advantage of the fact that the passage was destroyed and fled alone. Seol doesn't understand why this happens on every expedition. While Seol is dealing with the monsters, Ju Hong tells Seol that he'll cover for him and that he should strike one last blow. She immediately activates her spell. Her hair rises up and wings appear behind her back. At this moment, a powerful solar flux surrounds Cho Hong's entire body. Looking at Jo Hong, Maria realized what kind of spell she was using. It turned out to be a 4th level high spirit spell. Cho Hong is wearing a Valkyrie garb, and Seol asks what happened. Maria says that among the temple servants, only those who have received divine recognition can master the spell. And Maria didn't think that Ju Hong had already mastered the 4th level spell, which means she wasn't completely stupid. Finally, Cho Hong attacks the core of the monster's nest. She deftly dispatches each approaching tentacle. From her level, the nest cannot use regeneration. It takes powerful damage and begins to scream. And Seol claims that this is how they'll be able to defeat the monster. But Maria denies his claim. After all, with such a spell you can summon divine powers and increase your power by 30 seconds. But Seol is serious, so he activates his aura and says he'll give it a try. But Maria thinks that no matter how outstanding Seol is, he's still only 2nd level. He doesn't have the skill to fight such a battle. Maria then decides to take matters into her own hands. She asks Seol to cover for her, but Seol reminds her to help Ju Hyun. Angry Maria orders her to shut up because there's no time, and pulls out all the materials needed for the ritual. While she is busy with the ritual, Sul starts to defend her, as several monsters attacked from behind. Meanwhile, Cho Hong continues to fight the monster's nest. She fights off several tentacles that can't regenerate. Cho Hong then strikes right in the middle of the nest where the monsters fly out. This damage is making the nest weaker and weaker, and there are fewer tentacles alive, and Cho Hong continues the battle. She runs along the cave wall, gaining speed. Meanwhile, the nest activates its poison tentacles and aims directly at Cho Hong. 3 streams of venom are directed at her at once, but Ju Hyun continues her attack. She jumps again and is about to deliver another blow to the middle of the nest. The nest once again emits loud moans of pain, and her entire core is illuminated with magic. After finishing with the monster, Seol stops and sees what Ju Hong is doing. He is once again confident that they can win. Cho Hong realizes that he needs to strike again, and swings his magic mace. But at that moment, her 4th level magic spell stops working, and Cho Hong regains consciousness, wondering what's going on. The monster takes the opportunity to use his tentacle to slam Ju Hyun into the cave wall right in front of Seol. Jo Hyun is still alive after being hit like that. She sits down, trying to endure the pain, and the monster decides to finish off Cho Hong and sends another tentacle. But Seol doesn't let Cho Hong be crushed. He's screaming that now it's his turn to strike that nest. So the monster goes after Seol, and he can't even block it, not just throw a punch. Seeing that Seol is in danger, an exhausted Cho Hong tries to get up to help him. Meanwhile, Maria had succeeded in recreating a huge hammer illuminated with magical power. Maria wields a hammer and strikes directly at a nest that happens to be smaller than the hammer. The whole cave is covered in fog. Salt covers her face with her hand and stares into the mist. Finally, it cleared, and it became apparent that the nest was almost completely destroyed. Seol asks if he's really done with him, but Ju Hong warns him that now there's a decisive blow left to strike. Right at that moment, the monster releases a powerful tentacle right at Maria. She waits defenselessly for the blow, and realizes why they were so lucky before, and then she remembers the coins she came here for, because the price of 30 coins was attractive. But at the last moment, she is rescued. They fall to the ground together. It turned out to be Seoul, and while Saul was recovering from his fall, Maria had already seen 5 more tentacles heading toward them. She immediately hides behind Seoul, assuming that this is definitely their end. But 5 tentacles explode and the boys are alive. They open their eyes to see their savior. Turns out it was Cho Hong. Apparently her level had increased because her hair turned white. She reminds the idiot Seol that he was told to make a decisive strike, and he's sitting here saving Maria. Seol and Maria are shocked by her condition. And Ju Hyun says it's very similar to Seol. At that moment, the tentacle takes the opportunity to pierce Ju Hong's body. She immediately falls lifeless, and blood flows from her torso. Seol's body trembles from the horror that happened before his eyes. Seol walks over to Ju Hyun's body, and Maria wondered what was happening to the nest that would be destroyed by her spell. But the nest apparently lives on. Maria doesn't know what to do now. It's still releasing its venom. At the same moment, the monster's tentacle reaches up into the hole and pulls out Gershal, who tried to escape by abandoning the team. He's choking and begs the crew to save him, and the tentacle drags him to the core. After taking Gershal's body, the nest was able to regain its strength. After a moment, the nest spat out the armor that Gershal was wearing, and Maria realizes she should have used a stronger spell, but then she decides she shouldn't have ended the ritual so quickly. She raises her eyes to the hole in the cave and decides it was a mistake to follow Seoul after all. Meanwhile, the light from the moon falls on Ju Hong, and Seol continues to stand with her head down. Then Maria runs up and bumps into Seol's back, saying that he should have left her there, and then he could have run away with the dumbass. But in a moment, Maria feels her heart pounding too fast, which leaves her in shock. She steps farther away and fearfully turns to Seoul, not knowing what is happening to him. Turns out the innate skill of seeing the future has been activated. The salt looks intimidating, and Maria knows that it's an evil aura, or rather, a lust for violence against the enemy. At that moment, she sees a tentacle emerge from the nest and head straight for Seoul. She asks to be careful, but Seol, without raising her head, takes the tentacle with one hand and squeezes it with incredible strength. Turns out that tentacle was laced with poison, and at the same moment, a powerful poisonous stream comes straight at Seol. The whole cave is covered in fog again, and Maria tries to see Seol. Turns out the monster's poison had no effect on Salt. He's still clutching the tentacle. Taking it with his other hand, Seol tears it into 2 pieces. A powerful aura emanates from his body. Just then, Maria notices another tentacle and warns Seol about it again. But Seol didn't have time to react, and so flies backwards from the impact. As he landed on his feet, Seol noticed the spear that was lying nearby. As soon as Seol touched the spear, an incredible stream of powerful aura began to emanate from its tip, and Maria believes that only a warrior of the highest rank can do such a thing. It turns out that Seoul Highlander is now a level 7 Providence-class spearman. Sensing a strong aura nearby, the nest begins to wriggle all its tentacles at once, creating a vortex to keep Seoul from getting closer. And Seoul begins the confrontation. Standing still, he destroys all approaching tentacles. The salt state allows you to create a real energy ball that approaches the nest by spreading its tentacles. He uses all his power to break the nest's protective vortex. Looking at the powerful battle, Maria wonders if it's really over. A powerful aura continues to emanate from Seol. He stands next to the collapsed nest body, but his lust for revenge has not abated. Salt senses the nest is still alive, so he delivers a few more incredible blows that finally kill the nest. And Maria watches in horror. She is amazed by Seol's abilities. Finally, Seol stabs the spear into the ground, and his consciousness returns to a controlled state. He immediately turns back around and asks Maria what happened. Stunned by what is happening, Maria asks what kind of jokes he is joking about. Seol closes his eyes and says that when he saw Ju Hyun's lifeless body, everything around him turned white. He doesn't remember anything after that, but Maria doesn't believe it and asks what kind of nonsense he's talking, like he's a comic book character. And Seol looks at his hands and says he doesn't know what it is, but if he'd been a little faster, he could have saved Ju Hong. But Maria asks who he sent to the afterlife and proceeds to heal the wounds by channeling her energy into Cho Hong. Falling to the floor with joy, Seol laughs and says that she is indeed alive. He lies down completely on the ground and laughs loudly. Maria asks why he doesn't get up, and if he wants her to cry. She reminds me that in movies, when the main character cries, all the guys immediately stand up. But Seol reminds me that she's not the main character, so there's no effect. Then Maria says she should hit him again, because it wasn't enough. Whereupon she drops her head on Seol's leg, and Seol looks at it in embarrassment. But then Seol starts smiling and doting on baby Mariah. At that moment, Elder Johan walks past Seol. Seol looks after him, and Johan stops at the hole in the cave and says he knew this day would come someday. And Seol activates the 9 eyes, but doesn't understand why Johan still doesn't give off color. Seol says that Johan will have to tell everything from the beginning. Then Johan says it's going to be a long night and it's better to go back first. It's too dirty here. And Seol agrees with him. By this time, Veronica and Yang have come to their senses. Finally, Seol says the previous teams were average, and the raids didn't fail. and Johan said that learning monsters was impossible. But Seoul knows that with each appearance, the monster's level increased, so Johan determined the raid's composition, with the complexity of the operation in mind. Apparently, Johan had some foreknowledge of what would happen next. The ability to calculate forces depending on the level of the monsters is not an easy task for Earthlings, and Seoul claims Johan was great at it, about 20 times. Finally, Johan says that he was a mage in the famous kingdom of Delphinion, belonging to the Empire and ruling magic. Johan also personally fought parasites causing terrible diseases. And Seol asks about the monsters and the nest. Johan admits that he created them himself. It was Empire business, a secret weapon to fight the parasites. He thought he'd work on it a little more, and it would be fine. But it was only now that he realized it was a complete failure. Then Sol asks if this is what they use the Earthlings for, as a guarantee to save the lives of the citizen. And Elder Johan asks how Sol thinks who was hiding the mage of the ruined state and helping him. And Seol asks if the residents were complicit, but Johan asks for choice of words. Earthlings use heaven for fun too, and I wonder if they can't afford it to survive. I mean, there's no fortresses or armies, an ordinary poor village that was threatened by monsters and parasites. And the Earthlings started coming in because of the monsters. I mean, surely the parasites didn't just show up here. Then Seol realized that they had destroyed what protected this village. But Elder Johan says it was still a matter of time. He approaches the box. Showing the rudium, Johan says it's the essence of alchemy. You can use it to control the nest, but the more you use it, the smaller it gets. The nest he built has the ability to learn, so it grew each time after a battle with the Earthling. Turns out the more guns you use, the better they obey. But the day came when Johan had to put an end to everything while he still had control. And the day came sooner than Johan had anticipated. Finally, Johan asks what Sul is going to do, whether to be tried or killed on the spot. He claims he has no regrets because the kingdom has fallen and the lab must have been destroyed by the enemy, and he has nowhere to go back to. That's when Seol realizes he has nowhere to go back to either. Then he holds out his hand and asks to count the reward for the mission. In the morning, the team headed back to Haramag. Maria and Cho Hong are asleep. In the moment, Cho Hong wakes up and asks what happened and what became of the cave and that nest. But Seol pretends that nothing happened and they haven't arrived yet, and Ju Hyun should drink less and get hungover when they get to the village. Cho Hong asks if they're still on their way to Ramen Village. He decides it was a time jump, or just a dream. So she asks Seol to come back, because if they leave like this, no one will be left alive. But Seol asks what she's talking about. And Cho Hong says it sounds really weird, but she saw something, and they need to go back to Haramag. But Seol claims they're almost there, and he's not going anywhere. Then Cho Hong lowers his head and starts yelling that he doesn't understand anything. Then she notices that the ends of the locks of her hair have turned white, and Seol starts to hold back laughter with her hand. Then Ju Hyun realized everything. After a brief shouting match, she asks what's up with the elder, and if he really turned out to be a gray cardinal. But Seol denies it by looking out the window, and Ju Hong's fist is imprinted on his cheek. And Seol says Johan is just someone who loves this village very much, and thinks he's a stupid elder. Back in Haramag, Sol suggests eating something nice and celebrating, but Veronica claims she is so tired she is about to collapse. Yang shakes his hand and says that the expedition was very important. Seol is sorry that this happened to Gershal. Yang is glad that it was possible to stop the losses. After waving goodbye, Yang and Veronica go to rest. Seol says the three of them will have to celebrate, but Maria immediately brushes it off by clarifying that she's going to bed too. Then Jo Hong and Seol were left alone. They both stood in silence for a while, and then Seol suggests dinner. But Ju Hong says it's too early for dinner, so she stops by Ira's temple and goes to rest too. Looking at Jo Hong with a puzzled look, Seol asks if she really wants to level up. With a chuckle, Ju Hyun reminds me that she's now an order of magnitude higher, at the 5th level of the Cathedral Knight class. And Sol knows that the Knight of the Cathedral is a Templar, and that's very cool. And Ju Hyun runs away, saying that if Hugo finds out that she's the first to become a knight, he'll be jealous. Left alone, Sol scratches the back of his head and suggests that he should go too. Meanwhile, an exhausted Maria has returned to the Temple of Lutzeria. Voices are heard behind her. She turns around and sees the boys carrying Ian and Agnes on a stretcher. Meanwhile, Seol has arrived at the Temple of Gula. He says he had preconceived notions about his 3rd level, which was insufficient, and Gula reminds us that Seol hasn't fully learned the 2nd level yet, but he clarifies that this time, Seol did a great job. He forcibly erased the debt and tied the thread of destiny. This path is difficult and full of thorns, but Seol can walk it with one shoe on, and Seol says Gula always talks to him in riddles. After the conversation, Seol walks out of the temple. His stomach rumbles, and Seol suggests that he should go out to eat. In the evening, Seol sat at the set table and realized that Ju Hyun was late. He assumes her level hasn't risen either. He remembers how confident Cho Hong was about her promotion. The assumption is that she's a drunk and wanders the streets. He gets nervous and gets up from the table, assuming it's time to go looking. Then he exhales and remembers that she's not a child after all. He's sure no one in their right mind would touch Ju Hyun. With these thoughts, Seol goes to the 2nd floor to go to bed. In the morning, Seol feels hungry, and suggests that Joo Hyun go out to eat. When he turns around, he notices that Joo Hyun's bed has been made since yesterday. He goes out to look for her, realizing that Cho Hong didn't spend the night at the inn and didn't say anything, and figures that without Dylan, she can probably do whatever she wants. And the bartender says he saw Joo Hong the last time they had a run-in with Maria, and Seol asks for the usual drink. Then the bartender decides that Seol isn't looking for anyone since he's staying for a drink. After the bar, Seol went to the market. He doesn't know where Joo Hyun is, and he can't see her anywhere. After buying a snack, Seol decides that Joo Hong isn't around and still giving her a headache, so she thinks she can have lunch with Maria. He goes to the Temple of Luceria, but people in black suits are gathered at the entrance and Mary is standing next to him. Seeing Maria, Seol asks what she's doing there, and Maria immediately turns toward him. Here, Seol is stopped and told that everything is blocked and he should go to another place. Among the men in black, Seol spots Salvatore Ryode and heads towards him. He shakes hands and says it's been a while, and Ryode reminds him that this is the first time since the neutral zone. He's heard about Seol's activities. Seol clarifies that it's not that the activity is very active, and then he turns his attention to Maria and asks what's going on here, and what Maria's doing here. Then Maria realizes that there will be no more talk and leaves. She decides that adults should solve their own problems. At the same moment, a loud scream is heard outside the temple door, and Seol smells the odor of blood, and Byung decides to stop Seol, claiming they've been ordered not to let anyone in. But Salvatore, putting his hand on his shoulder, shows with his look that Seol is not worth stopping. The door opens and Cho Hong inside immediately takes notice. She notices Seol and frowns. She also asks where he came from, and Young sees Seol and says that the lion cub has come to see his mommy. Stopping at the door, Seol sees that there are people lying on 2 couches. He looks over and sees Agnes with her head and body completely bandaged. And Seol immediately runs up to Agnes in a panic. He shouts her name expecting to hear her answer, and then looks up to the second couch and notices Ian, who probably wasn't hurt as badly. Night Hung realizes that Ian needs help getting up. Ian had heard that Seol had discovered his secret. Perplexed as to what this has to do with Seol, asks Ian what happened. That's when Young puts his head down and remembers where it all started. First, Princess Teresa Dylan Yuong, Ian, and Han Yil gathered in the meeting room. Princess Teresa Hussey reports that the parasites eventually captured the fortress of Taigol, and Hanyul knows it's the Federation's only stronghold. Dylan specifies that the fairies have recently joined them, which must have strengthened their forces. The princess says they were barely holding out against the onslaught, when suddenly there were some changes. The ogres showed up. Then wondering, Dylan asks if the ogres still existed. It's a new species of ogre bred by the parasites. Taming the ogres was not the queen's goal. She wanted to stop the mass production of living mutant orcs. And Hanyul was sure everyone knew of the power of the ogres. Ian says they can easily be made in large numbers. That's a quick power boost. And Dylan shares that the parasites have a new ability to reproduce.